And that was actually sub 20.
Stick run.
Yeah, we were saying beforehand how we all basically had like torrid first 3 hours. But we're glad we all had it together, and for him to turn that time into was it an 8:58 without loads?
Yeah, I just got an 8:58.56.
Yeah,
Wow.
Pretty bonkers for just how bad the run was. We've all had a.
Well,
Yeah,
sub 9 is pretty great.
I think without all the marathon stuff, it's probably an 8:56.
That's
Yeah.
actually insane.
Without all the marathon stuff, I straight up think this is a PB for me as well.
Yeah, Chris has done really well this run.
Which again is great because of just how bad the first 3 hours were. They were, oof.
Yeah, we all had a rough time.
It's when the second lot of commentators showed up. That's when everyone got the good RNG, and you know.
Hey, look,
Yeah.
I called the Sinfin crit, so I'm happy.
Sorry for cursing your runs, I guess.
Oh man, I was so scared I was going to get trolled on Spheromorph because I didn't get a water element. I mean, I did, but Waka got petrified, and if I steal there, I can potentially game over. So I didn't want to do it. I've had that exact game over before, about a month ago. So I was just hoping I didn't get trolled.
Yeah, it's just a time loss if you go without the item.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a huge time loss either. It's like probably like 15 seconds to switch in Lulu, change the element and go again. Maybe 20, but yeah, it's not the biggest deal in the world. Game over is much worse though. Oh boy, I learned that the hard way.
So,
What's the zombie method on Mog?
Yeah.
Oran weapon.
Ooh.
Could be slightly worse.
yeah, none of us commentators knew if you got a zombie weapon or not. We weren't paying attention.
Everyone missed it.
So it was a big mystery for a while whether you got it or not.
Something interesting must have been happening on Crimson's.
I don't know what interesting could have been happening. I was probably doing cutscenes.
So
It's the way you mash that dialogue, though.
Does it just do it for you, Loftus?
Oh yeah.
Team Mog start getting ready because we are close to a finish.
Are you ready for bed, Chris? I was about to say bread, Chris. I was like...
Am I ready for bread in bed? Very much so. I hope to sleep 8 hours before the run. I did 4. Luckily, being in the Heidi call of runners helped me stay awake, which was nice.
Yeah.
I'm surprisingly less tired than I thought I'd be, but I think I'm going to crash as soon as this is done.
Completely understandable.
I think I'm just riding on adrenaline right now.
So yeah, Team Mog is coming up to the final U11 fight, and then we'll pass you over so that FF13 can start. The commentary team for FF13 can start introducing themselves.
Yeah,
Definitely
we'll still be.
won't miss a zombie miss.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose we haven't got much else to commentate in terms of FF10 for this final bit for Wolverine, but obviously we'll be sticking around in case something happens that we need to mention.
And Team Mog can go now.
GG, Chris.
Thank you. 90432. I'm very happy with that.
Sick dude.
So yeah, we'll start handing over to FF13. If you've never seen an FF13 speedrun before, hang around. It's an absolute banger. Do you guys want to introduce the run?
Sure. So hi again. I'm Mr. Titan.
I'm Blue Dolphin.
And I'm Yes41.
When did you get here?
Is Wally here? Wait, who's
I
here?
just
And how
got
many
here.
people are?
So yeah, hi. This is Final Fantasy 13. If you were expecting a run that was at all similar to 10, then you're going to be sorely disappointed. We went from the game that has an infinite amount of cutscenes to the game where we have no cutscenes at all. Still a lot of running though.
Yeah.
Just another break miss.
So yeah, this is Final Fantasy 13. Our runners are going to be Kairun on Team Mog, Olsen on Team Chocobo, and Asi on Team Tonberry. They are all extremely good runners, and this should be really interesting, really good. We start off strong with our two characters, one an ex-soldier and Black Eye, both fighting against a giant scorpion-like monster that likes to fire lasers at us. There's definitely nothing similar about this to any other Final Fantasy game at all. But yeah, so Final Fantasy 13 works off of a much different combat system than 10. It works off another ATB system. If you look at the bottom right of Team Chocobo's screen, you'll see that there's a blue bar that fills up. That blue bar is our ATB gauge. As that fills up, we get to execute different actions. Every different action that a character has, like attack, hand grenade, blitz, etc., all cost different amounts of this ATB. 1 segment, 2 segment, etc. Right now we've got 2 segments of ATB, which means that we can do 2 things of action. When that bar is full, whatever string we input gets executed, and we can also decide to early execute if we have it, and the abilities cost on this HEB. That's like the primary battle thing of how everything's gonna go, how combat works. Well,
Yeah, in these first 2 chapters, it's not that important. We only have really a limited set of abilities. For lightning, that is attack and blitz. For snow, it's attack and hand grenade. It gets a lot more expanded when it comes to chapter 3. And there is a good reason for that.
Yep. The combat for the first couple of chapters is rather lackluster compared to chapter 3 when it really starts to open up. So for right now, we're just going to be punching, swiping, or blowing things up with hand grenades, more or less. We actually.
I'm excited to see the Crystarium expand, but let's see what happens. I'm sorry, I was trying to fit that pun in there.
Good one. So.
You tried.
So.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lou Dolphin. Where does he get it from?
So.
So, what are you saying, Titan?
English.
English, please. Right. So there's several different characters on Olsen's screen. We see Lightning and Saz, who are 2 of the characters that were going to be in our final party. On nobody's screen right now, because it just ended, we are also seeing Snow, who's the big beefcake of a guy that's throwing the hand grenades. Still's got Godot and Lebreau with them, but we're not going to be seeing them for much longer, honestly. But we get to see another part of the battle system here. So if you look on Team Chocobo Olsen, you'll see at the top right, there is an orange bar that's counting down, the Stagger gauge. This is one of the major parts of the combat system, are stagger meters. Every single enemy has a chain gauge. Starts off at 100 and increases whenever we hit them. The amount that it increases will vary depending on how we hit them. We'll get into more of that later. And that stagger gauge has a few properties. the chain gauge has two properties. The first is that it acts as a damage multiplier. When it's at 100, our attacks will do 100% damage. When it's at 200, then our attacks will do 200% damage, a 2 times multiplier. And this goes all the way up to 999. So our attacks start doing a lot of damage really quickly. This entire game is just a game of multipliers. The second is that each enemy has a specific point that in that chain gauge that makes them staggered. We refer to this as the stagger point. If a enemy has a 200% stagger point, then once we get the chain gauge up to 200, then they'll stagger. And staggering has a few interesting properties to it. First is that the chain gauge immediately goes up by another 100%. The second is that they're more likely to get interrupted through us doing different actions. And the third is that a lot of times their resistances and other sort of effects will also change. This is really good. It also will count down. It's got a limited amount of time that it'll do it, and once that chain goes back down to 0, the enemy starts off again at 100. So
I wouldn't say that it's a lot of the time that the resistances change, but yeah. There are only a few enemies that have a particular change in property upon stagger, a few of which are story-based boss fights, but yeah, stagger is important because that enables us to keep the enemy interrupted, so we need to employ that in certain fights in order to avoid the enemy from taking an action that is going to, kill the party.
Yeah. So we also see here now we've got 2 new characters, Vanille and Hope. On the bottom left, they're gonna be pretty cool, or at least one of them is. So.
And you would also note that Vanille has 3 ATB bars. That'll be covered at the end of this chapter. Spoiler.
Well,
And you won't be able to see it right away, but her strength stat's also a bit higher than the other characters right now, which is kind of weird.
Even though
Also,
we
her
don't
weapon is a
actually see
fishing
any
rod.
Yeah. So
in these fights, we're going to be doing them in a very slow manner, and this is to actually drive.
Wait, I thought this was a speed run.
Yes, it's a speed run, but we're doing slow strats.
Wait, that doesn't make sense.
roll the dice.
Is to raise the battle time that we take to as high as we possibly can, and by doing so, we're actually going to limit the amount of stars we get from a fight. So there are stars that you get from every fight, 0 through 5, and what they affect actually is the chances of rare drops and also the chances of shroud drops, which are things that you can now obtain in chapter 2. If we get 5 stars, we will increase the rare drop chance by 5 times, but the shroud rate will still be the same. The lower the amount of stars we get, the higher the chances of shrouds are, and the lower the chances of rare drops are. With 3 stars, we increase the shroud chance by 2. With 2 stars, we increase the shroud chance by 4. And with... No, sorry, I think I got that one wrong. 2 is by 2, 1 is by 4, and with 0, we increase it by 8. So in those 2 little droid fights, they are 50% shrouds. So by making the battle give us only 2 stars, we can guarantee ourselves 2 Decepticons, which are a shroud, which allows us to get preemptive strikes, which will be a lot more effective later on.
It also allows us to run past enemies undetected, which in a game that's all about, or a speedrun that's all about dodging as many enemies as possible to get to the end as fast as possible, it's going to be very important for some dodges. There are some enemies that are outright impossible to dodge without that Decepticon.
So, taking a brief step back, so dodging enemies is something that we haven't actually talked about yet. Unlike a lot of other so, by the way, if anyone's expecting downtime or things for us to take our breath, that's not really going to happen for a while. There's a lot to go over.
Not for Titan, at least. He likes to talk.
I do. But, so, unlike a lot of the earlier Final Fantasy games, every single enemy is spawned on the overworld, and we only get into combat when either we run into them or they run into us. That means that a lot of the time that we're going to be spending in the speedrun is going to be us running past and dodging the enemies. And there's a few good things about this. One is that, if we do have a way to dodge past the enemy, then we don't have to take the fight, and taking fights is slow. The second is, for the most part, we know what the patterns of the enemies will do. So while they can be difficult patterns to get past, the very good runners should know about what to do and how to get past everything, and it managed to save a lot of time just running past all of things. Another good advantage of this fact is that every fight is retryable, so you're never locked into combat. You can't ever game over and just lose the run completely by dying due to a fight that you're not set up to handle. Doesn't matter, you can retry, try the dodge again. Deceptisols, like Luth said, are going to be very useful for this fact. There are some enemies that you can't really run past easily, and so all of the Shrouds act as battle modifiers that you use on the overworld, and Deceptisols can do preemptive strikes, which we'll get to later, but they also act as invisibility potions, which just make it a lot easier for us to run past things. Oh wow, Olsen got a bonus for it.
Yeah, and whilst we're now talking about Shrouds, another shard that we will be picking up in this chapter is the Fortisol, as Olsen just got a 12% there. The Fortisol is a very simple shroud. It gives you haste, which is a buff that accelerates the ATB gauge. It doubles the ATB rate, allowing you to do twice as many actions.
I think it's 50% faster.
Oh, yeah, 50. Sorry. It also gives you bravery, which increases your physical attribute by 33%. Is it
40%?
Yeah. What? Yeah.
They change from game to game, which is why Wally is a little confused.
And then you also get Faith, which raises your magic attribute by 40%. And don't you dare say it's 33% in this game.
It's not. Yeah. So lore-wise, yeah, we will go over through the lore as this happened. There's a lot of mechanics and stuff, so kind of going throughout.
Yeah, in the early game, you'll notice that we keep shifting between characters here, and that's because at this point in the game, all of the characters except for one who we will meet much later are currently in the Pulse Vestige. And basically what's happened is that there is a character, Sarah, who is Snow's fiance, and she is currently trapped in the Pulse Vestige. And Snow's trying to get to her, and Lightning is trying to get to her, and Saz is following Lightning because she looks cool, and Hope is upset because his mom died and fled into the Pulse Vestige, and Vanille is, well, following along. You don't really know anything about Vanille at this point in the story, but she's actually, and this is a slight spoiler, I guess, but she's actually already a Pulse L'Cie, which is a major development that will be revealed later, but she kind of serves as like the outsider narrator, except she actually knows way more about everything going on than she lends herself. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Titan, go.
Yeah, Vanille knows more than she leads on.
That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah. Yeah, and the government's trying. So the government's really scared of Val'cy and L'Cie, and if you're wondering what those are, we're about to find one of them. The world in 13 basically has these really powerful giant beings called Val'cy that can only do one thing, and if they need other people to do stuff for them, like if they want to do something that is outside of their specific task, then they can brand people as L'Cie and gives them access to some magic powers, and then L'Cie have to do a focus, which is just their task. If
Can I interrupt for a second?
Go for it.
Just to comment on where Olsen is right now, this hallway has 5 ghouls in it, and in older routes we used to farm some of those ghouls for some shrouds, because we needed way more than we are getting in the current route. Just wanted to comment on that while we're in there. But anyway, yeah.
Oh, I thought you were going to give the mnemonic. Or the mnemonic.
No, the mnemonic is Fortisol, Deceptisol, Deceptisol, Fortisol, Deceptisol.
I wonder if I relate
It's a
to
great
Shroud.
mnemonic.
Perfect one. So, yeah, they'll see if they succeed in their focus, they turn to Crystal forever, and if they fail, they turn into the monsters that we were just dodging past. And here we go is the first actual boss fight of the run, Anima. This is a Fal'Cie. The important thing is that this is a Grand Pulse Fal'Cie, which is the enemy of Cocoon. So we finally have like a full party here of Lightning, Stone, and Saz. And these swipes that Anima are doing are counterattacks. So what we're trying to do is time Lightning's blitzes after the swipe connects, after it gets triggered by Snow, so that Lightning doesn't get hit by it, because getting hit is slow, it'll interrupt our actions. Anima's also got these two manipulators to the side. We killed one of them with the AoE damage with Blitz, which is, we actually didn't say because we've kind of been going full throttle. Blitz is our default AoE attack. The other one we are just going to take down with attacks, and then we just kind of smack Anima until Anima dies. We actually get a really good item drop from this called the Doctor's Code, which is very useful. We use it throughout the run. We'll get into a bit more details about it later. But you'll see, since Olsen got a bonus Fortisol drop, the drop rate for Shrouds in Chapter 2 is much higher than the drop rate for Shrouds in later chapters. So we kind of use this opportunity to build up the Shroud count that we need for the rest of the run. There's a fight that you're going to be seeing Kaya take rather soon that is another farm fight for Fortisols. But since Olsen had gotten a bonus Fortisol, he skipped over that fight and is going to rely on either getting another drop of it in order to hit his proper Fortisol count, or he'll be able to pick up another chest later on. But Olsen's now in Chapter 3 on Team Chocobo, and the battle system actually finally starts to work now. We've unlocked our rules. End of Anima fight, Anima kind of branded us all to be L'Cie, so we've got powers, and we're also on the run from Cocoon's government, which was our hometown, because they're scared of us for sort of a good reason. So, yeah.
Basically, we have now become the enemy, and upon becoming the enemy, we have also very much become a lot more powerful. We have unlocked, as Titan said, roles, but we've also unlocked the paradigm system, which will be used to very, very great depths, as well as the Crystarium. The Crystarium is your way of leveling in this game, and it expands by stage. So in Chapter 3, we only have the one stage. Okay, we've only got one layer of the Crystarium that we can fill out, and we aren't going to be doing too much with it at the moment, mostly because we lack the resource which is used to obtain these nodes in the Crystarium, which are Crystarium points.
We just don't have any experience yet.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
It's like when you are applying for a job, you don't have the experience yet. You need to spend 4 to 5 years on the field before you can get an entry-level job.
Yeah. Woo! So, there are 6 roles that we have access to. There's Commando, which you can think of as your primary damage dealing role. There's Ravagers, which are kind of like Black Mages. They're very good at increasing chain. There are Medics, which are healers. Sentinels, which are the tanks. Saboteurs, which are offensive debuffs. And Synergists, which are party buffs. Every character will eventually get access to every role. It doesn't mean that their abilities will be the same. And it also doesn't mean that they can do those all now. For the vast majority of this game, every character is going to be limited to 3 what we call primary roles that they have access to. And that's going to serve as a way to differentiate between the characters and what they can do. They're going to learn different things. We're going to set things up, taking advantage of different characters. The other thing with the paradigm system is that combat's going to work by way of paradigm decks. The paradigm deck is we have 6 slots, and in each slot we can say, all right, you character, you're going to be a commando, you're going to be, you second character, you're going to be another one, you third character, you're going to be another paradigm. And we can set these up independent of one another into each of these slots. When we're in battle, we can open up a menu in order to switch between the paradigms, and this will change what abilities all of our allies have access to, as well as what their AI is going to do. Because, in case you haven't noticed by now, we only have control over the party leader. We can only give actions to whoever's in front. Our allies just kind of do their own thing. And the paradigm deck system allows us to manipulate their AI such that they're doing what we want them to do, so that we can actually do these fights in a fast amount of time. Because it's speedrun, we want to go fast.
So right now we only have 4 of the 6 paradigm slots filled. That is purely because we do not require any other paradigms at the moment. We only have a limited amount, because Lightning at the moment has 2 roles as well as Vanille. Snow has all 3, and we will be using all 3 of Snow's roles here in this fight against Manazvin Warmack. This is his final phase. So we started off in aggression just to firstly build up some initial chain, as well as use something that commandos can do, which is a little bit of chain maintenance. So whilst doing damage, commandos will also stabilize where your chain is. Every single second of the battle, chain will decrease. Or well, the chain time will decrease. The more chain time you have going into a stagger, that will actually determine how long your stagger lasts.
We have a max of 45 seconds.
Yes. So we do that in Commando with the 2 aggressions, and then we go into Try Disaster, which is 3 Ravagers, in order to chain very quickly and also interrupt a move called Crystal Rain. Crystal Rain is like a very powerful move that Manazvin can do. It will one-shot Lightning unless you use what the game wants you to use, which was the Sentinel roll. But we didn't really use the Sentinel roll for much other than just directing the enemy's attention onto Snow post-stagger. And then once we got the stagger, we mostly just stayed in the 2 aggressions, switching between them every 12 seconds to get what is an ATB refresh. If somebody would like to handle that.
So, when you do a paradigm shift, you will sometimes notice that your ATB gauge is completely filled up, even if you had shifted after when your ATB was entirely empty. That's because every 12 seconds, the game will give you an ATB refresh, which when you shift paradigms, you'll have a full ATB gauge as the result. And the first paradigm shift will always be an ATB refresh, and then 12 seconds after that refresh, you can have another refresh. So you can't just keep spamming paradigm shifts to fill your ATB gauge. Another Decept is all nice. But yeah, you can't spam the paradigm shift to do that, but you can still get it every 12 seconds. A lot of people time this to mean that you do one full ATB string, you let your ATB recharge, you do another ATB string, and then you shift paradigms. But that method doesn't really work too well in the early game when you have 3 ATB, or even 4 ATB with haste is sometimes too slow.
Yeah.
Or not too fast, I guess is the word.
With 3 ATB, you really want to be doing it after the 7th action. With 4 ATB, you want to do it after 2 strings, but if you have haste, you can do it after the 9th or 10th action. And then, well, and it
kind of comes down to how fast the characters are, because later in the run, when we're leading with Saz, he has 4 ATB, but generally he can do 2 full strings because he's a lot slower with his actions. Versus Lightning, who will have 4 ATB and will machine gun through a lot of her actions. So we would need slightly more time to get that ATB refresh.
If only she used the machine gun more.
There's also a mechanic that I forget what the three-letter abbreviation we came up with for it. Oh, it was RAC, R-A-C. Ready Animation Cancel. I just recently started seeing it in the 13 Discord, and it's new to me. I mean, not the mechanic, the abbreviation.
Sorry to interrupt, but time's coming up for Tom Barry real soon, so...
Alright.
Go Wolverine!
And a half or so, 2 minutes.
It's a good run.
Okay.
Good run. Unfortunate blitz loss.
Stay sharp.
Right, so now we're in a fight with Alpha Behemoth. Not only does Alpha Behemoth have a really high stagger point, but we also used one of our techniques earlier on in the fight. We used the technique Libra. What Libra does is it will reveal partial information about the enemy. It will reveal some of its debuff immunities, but it will reveal full elemental resistances. And that's something that's quite big between each enemy, is their elemental resistances. There are numerous levels of elemental resistance, as well as physical and magical resistance. They range from absorbing, which means that the enemy will heal off of that type of damage, all the way until weakness, where they will take double damage from that element, or, well, from that ability. Every ability has a certain attribute to them, whether it be physical, magical, or one of the 6 elements that are fire, ice, lightning, water, wind, and earth.
About to call time now. Whenever you're ready, Wolverine.
I'll let you do that.
We can't hear you, Wolverine, but that's time.
It's time.
So, Team Tom Barry next run I go. And before we bow out, I'll just take this time to thank you all for allowing us the chance to commentate and run FF10. Yeah, it's been super fun, and yeah, I hope you all enjoyed. And
GG FF10.
GG Wolverine and Chris and Crimson, and thank you for having us commentate. And yeah, good luck to all the FF13 winners and commentators and everyone else in the relay.
Thank you.
Right, cheers everyone. Thank you.
Later. I'm not quite sure if I'm supposed to say, like, thanks for the luck, because I was also a 10 commentator, so...
Fine, don't take it. So what we're now seeing also news is the Deceptor. As Lude said, this makes you invisible to enemies, but it's also going to be a very handy tool. Not only just for dodging, but we can also sort of abuse the retry system in a way. So if you're in a fight and you use items within that fight, or Shrouds before it, and then retry, the game will refund you all items you've used. We'll be using this on the Descent, and by running into a fight with a Deceptor Soul, and then retrying the fight immediately, we will actually get our Deceptor Soul back. So not only have we dodged the enemy, we still have the Deceptor Soul, so it's pretty much going to be multi-use throughout the entire game.
There is no speed difference between the English and Japanese version of the game. Like, absolutely none. They play the exact same way. There's no scrolling text, so the language that it's in doesn't make a difference. There's actually a lot of runners that play it with English language text, but then Japanese voices. Because it does not matter.
The only version that would really change anything is JP 1.0, but that's console only, and also it would end up being slower just because of the AI differences.
Yeah, so
there are a few tweaks that like, you know, the 1.0 version is JP exclusive, and then the NA release, I believe, was 1.1, and then they patched the JP to catch up to it, but they also added easy mode to the game, which is now available on the PC version. Although the easy mode for 13 is a bit interesting in some aspects. But one of the interesting things about JP 1.0 though is the buffing priority, because in the English 13, when you have a synergist with haste, they will always prioritize haste on all 3 characters before doing anything else. But in JP 1.0, haste is lower priority. They will focus on casting protective spells and things that are relevant to the current fight before they get to haste.
Yeah. It would end up making the run a lot more awkward in a way, just in terms of how buffing works. But again, we can't actually use it. We can't play that version. So not really relevant.
Yeah, all of the runners right now are playing this on PC version. PC is the fastest because load times and some like FPS differences that can cause things happen. But we've got Olsen on Team Chocobo right now fighting against Garuda. Garuda is interesting for a few reasons. One is that it's the first of our 2 phase bosses, so we're going to be killing this Garuda quickly and then going to
Actually,
another
the
phase.
second one. The first one was the opening fight.
Oh,
But anyway.
yeah, sure.
That one doesn't really count.
Yeah. So there's a couple things that we're doing in this one. The first is that we're Olsen is only shifting paradigms while lightning's in the air. The first time that you do a paradigm shift in a fight, it's going to do a long shift animation, and that's really slow because the first one's also an ATB refresh, and that's time that we could be using to be doing abilities that instead we're having animations happen. However, this long shift animation doesn't happen if lightning or your character is in the air. It just delays it until the next point that the long shift animation would happen. So by doing the first part of the fight and the first part of the phase 2 with lightning in the air, we delay the long shift animation until we'd be charging ATB while it would be going on. So it just saves a bit of time there. The other thing is this Garuda, the phase 2, is the first of our barrier enemies that we're going to be fighting. Barrier enemies all sort of work in the same way in that they don't take any damage until you stagger them. Once you stagger them, then you start just tearing down their health bar like it's nobody's business. But it's going to be a mechanic that we see throughout a lot of the other fights. The fight there is basically to teach you, like, hey, staggering is good. And we picked up a silver bangle there, which is... It's a small accessory. It gives plus 100 HP, but it's actually really important if we're going to be using it throughout the whole rest of the run. We're also coming up on the first of our Eidolon battles. So each character is going to be getting an Eidolon battle, and plot-wise, they're supposed to be like these mystical beings that are there to make sure that you keep on your path. They show up when you're like unsure of yourself. In the actual game, in the speedrun, we do have they handle differently than all their fights. They don't actually have HP bars. Instead, they have this gestalt meter, which is the purple bar that you see above their head. The gestalt meter will increase based on the character doing different actions, which are all going to be unique to the character, and they'll change for each fight. So in the Shiva fight, we gain it by increasing chain, which we're doing with the frost strikes, and also by tanking abilities in Sentinel roll. And you'll see when Shiva uses ATB charge, which is their big attack. When we go into Sentinel roll to tank it, the gestalt meter would skyrocket up. This fight actually can be like really RNG heavy depending on when the ATB charge happens. So that was a really late ATB charge, so much so that it didn't actually need to tank any of it in Sentinel for it to happen. But yeah, and Aussie's in Chapter 1 right now. Which, by the way, we didn't actually say this before. Chapter 1 is one of the hardest in the game because there's so many awful dodges, and we don't have Decepticals yet. There's not enough room. It's not great. Wally?
Well, yeah, it's the hardest for dodging. But I was also going to mention that every character's Eidolon will have a different quirk. As Titan said, like Shiva there, the gestalt bar goes up if you chain, and if you also guard attacks in Sentinel. The guarding attacks in Sentinel is like the sort of gimmick on that fight. You use the Sentinel, you tank the hits, and the gestalt goes up. But every Eidolon has like their own little thing that really sort of improves the the gestalt bar.
Yeah, it's not actually possible to lose that fight, but you can lose some of the other Eidolon fights, just a timing.
I mean,
you can
always lose the fight.
yeah, you can lose the fight by not gestalting.
Yeah, sure.
The easiest way to win the fight is to sit in the Sentinel role for like 2 minutes, because that will just automatically fill the Gestalt gauge.
Yeah.
But it just serves as the tutorial for how Gestalt works. But there will be people, and have been people, that struggle with getting the Gestalt bar filled even on that fight, so...
Yep. It's... Also, that's the last we're going to be seeing of Snow for a while. It'll be quite a bit before we see him again.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of party switching up in this chapter. So we're starting this chapter off with Lightning and Hope. So we have 4 characters in this chapter.
By the
And
way, Titan said that chapter 1 was the worst chapter. That is a lie, because chapter 4 is the worst chapter.
this chapter is...
So awful.
Yeah, it's a long early game chapter. There's a lot going on with it. And
There's a lot of
the dog
fights.
is terrible.
Yeah, like there's a lot of fights. Some of the fights are really hard. We don't have access to, like, our character roles tend to be really limited because commandos are an amazing source of damage throughout the whole game, especially early. And Lightning is our only commando, so whenever we don't have a commando, it's gonna make things more awkward. We also, like, the dodges in this chapter are just so bad because of birds.
So yeah, right, we're going to get introduced to a lot of stuff going on here. So firstly, we have our saboteurs and synergists, which have been, as stated before, are buffing and debuffing. We're going to be seeing the first uses of the Faith buff, but we're also going to be seeing the D-Shell debuff. D-Shell debuff. Well, debuffs in this game are ridiculous. I will say that now. So, they are debuffs that reduce physical and magic resistance, and they are called D-Protect and D-Shell, and they decrease that resistance by 89%.
Yeah, like,
So you can sort of see what's going to happen here. And we're going to be using both the D-Shell or D-Protect along with Faith, and what we'll be picking up later, Bravery, to really sort of accelerate our damage, even at low chain gauges.
You get a bonus Shroud from that fight? For 3 drops.
Don't know. I don't think so.
Well, we'll see soon.
It's possible to get 3 different drops in that fight, so
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. If we got another bonus Shroud, then what the hell is going on, Wilson?
Yeah, so...
Marathon luck!
Stealing those Shrouds from all the allies, all the other teams. Yes, we're going to be talking about bonus Shrouds a lot. We have routed in the use of minimally 3 Deceps and 2 Fortisols, but anyone that we get past that is essentially just time save. It's not enough time save that it's worth going out of our way to farm for them, but it is still nice time save if we get it, and the likelihood of getting them is low on every individual fight, but it can add up. So.
Oh. Yeah.
So Olsen currently struggling on this singular dodge in chapter 4. And the worst part about it is that, unlike most other dodges where you can just put a Deceptisol and run past, Deceptisol won't work here because they already can't see you. They're just fighting each other and being a nuisance.
This is a special type of fight called a Freeway battle. It will feature 2 groups of enemies fighting each other.
Oh boy, that was close.
In most instances, those enemies will not see you. There are a number of Freeway fights later on in the game which do have enemies that will see you. So we will be using Decept on some of them. But in the cases of those, in what we call the RN gutter section, those will not see you.
Oh,
And
bad.
it's very difficult, especially against the last 2 dodges, which have 6 enemies and 5 enemies each.
So now it's probably a good time to talk about preemptive strikes.
Yes.
So we're doing a preempt. We've done a preemptive strike a few times by now, but we're doing it on the single pulse work soldier. So preempts happen if you run into the enemy without them seeing you first, and they're very useful for a bunch of reasons. The first is that your whole team, and actually also the enemy, starts off with a full ATB charge, which can make things a lot faster. The second is that every enemy that's in the fight starts off with their stagger gauge, with their chain gauge being 0.1% before stagger, or something like it's 1 hit away from stagger.
It's like 90% filled.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it, and that saves so much time because we don't have to. It's not a very long stagger. It would only be by default a 10-second stagger. But the amount of time that it saves because we don't have to increase that stagger gauge is so incredibly much. This is especially relevant for enemies like the Pulsework soldiers, where not only do they don't really take any damage before staggering, and it takes a lot of time in order to stagger them. So the fact that we can just start the fight with them already being staggered ends up saving a lot of time. Whenever possible, we're probably going to be trying to go for preemptive strikes on the enemies that we fight, just because it ends up just being really fast. Just being able to start off by doing insane amounts of damage with them being staggered. So we also get to see here birds, which are the other reason why Chapter 4 is awful. Birds are very hard to dodge because they're very fast and they like falling onto your head.
Yeah.
Not great.
It's definitely not a fun section to go through. Also, we have seen 2 party changes in this chapter, by the way. We started off with Lightning and Hope, we then went on to Saz and Vanille. That section there was a Saz, Vanille and Hope section, but we didn't really do too much in there, just the Pulsework soldier fight. But now we have this party change, which brings Lightning into the party, and it also is probably one of the first bigger menus, as well as we are going to be using the entirety of the Paradigm deck. Because we have
Lightning...
Carry on.
So I was gonna say we have Lightning now, so we have access to the Commando role again. A lot of the upcoming fights are primarily going to be us trying to support Lightning while she does most of the damage.
Yeah, with the stats that we have, the Ravager role isn't going to do much damage. Ravager will only really do a lot of damage once you're in the very late game. So we don't really even get there in the speedrun. But we do have very good means of doing damage just straight up through Commando anyway, so it doesn't matter that much. But yeah, we're just going to be...
Another thing is that the Commando role will provide a passive 100% damage increase to Lightning's actions. So she will be hitting twice as hard as Saz and Vanille would with their Ravager rolls. Ravager would be able to do double damage as well if they were targeting an elemental weakness, which is actually slightly relevant in this fight, but not fully, because the Succubus is weak to water. But
yeah, I think
that'll be a lot more relevant later on.
They're all weak to water. Yeah, and then later on there will also be a synergist buff that will provide elemental attributes to Commando abilities, which will then just make Commandos straight better. So.
I also just want to briefly just say something. So all 3 of the 10 runners did a very, very good job of it. Wolverine got a bit unlucky with the blitz loss, and while it did cause a time loss later on, it was still a very good run throughout. It deserves all the props for getting through it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would give the 10 run a 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10, great, mate. Yeah, so we're about to come up to the Dreadnought fight on
this is
Olsen Team Chocobos.
This
screen.
is one of the harder fights in the run. It's quite a long fight as well, with a lot of involvement part of it. The battles are generally going to be a lot more involved from here on out.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So
Yeah. You go ahead.
sure. So Dreadnought's gonna be another 2-phase fight. There's not really much to say about the first phase. We're going to be chaining a bit so that we don't get interrupted, debuffing, and it's really going to be the first instance that we see how powerful the buffs and debuffs are. So as Wally mentioned before, the buffs are going to increase our stat of the respective type by 40%, and the debuffs are going to lower their resistances by 89%. These stack like in a very, very favorable way to us, so we end up just doing way more damage than we should be doing. And we're also going to be using Libra here because while our AI companions will eventually reveal data and learn what to do, that's really slow, and we prefer that they just know it from the start for a lot of the fights like this, so we use Libra to get that. The important thing about this is going to be the second phase of the fight, though. Libra information carries over from 1 to 2. That's the primary reason we're doing it. And it's going to be a very similar battle mechanic to how we handled Menace and Mormec 2. In that Dreadnought has an attack called Wrecking Ball. And Wrecking Ball deals a lot of damage. And we don't really want to get hit by it because it can just straight up kill us if we're unlucky. The thing is that we always know that Wrecking Ball will show up at a certain point in the fight because the enemy AIs essentially work off of scripts that we know the timings for. So what we're going to be doing is doing enough chain at the right times such that Dreadnought's going to be one string away from Stagger, and then as soon as Dreadnought starts Wrecking Ball, we immediately stagger, and then from here on out, it's essentially a race against the clock. We're going to be smacking him as much as we can, ATB refreshing Lightning, because while Saz and Vanille do some damage, like Lud said, Lightning is going to be doing twice the damage that anybody else does at this point. So making sure that we can optimize for her hitting Dreadnought is going to make things a lot better. Chain is also increasing by a large amount, so now everyone's doing 600% damage, combined with like the 40% buff that we gave to Lightning, and then minus 89%. We're doing way more damage than we should be. We're already hitting the couple thousands. These multipliers kind of make the rest of the game numbers extremely large, so much so that while in most Final Fantasy games the damage limit is 4 9s, damage limit in this game is 5 9s. And we actually will be hitting that damage cap at the end. So, yeah.
So with Dreadnought dead, he dropped an item called the Omni Kit. We're going to be using that as well as the feature that it actually provides us a little bit later on in this chapter. But that's going to be very important, mostly because it's going to be where we're getting a lot of our base damage from. But for right now, we're going to be back into another Lightning and Hope section. So the two parties have split up again. They are back to Lightning and Hope and Saz and Vanille. And this will be how it is for the next while in this game. So Lightning and...
Sorry, Ossie's finishing up with Anima right now. I don't know if he got any bonus shrouds because I can't actually read Japanese.
Fair.
Well, sure. Somebody, anybody?
We'll be able to know the next time that he opens the Shroud menu because they always show up in the same spot. 3D up 1 fort. Okay. Skip the. Alright, so Ossie skipped the fort fight. Thank you, Hoishin and Zero. And Kaya is starting. Kaya on Team Mog is starting the Dreadnought fight right now.
Yeah.
So it should be going roughly. Wow, he caught up already. Huh. Okay.
Or
I guess Arin got her.
by the way.
Yeah, I mean, Arin.
Dreadnought's also
Arin got
Dreadnought is a hot few minutes anyway, so it's...
Yeah.
Yeah. Just closer than I was expecting. Anyways.
But yeah.
You'll notice that on Ossie's side that his roles are labeled slightly differently than the English versions, you see attack and blaster for Commander and
blah, blah.
Ravager. Yeah, so the roles are titled slightly different in Japanese. Instead of Commando, it's Attacker. Instead of Ravager, it's Blaster. Instead of Sentinel, it's Defender. Saboteur is Jammer. Synergist is Enhancer, and Medic is Healer.
I'm convinced the Japanese names are like infinitely better, just from the acronyms alone.
Attack, blah, death, jam, and
Blah blah blah. Yeah.
plur. Yeah. As I was saying,
Oh, man.
we
Olsen just got a bonus Age Assault.
of course he did.
Of
Obviously.
course.
As I was saying, we're gonna be rolling with really just two-man parties here. We got Lightning and Hope. So with Lightning and Hope, we're not gonna be worrying about debuffs and buffs. We're only gonna be worrying about slightly. That's mostly because Hope is a synergist like Saz, except Hope will focus on defensive buffs instead of attacking or offensive buffs. And then Lightning is just sort of like a balanced party member in that she only has Commando, Ravager, and Medic.
Yep. So we're also finishing up with the Dreadnought minigame here on Olsen's screen, which I have.
People say that 13 has no minigames. I find that to be a lie. 13 has one minigame.
It's got
Yeah.
two. It's got two. Chocobo hunt.
Yeah.
Chocobo.
Yeah, so that Dreadnought minigame, there are 3 different rewards for the 2 chests that were after that. We don't really care about the second one. There's not really anything in there. At a base level, it's 100 gil. At its second level, it's 300 gil. And at its third level, it's 999. The second chest is referring to the amount of those pulse-work soldiers that were killed by the Dreadnought Swipe, which is something that you can do whilst in that minigame. Not only is
It
it
takes
slow,
way too long, and it's very difficult to get the 999.
yeah. Not only is the swipe slow, it's also just completely pointless for rewards.
Yeah.
But the one on the left is more interesting.
Yeah, so the one on the left will, at the level that we got it at, which is killing 26 of the soldiers, we get Thickened Tides, which are going to be very useful for later. I have a mini rant about that minigame, which I'll do when later, because we've got the Odin fight currently. So
Mini rant about minigame.
Yeah.
A mini Titan.
So, Odin is probably one of the harder Eidolons. We're going to be very much using precise paradigm shifts here, as well as liberally using potions here, combined with the Doctor's Code. This is where we definitely see the Doctor's Code come into its own element here. So, potions by default will heal either 150 HP, or 5% of max HP. But with the Doctor's Code, it will do a base 300 HP heal, which is so much better than what Medic can do at this level of the game. And overall, potions will be our main healing until halfway into the run.
For quite a while. There's a few other things that go on with the Odin fight. The first is that, while we haven't talked about it before, mouse please move. While we haven't talked about it before,
Be ready for ambushes.
the position that characters actually have matters. Attacks can miss, and most of the time it's to our disadvantage because it's usually our attacks that are missing. But by splitting up Lightning and Hope there, we're actually able to stop Odin from knocking both of them up and dealing damage that way to us. There's a bit more that we'll do later, but we've got also our first of the Eidolon summon fights, and this is supposed to be the tutorial for how to summon, and so we skip the tutorial and summon later anyways. So summoning acts sort of similarly to how it does in 10, in that each character, when they unlock their Eidolon, can summon it at the cost of 3 technique points, which we'll get to in a bit. The summon replaces the rest of your party, so you only got your lead character and the summon. And they've got their own AI, they've got their own set of abilities. We can also build up the gestalt meter, which we can see under lightning. And the gestalt meter does a few things. One, when we go into gestalt mode, which we saw by lightning going on to Odin as a giant horse, we gain access to a new set of abilities. The level of the gestalt meter will affect how many gestalt points we have, which affects how many of the abilities we can use. It also charges up the level of each Eidolon's ultimate ability. In Odin's case is Xantetskin, which will do instant death if the enemies are of low enough HP with high enough chain. And those thresholds will be different depending on what the Gestalt gauge is. It's a really powerful ability, as it turns out. There's going to be quite a few fights where we... the whole purpose of the fight is just to get them into range so that we can Xantetskin kill. And it's really powerful. It ends up saving... So, there is a lot of times that it does save time, but the fact that the Eidolon summon and the Xantetskin animation does take time means usually it ends up being a wash on other times that we'd be able to use it. But yeah, so we're also about to start with the first of the upgrading. So every single weapon and accessory has levels to them, and the levels affect the stats. And we can increase their levels by feeding items into it. And there's 2 types of... Oh,
fight and split.
Yeah, I missed the split. Sorry, I was talking. So there's 2 types of materials. There's organic materials and there are mechanical organic components and mechanical components. The organic components don't add a lot of experience, but they do increase the multiplier by a lot. The mechanical components do the exact opposite. They add a lot of experience, but they decrease the multiplier. So, what the general strategy is going to be when we're upgrading things is we're going to feed in a bunch of organic components to get the item to a ×3 multiplier, and then we'll put in as many mechanical components as we can to make use of that large multiplier and get the item to as high a level as we can. These upgrades are like really powerful. We don't actually do any farming. We do 1 farm throughout the whole game. There's only 1 fight that we do without that isn't required to do, that we do purely for the experience. And as a result, we're
really
kind
farming if it's just 1 fight.
I mean, it kind of is. It's an optional fight is the primary thing about it. And as a result, we are pretty under-leveled from what you would normally consider to do in the run. We get a lot of the stats that we would be losing out from the experience entirely from item upgrades, both weapons and accessories. For reference, we upgraded here the power wristband, which by default has 20 strength, and now it's a power wristband star, and it has 60 strength, and that is a very, very large jump.
Yeah.
Yeah. For reference, our nodes right now only give us like 3 strength each on average, so it is a very, very huge difference.
So we upgraded the power wristband, and it's going to be those types of accessories that we're going to be upgrading the most. The strength accessories and magic accessories. There are a lot of different types of accessories in this game, but so many of them are just not actually useful for what we need that we just completely mitigate them. We're literally just going to be using some of the bangles that we're getting, which increase our HP, strength accessories like the power wristband, magic accessories like the magician's marks, and then a little bit later, well, not a little bit later, but later on down the line, we also use a physical resistance, as well as a couple of auto buff accessories.
These fights here are also a very good example of why preempting is so strong. So this fight, all these fights in what we call the Gauntlet, we're going to try to do a preempt for, because most of them have these Pulsework Soldiers, and as mentioned before, Pulsework Soldiers are kind of obnoxious to get to stagger and to kill. The fact that we can just start these fights with them already staggered saves so much time. This fight here is like 40 seconds slower if we don't have a preempt on it.
Yeah. And this is also starting to show off how we're going to be treating Saz and Vanille. We're definitely going to be setting them up very, very, very powerfully. By using buffs and debuffs, this two-man party becomes extremely busted.
Yeah. So, a bit more about the battle system. Luge can probably shed a bit more light on it. The battle system in 13 is extremely active, since it is real time, and there's a lot of planning that goes into how we set up for each of the fights, depending on what allies we have access to, what abilities they have, what their AI is going to do. The fights are very active, and they also can be extremely hard. Like it is a very difficult but rewarding speedrun to pick up, and a primary motivator for most of the fights that we're going to be doing is strats are better than stats. Like if you play smart, you'll be able to do a lot better than if you just overlevel.
Yeah, a lot of people overvalue the leveling of the game. Like, they'll get stuck at a certain point and will focus on grinding until they max out the Crystarium to make up the difference. But the overall stat gains you get in the Crystarium aren't going to really make up for the strat deficiency that you have that's really making you suffer. 13's kind of an interesting game because if you're struggling in a fight, generally the better approach is to refine your strategy than it is to increase your stats. Unlike other Final Fantasies where your stat points tend to be a weird system, like I know for instance in 10 your strength stat scales your physical damage in a cubic manner. So like you gaining 4 points of strength could mean that you do double damage even if your strength stat isn't doubled. But 13 stats are linear, so if you go from 100 strength to 200 strength, your physical attacks are doubled. If you go from 100 strength to 104 strength, your physical attacks are 4% more powerful, which is pretty small. So oftentimes trying to grind for that little itty bits of strength stats don't really do as much that it is to just figure out what you're doing wrong in the fight.
But like one exception is HP. HP plus 100, 200 can be really powerful, but yeah, strats are better than the stats. Otzi is coming up now on the Garuda fight, so hope that all goes well for him.
He picked up the Phoenix down.
I think
no!
the other two didn't.
Picking up the Phoenix down is a 2-second time loss. It's unacceptable. I joke about that because I pick up the chest too, and then people will call me out on it because it's like you don't need to pick up that chest, as if like that 2 seconds is the difference between first and second.
Yeah. So
not yet. Not yet.
Not yet. So for the guild route for this game is both strict and really lax at the same time. This is going to be about like a 5-hour run for those wondering. So for the first part of the game, Gil can be kind of tight, and it definitely relaxes more as the game goes on. At any point, if you can't do a shop, it's just time loss. It's not a run over. You just kind of delay the next part of that shop until until the next time that you would normally do it, and that's really useful, honestly. That's really useful, honestly. So there's going to be points that if any of the runners are short, that they'll be able to just make it up and everything will sort of coalesce. As a result, a lot of runners have started to skip a lot of the Phoenix Down chests, which are primarily just used for selling at 500 gil. because the 500 gil, it's a nice buffer to have, but it doesn't always make or break it. So, it looks like Asi had a really good Garuda fight. Yeah, no Mono Shroud there. So now we're in chapter 5.
Should we do a lore update? Let's do a lore update.
Yeah, do a lore update.
There's a lot of dodging, it's a lot of running and cutscenes, and Hope runs slower than the other characters, by the way.
Yeah. Runs at
Just a little
93%
bit,
speed because he's a teenager.
Something like that. But yeah, so our two parties are split up into Lightning and Hope and Saz and Vanille. Meanwhile, Snow...
Oh no, wait, Kai, I got double self-destruct.
Uh-oh. He's dead.
Yeah. That bomb fight is actually one of the most trolly fights in the whole game.
Yeah.
The bombs self-destruct will do more damage the higher HP that they are, and if you don't get a preempt, they can both decide to self-destruct like way earlier than they should, and there's not a lot of things that you can do about it most of the time, except try to move Saz far enough away that he doesn't get hit by both of them. Which, yeah, so that second time they had another double self-destruct, but by doing the single attack, Saz was able to back away and was only going to be able to hit by one of them. So, worked out well there.
Unfortunately, you do lose the CP if a bomb self-destructs, so we didn't actually get any CP out of that fight. But
yeah,
surviving is more important. But
yeah, death is not the end-all. Sorry, just one last thing before the lore. Death isn't the end-all be-all for any of these fights, because if you game over, for any reason, you just respawn right before the fight, like with everything else. So it is just time loss, but there isn't anything that is like bad because of it, other than time loss. Yeah. So yeah, lore update.
This is really minor, but I had an idea the other day where the game over screen should be replaced with the Demon Souls "You Died" screen.
I approve. But yes, so our party members are split. So we have Lightning, Hope, Saz and Vanille. Meanwhile, Snow has been taken in by the army, but by like a special branch called the Cavalry. The Cavalry are not inherently hunting the Lassie. They're actually not really following their orders to execute the Lassie, and are in fact actually harboring not but one, but two Lassie now.
Spoilers! Also, hi Lebro, bye
no.
Lebro.
We get a brief glimpse of our sixth party member
3-1.
at the end of chapter 3 when
But
Snow
we
gets
skipped that
taken
cutscene.
in. But yeah, we skipped that cutscene. So Snow's very much just in the army's hands, and not much is really told to us about it. We just get a little brief section at the end of chapter 4 which delves into a bit of the past in this game, which is also a very, very, very extensive. Meanwhile, with Lightning and Hope, they are trying to get their way to Eden. Eden is the government seat of power. Lightning wishes to just completely destroy Eden for putting her into the position that she's in, and is willing to just fight whatever. Meanwhile, Hope is just trying to get stronger as he tries to enact revenge upon Snow for his mother's death in chapter 1. Meanwhile, Saz and Vanille aren't really sure of what they want to do, so they ultimately make the decision to try and run. They want to run away from the fighting.
Oh, Oxy's getting trolled by the watch drones. So one thing
it's a very narrow gap there.
Yeah. So one thing that we haven't mentioned yet is the time that the runners are going to be trying to using decepts and opening menus.
Oh, that almost ran out.
Oh my god. So, the opening the menu of any kind, if it's like the main menu or the deceptive menu, will cause the characters to stop moving. That takes time because any time that they're not moving is time that we're not progressing. The points that this doesn't happen is if a character is in the air jumping. So whenever possible, especially for activating Shroud menus, the runners are going to be trying to open and use the Shroud while doing a jump, because then they don't have to worry about waiting. So on Olsen's screen for Team Choco, we are about to start Feral Behemoth 1, and this fight is a really good example of like Commando versus Ravager. We're gonna be fighting this enemy twice, and this enemy is weak to water. The characters in the game try to optimize for increase of chain rather than the speed that the string executes at. And one of the chain modifiers, which we'll explain in more detail after this, one of the chain modifiers that that increases things is alternating between like a physical and a magic attack. So lightning is going to be doing Aqua Strike, water, and it will do a lot of damage, but it's a lot slower than if she was just doing 4 Aqua Strikes, because the Feral Behemoths are weak to water. We're going to be doing that exact same fight later, just with lightning as the lead instead of Hope. And the second fight is going to be a lot faster, solely for the reason that that we're controlling lightning, and we're just going to tell lightning to only do Aqua Strikes. We've also got the Crawler ×10 fight here, which is one you really don't want to preempt, because this preempt animation takes a really long time. This fight's also one of the scariest in the game, because there's 10 of them, and they attack really quickly, and like 2 of them hitting Hope in the row will kill him. Or 3 of them hitting Hope in the row will kill him, and it's really not great. One of you want to talk about chain conditionals?
No.
Or should I do it? Okay, I'll do it.
But it's not really too important. We use it a little bit in Feral Behemoth there. Like, we saw the string of arrow, water, even though there is a water weakness.
I'll take the lead.
Doing alternating elements increases chain by a little bit. Later on, we'll definitely be using this a lot more in the form of fire thunder strings. But for right now, it's not too important. And then with lightning doing like Aqua Strike water, that also increases chain by a bit. But as Titan said, it's a very slow and inefficient way of doing it.
Yeah, the primary thing is the game rewards you with increased chain by doing different actions, and the fastest way to do different actions is 2 spells of different types that are the same type of damage. While a lot of people might have the idea like, oh, commandos are dealing damage, so they do physical stuff, and ravagers are magic, so they only scale off the magic stat. That's not true. Instead, each of the abilities that they scale off of, each of the stats that an ability scale off is dependent on what the ability is. So all of the spells scale off of magic, and all of the physical things scale off of strength. So you can have the Aqua Strike is a Ravager ability that scales off of strength because you're physically hitting them, and you have Ruin, which is a commando ability, but it does magic damage.
But I thought Commando was physical and Ravager was magical.
Nope. In fact, that is the exact opposite of what I just said.
It's especially not in this fight that Olsen's doing. Like, we're just doing Aqua Strike. It does more damage purely because we are strength spec. But we're also going to be doing something in this fight which we haven't seen yet, which is a comm buffer, or a commando buffer. So when you do an ability, it does actually have a time it takes to actually hit the target.
Yeah, he messed up the stagger duration there.
And during that time, if you actually shift to a paradigm which has a different role, that ability will take on any roll bonus that that role gives. So if we take a strike or a spell from Ravager, and it actually hits whilst in commando, it'll actually do more damage than it's really supposed to. And that can really help in this fight.
Chain's looking a lot better on this one.
Yeah.
Yep.
The way that stagger duration works is that whatever the chain duration is at stagger, you double it and add 8 seconds to it with a maximum of 45.
Yes.
So if you have like 2 seconds left on your chain gauge, when you stagger, you double 2 to get 4, and you add 8 to get 12, so you get 12 seconds of stagger. Which is why if you don't maintain your chain gauge that well and you let it drop pretty low before you stagger, you'll have a much shorter stagger. In that fight, we don't try to max out the duration as much as in other fights, because we just try to stagger as quickly as possible. But in doing so, we do run the risk of having too short of a stagger.
Yeah, it can be really rough if you get interrupted because it just eats into the stagger time, which is what had happened there. But yeah, the fight was, again, same enemy. The only difference is that we're controlling lightning and we can tell her what to do. And the fact that we can just have her only do Aqua Strikes makes the fight a lot faster.
Yeah. And the main reason why we wanted to stagger in that fight very quickly was because Feral Behemoth does a lot of damage, and our characters do not have a lot of HP.
Yep.
Purely because we aren't actually leveling them in any way.
Yeah. It's one of the first instances of really showing how effective interruption is during staggers, because we will early execute strings to stop Feral Behemoth from swiping us, because we don't want to get swiped.
Yeah. The next boss.
Swiper,
is
no
also
swiping.
very good.
Yeah, I was just yeah. I was trying to think of how to say that with like the stuff, but
The boss at the end of Chapter 5 is also very, very a very good indicator of what interruption can do.
yep. So
But
yeah, so
well,
he should be using the bonus decept here, because so the rest of the run is routed for 3 decepts, and since Olsen on Team Choco in the lower left got a bonus Decept Assault, we get to use it instead of canceling this one. This Decept ends up saving like 30 seconds, because not only is the fight faster, but we don't have to cancel and re-enter the fight. This is a mandatory one. And after this fight, we're about to get to one of the first big walls of the run. Which is Aster Protoflorian.
Also known as Bulbasaur.
Yep, also known as Bulbasaur. And it's one of the hardest fights to learn and to execute, because unlike a lot of other fights, there's a lot of different things that can happen and that can go wrong, and things can be pretty precise. We're going to be doing a bit more leveling here. We're trying not to level Hope as much as possible because we want him to be weak for later on. And yeah, so once we get to the we use the Ether Soul, which is going to replenish our TP technique points, which we can use for things like Libra and Summon and all those other techniques. And we're going to be using the Fortisol because we need these buffs. It makes things a lot faster. The fight is going to start out by us just trying to survive and deal a bit of damage, increase a lot of chain. The point that this becomes difficult and different is Proto has 4 different forms called exoproofings. We've got Exo Fire, Ice, Lightning, and Water. These will all affect Proto's different resistances and what it absorbs and what it's weak to. And that's going to affect the strategy for the rest of the fight, because as mentioned before, different elements are weak to different things. So lightning is weak to water, water is weak to lightning, fire is weak to ice, and ice is weak to fire. The thing is that for strikes, we only have Aqua Strike and Spark Strike, so we can only do a really fast thing with Exo, Lightning, or Water. And if we get
Don't we
Exo
want
Fire...
Sorry, I was gonna make a joke.
Oh.
Don't we want Exo Water because we have Lightning in our party?
Oh, this is true, but Proto's such a huge fan, he went for Exo Lightning.
Exo Lightning.
So, the issue with Exo Fire is that Lightning doesn't actually have access to Blizzard right now, which means that we can't increase the chain by a lot, which is not great. We don't have a good way of doing it.
The reason why we can't really chain very well in fire is mostly because Proto is naturally having every element, so it's really the exoproofing that's allowing us to find good chain as well as the damage here.
So now that we've staggered, it's Exo Lightning, which means that water is going to be doing twice as much. And we're primarily keeping an eye on Hope and making sure that Hope gets the refreshes, so that we keep Proto interrupted and Proto's not hitting us. Because Proto does a lot of damage. We've got a few attacks we've already seen already, like Efflorescence that deals a lot. We've got, his attacks will two-shot anybody that it targets. So we just try to keep Proto interrupted the entire time until he dies. At the very end, we do a buffer into Slash and Burn because it just makes the last attack do a lot more damage. Not only do you get the 2x multiplier from the ability, my mouse is not responding. Give me a second. Not only do you get the 2x from the 2x multiplier from the ability being an elemental that it's weak to, you also get another 2x multiplier from it being a commando when it's hitting, and that's super powerful. It ends up just dealing a lot more damage. So Kai is starting it as well right now, and we'll see what Exo gets. If it's Exo Fire, it's like an automatic 30-second time loss because we have to wait it out. We can't effectively do anything about it. Exo Ice is also a bit slower because we don't have a Flame Strike, so we can't make very good use of Lightning Strength. So we have to do a slightly different strat by summoning. And other than that, the first part of the fight is mostly just trying to survive. The potion timings are pretty precise, such that Hope doesn't die and the Lightning doesn't die. If Lightning dies, it's game over, and if Hope dies any point here soon, then it's also pretty much game over. Hope does actually a lot of damage for this point in the run and in this game. Or not in this game, but in this fight, at least.
First things first, we need to clear these
So, let's see how this goes. Exo Ice. Alright. So the strat here is going to be a bit different. Rather than keeping a stun lock by doing strikes on the dual casting, instead... Oh, I wonder if Kai is actually going to go for summon. Well, I guess we'll see.
Depends how he's feeling.
Yeah. So, what we're going to be doing is just trying to skyrocket Proto's chain a lot more, a lot higher than we would be normally, and then keeping a stun lock in the commandos, so doing attacks. And then either Kai is going to summon to go for a Xantetskin kill, or if he gets the chain high enough at the start and the damage works out, he should just be able to kill with just attacks. One of the really nice things about Proto is that in most instances, if you're running low on damage, Xantetskin will be enough to kill. It's just always a bit slower when you do so, because the summon and the Xantetskin animation take a bit more time. So let's see how this goes. Yeah, he's gonna have to summon.
Yeah, but this is a very big indicator of just how powerful Xantetskin is, though. Because we can just literally rely on that to make this work. Just like that.
Yeah. So the last thing that I want to say, because Asi is currently doing the minigame, is I don't understand the design decision behind this minigame. Like, I get the like, oh, we should give rewards for the minigame, right? But it's a random chest reward in the middle of a chapter. That the only time you're gonna know that you would have got something different in that chest is if you replay the game again, killed like a different number of Pulse Work soldiers in the minigame, and remembered what the contents of a random chest was the last time you played the game, however many like days, weeks, months ago. Like, it's just so nonsensical. I don't get it. There's like no indication that the chest is based off of the reward that you get there. It's like, I don't get why.
Titan will continue to rant about this for the next 10 minutes. But it's a marathon, so we should stop him with that rant right now. And explain...
that is roughly the end of it. Chapter 6 is like a super chill chapter. It's got fantastic music to it. honestly.
Yeah, there's
really chill.
we only have one fight in this chapter. We can just dodge everything else. Midway through it, there is a upgrade where we upgrade Saz's weapon, the Vega 42s. So instead of having a very small amount of strength and magic, they now have over 100. So take your best guess as to what that means.
This chapter is also the chapter where Saz complains a lot.
Yes.
This place would make a nice picnic spot, minus the uninvited guests.
Yeah, so...
All this darkness is damp.
So yeah, Saz and Manil are still running away, and they have ended up in the Sunlift Escape. And they are now on their way to a city called Nautilus, which is nicknamed the City of Dreams.
So real quick, so Asi's about to start. Odin is the name of the fight, and I just want to highlight again that we're doing the 2 attacks like to split up Lightning and Hope, so that Odin's Thundaras only hit Hope. Lightning's gonna be chilling off to the side, everything being all cool. You'll also see the higher that the chain gauge goes on Odin, the more that the gestalt gauge is going to increase over the course of the fight. So it's a really good like visual indication of how much chain actually matters for this. So Odin decided to retarget onto Lightning, which is a bit awkward because Lightning can get knocked up. But by throwing a potion, it interacts with it's called the cut and keep system, which determines if someone gets knocked up or interrupted. And throwing items, it makes it so that it's almost impossible to get interrupted. So just by throwing the potion, we stop ourselves from jumping up into the air unwillingly. So that was a really good fight there. 51 seconds is a really nice time.
But
I did it. My mouse worked that time. My mouse has like decided to keep on disconnecting from my computer, which is kind of awkward. But yeah. So also in chapter 6, very briefly while I can get back to the plot, we pick up another Doctor's Code, and while Doctor's Codes don't stack in their effects, like what Wally mentioned before, Doctor's Codes are very, very useful for what they disassemble into. Every single item, you can upgrade it to the star, which is the max level for the item, and from there you can either upgrade it to the next tier of item, or you can disassemble it for a bunch of things. And Doctor's Codes disassemble into a Fortisol, Aegisol, Aethersol, which and an elixir. And you can think of an elixir as a super potion. It restores all your party's HP and all of your TP. Yeah, and it's very useful, and it works. Like, we make use of all of those shrouds, and it's well worth the amount of time that it takes to pick up the Doctor's Code and upgrade it, in order that like we get the use of that later. Yeah.
There's only one limiting factor to the elixir, and that is it will only heal party members that are alive in the battle. It will not revive party members.
So you can regenerate TP during battle, it's just very slow.
Yeah. Regenerating TP during battle is not something you ever really want to be doing. It just takes so long. You get a lot more TP back from finishing a fight, and the higher an enemy's level is, the more TP you will get back. That is pretty much the only reason for the enemy level. But we are now here on E&E, so we'll be starting this fight off getting ourselves set up with buffs and debuffs. Both Enki and Enlil Stagger at quite a low point, so we're actually able to pretty much be at Stagger by the time we're done with all of this supporting.
I'm also, do you know if Olsen does does Olsen do symbiosis? I don't know.
No, he did double Pythona.
Okay, cool. So, this fight is going to be a really good example of interruptions. So, Okay, poison landed. So, we most of the time, we don't want Anakin and Enlil to be able to take an action after we stagger, because as Enki just did there, they have an ability called Bellow that will remove. Oh, Saz died. That's not good. They have an ability called Bellow, which will remove all the debuffs on themselves and will add a bunch of buffs, which is not good. Like, we worked really hard for those debuffs. So usually what you try to do is, after stagger, you weave in Saz's attacks with Vanille's poisons, and poison is an extremely busted ability. It does percentage damage and also does additional ticks of damage, so it usually keeps the enemies interrupted while the poison ticks are happening. Unfortunately there, the timing was just a bit off and the poison landed a bit late, so the Bellow went off, Saz then died, so we've got to spend a bit more time buffing Saz up again.
I think in that case, so the poison landed when it needed to. It's just the ready animation cancel didn't happen. I think his ATB shifts, paradigm shifts were just off slightly, so Saz just wasn't acting at the right time. But you can also see that we're doing a lot of damage with Saz. He's doing almost 7,000 per attack that he does, and this is down to the Protect being on the target, Saz having both bravery as well as the end spell that will hit the weakness of either Enki or Enlil, as well as having a weapon that does over, or gives him over 100 strength, and a power wristband which also gives him 60 strength. But you'll see there that we can get a lot of damage out of not a lot of effort.
The strength accessories and the upgraded weapon are just incredibly powerful. So Kaya's also now here on Enki and Enlil up on Team Mog, and Kaya is actually doing a slightly different strategy. So while Ulson was trying to keep Enki and Enlil interrupted, Kaya is actually going to be planning on Bellow happening. It's a slightly different strat that is a lot riskier, but does save a couple of seconds. If everything goes really well. And one of the primary differences is that we're not going to be buffing Vanille up at all. We're going to be manipulating Saz's AI so that only Saz gets all the buffs, and that's where a lot of the time save comes. So Bellow should be happening here, then we're going to just instantly recast the D-Protects, and Saz should be killing Enki with this refresh, which wasn't a refresh.
One more attack anyway.
Yeah, there we go. Alright. So now we're in Symbiosis. Saz is... One thing that we didn't mention, we threw a Libra Scope in this fight instead of using Libra. The Libra Scope acts as a Libra, it's an item, but it does it on all enemies instead of one at a time.
Yeah, it does it on all enemies as well as reveal all information, so full debuff information, full elemental information, all the drops, and also stagger point, chain resistance, and HP and level.
Yep. So it's a bit less. This is a bit less reliant on some of the debuffs. We don't have to worry about landing poison, but we do have to worry about re-inflicting D-Protect. And looks like this is all good. Nice. So it was a really good fight.
But yeah,
I say as that last water didn't actually kill.
and also the reason why we use Symbiosis is synergists will not buff medics. There is a bit of prioritization based on roles. Medics and sentinels will be prioritized lower for AI synergists. So like if party members are in Commando and Ravager or Saboteur, then they're going to get buffs before medics and sentinels. Meanwhile, Ozzy's having a pretty decent... I think Ozzy's had a pretty decent chapter 4.
Yeah, it's looked pretty good, honestly.
Yeah.
Doing the gauntlet right now.
Yeah, he did the gauntlet in a bit of a different way. He started off with the close right, and then actually went around and then went to the left side, and finished up with the 2 Pulsewort Soldier fight. It's just another way you can do that area, and a few runners do prefer to do it that way.
Yeah. Now Kaya and Olsen on Mog and Choco, respectively, are both in Chapter 7. This is going to be a rather long chapter with a lot of party changes. And oh my god, rude.
What happened? Uh-oh.
I was making a pun in chat.
Oh.
I don't have the chat. I'm bad.
So we're in Chapter 7 now. Chapter 7, there's going to be a lot of character and party swaps going on. The plot-wise, we're like back in the main part of Cocoon and are trying to more or less make our way to Hope's house. There's like a large section of dodging, and then we get to Shiva Stadium, which will be soon. Shiva Stadium is interesting primarily because it's the first of the we start this battle in gestalt form. There's going to be a couple of fights where we just start already gestalted, and the fastest thing to do there is always going to be figure out how to win the battle without needing to leave gestalt, because that's really slow. There's a whole animation associated with it, and summons are actually like pretty powerful, so the fact that we just get a free one's really nice. So yeah, this fight's also interesting because it works differently depending on what your average FPS is, and also if you're on console or not. PC and console, well, primarily FPS, affects how many times some things can hit, as well as how long stagger duration can last. So if you're on console, you have to do a different strat because your things just kind of do less.
Yeah, chaining is different between console and PC. It's mostly an FPS thing. 30 FPS seems to mess up chaining a little bit. Especially if you're playing on the Xbox version, where you end up with shorter staggers, which is strange, but yeah, we had to do a certain set of moves there just to make sure that we kept chain building. It's very easy to lose chain whilst in gestalt form. Also, Snow's back.
Yep, hi Snow. We greatly appreciate you being back, definitely.
So yeah.
Also, shoutouts to Hopes asking if Ice Tracks is a Lassie power.
Yeah. So, Snow's back. We got access to Sentinel role again. It actually gives a tutorial on Sentinel because even though we had it before, it's been so long the game figured we thought we'd forgotten. Starting at this point, a lot of the enemies have the chances to drop incentive chips, which are going to be really useful. Unlike a lot of other Final Fantasy games, you don't actually get gil for beating enemies. Instead, some enemies can drop premium mechanical components, which don't add a lot of experience but sell for a lot of money. And incentive chips sell for 2,500 each, and they're very, very useful. Also, here's the backup Fortistall chest that was mentioned before. Since since Olsen didn't get got a bonus Fortistall very early on, he was banking on getting another bonus later. But he didn't get it, so he's got to do the backup, which costs like 30 seconds or so, but it's worth the ability, worth the time try for it. Also, Kaya keeps on failing this flan dodge.
Ooh. Flans are very much cardboard boxes.
Hitboxes are weird.
So this is a flan fight.
Yep. Meanwhile, Olsen doing one of the more interesting dodges in this little snow section. That fight has a warlord in it. Those types of enemies, which are called elites, they move very quickly, much like the birds in Chapter 4, but they don't correct their trajectory as quickly as the birds do. So they're sort of just running in a direction. If they miss, they're then going to have to turn around, and then they try to charge you again. So with that dodge, we're sort of just trying to cross his path and just let that guy just fly past.
Also, hi Fang. So Fang's our last character that we're gonna have added, and we're gonna be making heavy use of her in this section. And oh wait, bye Fang. I hope you enjoyed the Fang section of the run.
No, that's the Blinded by Light section. No, that's not the Blinded by Light section. That's the introduction to Fang section. It's also a section with, I think, some particular music, but it's gone now, so bye.
It has desperate struggle.
It's desperate struggle.
It was a struggle for me to say desperate struggle.
Struggle for screen time.
Yeah.
Fun fact, Fang at that point will always have 2800 CP.
Yeah.
No matter how many fights you fought to this point.
Yeah.
So if you're the type of person that likes to get Cloud and Barret to level 99 in the Sector 7 reactor, and you do the same thing in this game, getting everyone to 999,999 CP in Chapter 3, you'll get Fang in your party and she'll still have a measly 2800 CP.
Yeah, the game kind of tries to trick you and be like, yes, Fang was definitely with you this entire time, because she has a partially developed Crystarium already. But if you look at all the nodes, they all cost 0. So, the game just tries to put Fang at the point that it thinks your character development will be.
Also, the Crystarium that is developed is extremely bland.
Yeah, there's not a lot at it. There's not a lot in it.
Yeah, it's one of only 2 instances where your CP is set. The first being after Chapter 2, where it's just set to 80, before you get the 21 from the free ghasts to bring us up to 101, and then just there where it sets it to 2800, which honestly you can't do too much with. You can pick up a few commando abilities, but you can't really do too much past that. Also, something to know about Fang is that she is the only character that does not have Ravager as a primary role. She has Commando, Sentinel, and Saboteur. Her Sentinel works a little bit differently to Snow's. While Snow is very much geared towards minimalizing damage to both himself and party members, Fang at the moment is very much just to support herself, heal up, and she can also evade some actions. And
wait, she has evade?
I think she has evade at this point. I think that's given to her immediately.
Huh.
Yeah, I think she has it because we sometimes use it against Kalavinka.
Yeah.
Oh, huh. Okay.
And then we also have her Saboteur, which works a lot differently to Vanille's. Vanille is very much more geared towards doing damage, whilst Fang's is very much geared towards stopping the enemy from doing a lot of actions. She starts off with only one Saboteur ability, which is Slow, which will have the ATB rate of an enemy, which we'll be seeing in good use later on in this chapter. But for right now, we have the Snow and Hope section, and a lot like the Lightning and Hope section, there's not really any sort of focus on buffs or debuffs, mostly because we only have Protect on Hope, and then Snow is like Lightning in that he just has a very balanced set of roles and nothing crazy.
Yeah, Hope tends to be very defensive at this point in the game.
We're also seeing Aussie with a pretty tame Crawler ×10 fight.
Crawler X10 is the hardest fight in the game.
It can be.
Yeah, you're not really wrong, is the worst part.
So
one other thing that we're going to be doing a lot is picking up chests that contain weapons in them. We're not going to be using any of these weapons. We're just picking them up essentially to sell them. Basically, every single chest that we have is every single chest that we get access to is like, oh hey, it's more gil.
Yeah, a lot of
The fights are being retried because we're Deceptisol canceling past them. By running past the fight with the Deceptisol, going to the other side of the battle zone, re-entering the fight and retrying them, we end up spawning on the other side of the battle zone. Spawning on the other side of the battle zone with our Deceptisol back, so it lets us essentially get past a dodge for almost free.
Also, what we're witnessing here is one of the bigger upgrades. So we upgraded the lightning weapon to give her some more damage, and we also upgraded the snow weapon, the wild bear. So now he's got a lot of strength to his, or a lot of strength on him now. Because in this fight, we're very much going to be relying on that brute strength. And it's also going to show off a lot of the animation cancelling when it comes to shift animations.
Yep.
Because we're going to be in the air quite a lot against Ushu.
Yep. So this is Ishmael Subjugator 1. I say 1 because we're going to be fighting this character model a lot. And the fight's going to be split primarily into two parts. The first is like what Wally mentioned, in that we're going to be jumping in the air, throwing off our attacks, and shifting while Snow's still in the air because it's going to delay the long shift animation. The second part is the summon part of the fight. We summon at such a point that we're not going to be launched into the air by Tailhammer, which means that we get to take more actions. And then the second part is we're waiting for Overdrive. So we don't have a Saboteur available to us right now, but when Ushu uses Overdrive, it applies Deprotect and Deshell onto itself.
That Tailhammer double hit.
Yeah. So while we were punching things beforehand, and it wasn't staggered, but the fact that Ushu is now staggered and has the Deprotect on itself means that our punches just do a lot more damage. Unfortunately, Shiva was dismissed rather early, just because the Tailhammer hit both of the Shiva sisters. So Hope came back a lot earlier than usually does, and it makes the fight like a tad slower, but should be going all well. Another interesting thing about the upgrade menu that we see Kaya doing right now here is it generally is faster to spend a bit more gil in order to do either less inputs or get less pop-up animations saying like, oh, it increased to this level and it got to this EXP bonus. So we give the Blazefire Saber, which is Lightning's weapon, first 15 sturdy bones and then another 34, because that gets us to the EXP and multiplier that we need the Blazefire Saber to be at, while also minimizing the number of pop-ups that we get. It does cost a bit more gil, but it ends up being like a few seconds faster, which a lot of these menus is what we're trying to optimize for.
Yeah.
And we're back to the second portion of we got a Fang lead here. The first Fang section was primarily meant as a here's your new character, see what she can do sort of thing, but we don't actually have to take any of those fights, so we just skip past all of them. For the next fight that we're going to be taking in a bit less than a minute, it is going to be Fang lead, and we are going to have to do things a bit differently. The fact that Fang doesn't have a Ravager makes things a bit slower, but should be all good. Yeah. I believe.
Even without Ravager, she can still chain decently just by spamming debuffs. Because even if you already have a debuff on, nothing is really bad about you just still casting it. Because it will still give good chain every time it hits.
So, bit of an unfortunate sync up here. Olsen is going to be starting the next fight as Asi is doing Proto. So, I'm gonna go over a bit on what Olsen is gonna be doing, keeping an eye on Asi. But you know, Lude, what do you think of Hope at this point? Like, I think he's actually pretty powerful, right? He can definitely handle some fights by himself, right? What do you-
Yeah.
Welcome to the Hope lead section of Chapter 7.
He went to the wrong paradigm, and now he's dead.
I really had hope.
No.
So,
welcome to Ushungo Subjugator number 2. It's the same
this one
one,
works
twice. But
yeah, this one works a bit differently than the first one.
Yeah, this is also the second longest fight in the run. We're going to be using a lot of the Paradigm's Smart Bomb, as well as Relentless Assault, in order to really just drive chain up. Ushu staggers at quite a high percentage, so we're actually able to get to pretty much max, which is 999.9, quite easily in this fight. So we're going to be seeing a lot of spamming slow in order to build up chain, as we only have 2 Ravagers, and then using Relentless to do damage whilst boosting chain, whilst Lightning and Hope are using the ability Fundara. So, elemental spells have 3 different tiers. They have their base, they have Ra, and then they have Ga. The Ra and Ga spells have a little bit of a bonus when it comes to staggered enemies, in that they chain a lot better than just regular spells. And this is actually lied to when it comes to the game. When in the game, if you actually look at the ability, it will say staggered targets take more damage. That's not true.
The game is lying?
It will not do more damage. It will just chain better.
I don't know what. Oh, Exo Thunder. Okay.
Yeah, alright. Proto's been nice to all of them. Well,
I kinda got ice, so...
Yeah.
Seems like we all got it wrong. We were trying to spam water, but instead we made him weak to water.
I mean, the intent is still there. So, one of the things that we're doing with the Ushungo Subjugator 2 fight is Fang has an ability called Launch, which on a staggered target, if you attack, will launch any in the air, and we try to keep Ushu's juggled in the air with this. Fang also has an ability called Smite, which we just saw go off. If an enemy is about to end stagger and is in the air, Smite will sort of smack them onto the ground and just do a lot more damage. This is one of the only fights in the game that we actually do a double stagger for, and it's just because we don't have enough damage, and Ushu does has way too much HP and does way too much damage for us to really do anything else.
It's way too much HP for this point in the game.
It really does. Yeah. One of the primary reasons why we want slow on Ushu is because Ushu does way too much damage, and if we didn't have him being slowed, then we would just be dying left, right, and center. It's not very good.
All enemies in this game have an ATB bar, and their abilities have a lot more variance in how much of that ATB bar they take up. Ushu's attacks are very low ATB costing. Ushu can attack so quickly using these using laser rain. Another thing that happened when once we ended the first stagger is that we actually started using Mystic Tower, which had Sentinel in it. And that was mostly because of targeting and the focused attack that Ushu can do. We weren't really guarding for it. We were mostly using Sentinel just for its passive damage reduction. And that is
Also,
a lot of what we'll be doing with that role.
Yeah, also just making sure that Ushu is hitting Fang as opposed to Lightning or Hope.
Yeah.
Because Fang has a lot more HP than either of them. So, now we're in Hope's house, which is being raided by the government. And these fights are some of the worst in the run. Hope's House 1 is this kind of really just awful all around. One of the reasons why it's so bad is the enemies have a propensity to split up from one another. which means that we can't get enough stagger or stagger duration on all of them, and it means that it just makes it a lot more awkward to try to kill everything with Sandhead Skin. If any of these enemies survive, we can try to clean up afterwards, but the enemies are tanky, can do a lot of damage, can keep on interrupting you, so it's just kind of really bad all around. And yes, like the sniper lived here.
This is the enemy you don't want to survive. Mostly because of this move here, MLRS Volley. This will happen once the aerial sniper reaches 80%, 50%, and 30% HP. And it will send out a string of missiles which have extremely high cut.
Kaya had a really good Ushu too.
Yeah, Ushu's been pretty decent so far. But then we've just got a simpler fight here, Hope's House 2, target Bombardier, stagger it, kill, and the other two enemies are gunmen, so they don't have as much HP, and we can just deal with them very quickly.
Oh, everyone's on the same split now, for like 2 minutes.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm so excited about that.
It's been a while. So, there's a few other things that are happening here. In the previous fights, we had Fang as being strength spec and Lightning being magic spec. We're going to be switching that around here. We've just picked up Brawler's Wristband, which is the next tier up of strength items from the Power Wristband, and we're going to be putting it on Lightning. The next fight that we're going to be doing is called Havoc Sky Tank. And Havoc Sky Tank is a cool fight, but can be really annoying because it's very far away from us. So most of our normal attacks don't hit. However, turns out Lightning actually has a gun as part of her gun blade, and this gun attacks really quickly. So we just kind of go pew 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 the whole time. And it's really nice, and I wish we could actually utilize it more.
Yeah, this fight is the only fight that actually uses this gun element to her blade in this manner. And it's mostly down to just how this fight is designed. It's very much hidden though, because if you do auto battle, it'll actually only do ruins, and that's purely because of the Libra information cannot be engaged at close range, or something along the line. So for that reason, the game gives you ruins, but you could just do attacks like this, and it's extremely good.
Yep.
We pull out Odin in this fight. Most Eidolons have a natural provoke sort of auto ability when they attack an enemy. So we use that in order to just deal with all the parts and avoid the attack Plasma Blasters, which are Lude's favorite.
I love Plasma Blasters, they're my favorite attack.
But as soon as Odin is dismissed, we have already removed all the parts from Sky Tank, and upon doing a bit more damage, he will then make himself a bit more vulnerable. Before he unleashes the main cannon, his stagger point was 999, and his chain resistance was 100. Upon releasing, or upon bringing out the main cannon, it drops to 200, and his chain resistance drops down to 10, allowing us to stagger and kill very quickly, as we just saw. And we also use a Fortisol here because it saves so much time in this fight.
It saves so much time. One of the worst parts about this fight, honestly, is that if you die for whatever reason, or you mess it up, it respawns you outside, but you have to refight Hope House 2. So it loses so much time. Like, it's not great. I don't think the instant chain weapons exist at this point in the game.
No.
Also, you wouldn't really want to use those because it's really low likelihood of triggering. Right.
You definitely wouldn't want to. Well, no, you can't even do it on Sky Tank anyway, because it's over level 50.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure.
But boss enemies cannot be affected by random instant chain listed item.
Yeah. Look, levels in this game don't mean anything. Anima's the highest level boss. Like,
Well, they do
Doesn't
mean
make any
something. If an enemy is over level 50, they are counted as a boss. If they are not a boss.
yeah.
Even if they are kind of a boss.
Yep, so Kaya's fight seems to be going pretty well. And Aussie unfortunately failed to dodge right there as I was looking over, so I'll take the blame on that one.
Yep, commentator's curse.
Yep.
Good job.
Right, I'm so good at this.
Yeah.
Chapter 8 is a story-heavy chapter, but since we skipped the cutscenes, you don't see any of the story.
So yeah, it's now Lightning. So Lightning and Hope went to Palampolum as a means to get a train to Eden. However, partway through the Nultra Culture Complex, Lightning actually sort of resigns her willingness to fight upon realizing that the Falsi pretty much care for them and do literally everything for them. And she kind of gets so annoyed that Hope has taught her a lesson that she just doesn't want to make Hope strong. Or something along that line, I don't really care. It's a terrible storyline, honestly.
I don't actually know, it's been so long since I've seen
Meanwhile,
the cutscene
Snow
run.
and Tang are working together to try and get the Lassie. They find the Lassie, they support the Lassie, and now they're all together. And they all meet up at Hope's house. Hope reunites with his father. The government find out where the Lassie are. They raid the house. Hope gets separated from his parents again.
Oh, so
And-
hold on, Aussie's doing symbiosis stress as well on Enkin and Lil.
And meanwhile, Saz and Vanille have made it to Norless, where they're
Is it
just-
still called symbiosis in Japan?
I don't know, I can't read
Nope,
Japanese.
no, I think it's just called Healer and Blaster when it comes to two-person paradigms.
Oh, the two-person paradigms are just the two names? Oh, that's annoying.
Yeah, so let's see if this goes well. Oh, so it's actually really funny in that Kaya and Olsen both messed up the exact same refresh. So let's see if Aussie misses it as well. Fight seems to be going well so far. There's the bellow. He protect instantly landed, which is nice. And he got the refresh, so this is already going to be a better fight than what Kaya had. And definitely a better one than what Olsen had.
Also, Olsen just finishing up with the second minigame, the Chocobo Hunt.
The music
more or
is
less-
so good.
More or less what was happening in Nautilus is Saz and Vanille are here, they're still trying to run from their fate. So Saz decides to go to Nautilus. With Vanille, they sort of watch the parade, the Pomp Sancta parade, which is a commemoration of the war between Cocoon and Grand Pulse, which is sort of what kickstarted all of this.
That
But
was
they
a
ended-
very good fight on Aussie's side.
Yeah.
There.
But now their sort of running away has ended, they've been caught by the military and are now having to fight their way out of Nautilus.
So we've picked up a few things in this chapter 8 menuing. The most important of which is we got Blitz on Saz. Blitz is a really busted ability on Saz. So similar to what we've seen Lightning have, Blitz is the AoE attack. Lightning spins around in a circle and hits her sword and everything. But Saz can't really Beyblade his guns out. Which I would love to see, but unfortunately guns don't really work that way. So instead, he kind of does a straight shooting on everything and fires off 7 bullets. Each of these bullets does 0.6 damage, and really nice thing about this game in that the animations actually matter. Multiple bullets can hit the same enemy. So in using a 2 ATB ability, you can get 4.2 times the damage of what a normal like 1.0 attack would be. And the more bullets that hit, like the more damage that it's going to do. Each bullet also applies any on-hit conditionals that you have, such as we see an instance of RAV buffering there, which increases the chain by a large amount, and each blitz bullet adds not only to the duration that the chain is going to take, but also to the actual chain amount, which is really powerful. It also applies like any other on hits, like any end spells, such as End Frost here, will be applied on each blitz bullet, and it just does a lot of damage. Spoiler alert, it's one of the reasons why Saz is going to be our primary character throughout the latter half of the game. Saz has access to a lot of very good offensive party buffs. That combined with Blitz just means that he's kind of an all-in-one package deal. He does a lot of damage, buff with the party, he's got access to Tri-Disasters, so he gets to chain a lot, and it's a really fantastic combination of abilities.
Yeah, this is a good fight as well.
Yeah,
this fight definitely relies a lot on the debuff RNG as well.
Which is going to be a very common theme throughout a lot of the fights later on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was Midlight Reaper. There's not a lot with the fight. We want to get Deep Protect on because, again, 89% damage boost, and it just makes our blitzes do a lot more damage. You can also already see like how much more Saz is doing with the blitzes than what he would do with a normal attack. The really nice thing, yeah, I mean it's just a really powerful ability, honestly. A common theme, like Wally alluded to, is going to be debuff luck landing on the enemies is going to matter a lot. We've also now got on Team Choco, Olsen. We've got Saz's Eidolon fight, which is Brunhilde. This is going to be a really good example of how conditionals matter a lot. We put on End Frost because Brunhilde is fire element, so she's weak to ice. And the entire fight, we're just doing attack blitz. We get a conditional bonus from the End Frost. We get a conditional bonus from doing a different attack, a different thing before the blitz. And that applies on each of the blitz bullets. And when Brunhilde is close to us, you just see when all the blitz bullets hit, it increases the gestalt gauge by an insane amount. And it increases the chain also by a rather large amount. Like, you're really supposed to be using like dual casting or some sort of Ravager thing in order to actually increase everything, but it's just a lot faster to keep on doing these attack blitzes and refreshing between the Ravager paradigm for Vanille and the Medic paradigm for Vanille, so that like Vanille kind of gets split between dealing some damage and increasing the chain, as well as making sure that people don't die. So that was a good fight. Good fight. It's also a lot of the fight depends on how far Brunhilde decides to be from us. Like, the more blitz bullets that can hit, the better.
Ozzy had to decep cancel the triple flams in the neutral culture complex. So he was just having very bad luck with that one.
Kai is starting on Brunhilde.
Yeah. But Brunhilde is a very unique fight in that we're using Blitz as a means to drive the stall instead of chaining or enduring or debuffing or anything else.
Yeah. And Asu's about to hit the Shiva Stadium. So, looking good on all fronts. And with the beating of Brunhilde, we're now in chapter 9. There's going to be a lot more party swaps.
Yeah, chapter 9 is about as big as chapter 7 is. We're starting off with a fight where we use Odin. These enemies are very easy to stagger, but we aren't really spec'd in any way for this fight. We don't get to prepare for it. Our paradigm deck is very suboptimal. A lot of the game's generated paradigm decks are not tailored in any good way.
Yeah, the default paradigms are all just kind of garbage. Way too defensive. So Aussie got 2 drops from Shiva Stadium, but I don't know what they were.
He said
Doesn't seem
no,
like either
so
of
I
them were
assumed
chips.
that it wasn't.
It was not an incentive chip.
Yep, that's unfortunate.
Was he
Fortunately,
alive?
without that, there is less incentive to finish.
No,
Oh.
please finish, please finish.
Maybe Aussie got very unlucky and got a digital circuit and a Phoenix down.
I think that's probably what happened.
Ouch.
Yeah. So this is the only paradigm setup that we're going to be doing for this party, for the chapter, which is rather nice. Just kind of going to do a one and done sort of thing.
Yeah, there's not really much you can do with paradigms for the Lightning, Hope and Fang party. They're quite a defensive-oriented party. They don't have anything that increases damage, so we have to just make it up with having aggressive paradigms like Smart Bomb, Relentless, and Aggression.
Yep.
Chain, damage whilst chaining, and damage.
Oh, so something that we haven't mentioned actually are generates yet. So, most of the time we are manually putting in what the paradigms each are, but the game does offer a generate option, which gives us what the game's best guess to what a good paradigm would be for that slot. Usually it doesn't do a very good job of it, and doing the actual generate menu has a bit of lag, but there are plenty of points where it's actually faster because we know exactly what the generate's going to come out with or how to manipulate it, such that it gives us the really good results. And that menu is sort of the ultimate culmination of generates because we do like 6 or 7 of them in it, and it's just kind of crazy that it works.
Yeah, the generate system is very much, the game has certain pools of paradigms within offensive, defensive and balanced, and it just sort of circles through them. Just keep spamming it until you get what you want.
So we're also now on the outside of the Palmacia, which is like a giant skyship, and I have serious OSHA complaints about this. There's no way that this is safe, like absolutely none.
I don't
If you ever played Sonic 2, this is basically the second to last level.
Yeah, like it's just there's like no guardrails. People can jump between the different platforms. Like there's no way that this is past any compliance checks at all.
Okay, is it really a big deal that people can jump between platforms? I'm sure parkour artists would love this.
Parkour artists don't usually do it from several thousands of feet in the air.
Not that you know.
I'm pretty sure they don't. They don't even have like parachutes or anything. What happens if they slip and fall, huh? Then it's just game over.
Just roll out of it.
Just use the Graphcon unit, duh.
Go to the Mirror's Edge School of Parkour where you can roll out of anything.
It doesn't matter. If you hit the ground and die, just retry.
Press start, press select, hit retry.
Yeah. So we're using a decept on the outside just because the watch drones tend to be really fast, and the cancel here is really easy. By canceling, it just kind of moves this next group of enemies away, so we just gotta keep on running past. So we're also actually, I don't know if they're gonna pick up some of the extra chests for Gil. They skipped the Phoenix down, so they might not. But yeah, we're just picking up more chests to get Gil because we don't need any of these weapons. They're not.
Yeah, sometimes in this section when I open a chest, I'm like, I wonder what's in this chest. Gil! I wonder what's in this chest. Gil!
More money!
13 has a really interesting weapon system where, like, in most Final Fantasies, you pick up a chest. It's a weapon. You equip the weapon because it's obviously better than what you currently have. Lather, rinse, repeat. But in 13, like, the weapons you start with will work for the entire game because, like, new weapons don't really increase your stats as much as they provide a new passive ability. But 9 times out of 10, the passive abilities are pretty bad.
Yeah.
There are a select few that are good, like the Belladonna wand's improved debuffing makes Vanille's debuffs land a little more reliably.
You don't want Leaden Strike?
What they've tried to do is they've tried to make every weapon be viable at every point in the game, but certain weapons just have really pointless passives as well as low stats, purely because they have a passive ability. And the Lifesaver is definitely one of them. It has very low stats, and it has improved Raise. Raise is a free ATB ability, which revives dead party members with like 10% of their HP.
Worse than a Phoenix Down.
Yes.
Improved Raise makes it like 18% instead of 10%, which is like, yay, almost twice as good, except Phoenix Downs raise you to 70%, and they're much better.
And then there's Improved Raise 2 if you use a very expensive stone, which doesn't do that much either.
So
Nil
here's
has a
lot-
weapon called Healer's Staff that provides improved cure, but it has pretty bad magic stats, which ironically makes it worse than any other weapon that provides magic because that would make for better healing.
Yeah. So we've also just picked up the last part that kind of makes Saz amazing for the run, which is Blitz. Just the ability, sorry, not Blitz, which is Haste. The ability to have ATB go faster kind of just makes things all go a lot faster because we get to do more actions, and I'm so eloquent right now.
Like,
we
have
the same amount of time because our ATB charges faster.
Yeah, we have
ATB go
Saz's
per.
Haste. We also have Saz's 4th ATB slot, which means he can not only 1 do 2 buffs per string, but 2 do 2 blitzes per string.
Oh boy!
So imagine an overpowered ability with ridiculous buffs and debuffs, and also being able to do that ability twice.
Kaya's almost caught up to Olsen.
It's scary.
Yeah. Like, there's less than 30 seconds between them, I'm pretty sure. Oh. Yeah. Kaya turns out is really good at this game.
Sometimes.
So, yeah, sometimes.
To be fair, it's mostly when the game wants to be good.
So yeah. There's a bunch more dodging that happens. We get a maybe close to a minute between them. But
Oh, they have synchronized loading screens. Just different loading screens. Or at least on my end it was synchronized. I don't know if it's
yeah, no,
actually
yeah, I saw them all do a cutscene skip at the same time. Yeah, Asu's doing Ushu 1 here. We get a punch and kick the giant metal thing and somehow not break our hands or feet.
Yeah, again, the first bit of Ushu 1 is we're just doing damage in order to push Overdrive to be after Tailhammer. Or, well, after the summon, really.
Yep.
The earlier we get Overdrive, the better, because we can chain earlier and then just go straight back into doing damage.
Oh, Thermodon is not cooperating.
Perma dodge.
Yep, so the dodge that happening on Team Choco bottom left right now is the Thermodon dodge. Thermodons are really annoying enemies because they are barrier enemies as well, and it just takes a while.
Okay.
So, oh man, well, he's really not cooperating. Usually what happens in this dodge, there we go, okay,
Yeah, that was
is we get to lure out the Thermodon a bit, to kind of stare him down, and he backs up, and it gives us enough time to slip right past.
Yeah.
But the Thermodon was not cooperating. So anyways, now we've got the Thermodon and Vespid Soldier fight, which can actually be pretty scary here. We want Vanille to land Deprotect on the Vested Soldier before the second Blitz goes off.
Here it is.
There we go, nice. Because it just instantly kills the Vested Soldier, and we don't have to worry about it doing any more damage. The Thermodon has a couple of annoying attacks, mostly the Photon Burst, which will launch anyone who it targets. If it targets Vanille, we're pretty much okay with that. We do need to throw a potion so that she doesn't die, but on that it's fine. We're mostly concerned with Saz getting launched into the air. We always know which character the Thermodon's targeting just based on the position. So like the first one we knew was going to target Saz, so we used a potion to make sure he wasn't launched. Second one targets Vanille, so we don't care about that. After the stagger, the shell falls off and we can actually start doing damage, but we're not doing anything yet. It's the reason we switched to War and Peace, because anytime that the Thermodon gets hit, it'll stop moving, and we want the Thermodon to be as close to us as possible so that all the Blitz bolts hit.
Kaya and Olsen are an exact Thermodon stagger apart.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, the Thermodon not moving really helped Kaya catch up there. That is so incredibly close. And now we're back on the outside, and there's more OSHA violations because there's just giant like jet thrusters that don't have any protection or guardrails. They're just on the floor. I'm like very annoyed by the outside of this area.
I don't know why you're getting so... Hey, at least there's some instance of guardrails.
Some in the parts that don't matter.
You just worry about the things that matter, like this upgrade.
Yep. So this one's a rather large upgrade. We're gonna be upgrading our Brawler's wristband into a Warrior's wristband, and buying a few other really nice items. You can be short for the shop, and it's fine. It's just a bit of time loss. We can continue the rest of it later. And they're both doing the same menu. Wow.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, hold on. Third try for Hope. Let's see. Can Hope do it?
Doesn't quite seem like it. No. Unfortunate. There actually is a way that you can quote-unquote win that first phase of Ushu 2 by dealing 1% damage. However, it is very slow to do so, and it's easier to just not give Hope any amount of HP so that he just dies as quickly as possible. Yeah. Go.
Olsen and Kaya are like one dodge apart.
Yeah. So we've got upcoming Calavinka Striker 1 and 2. It might seem like it is the same fight twice over, but there's a cutscene in the middle that we skip that actually shows us a different character each time, a different enemy each time. The fights are going to play out a bit differently for one another. We start off with the lever just because it applies on both of them. They're not even a dodge apart. They're like a string apart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kaya just called up like 8 seconds
in the menu.
A small section.
Yeah. So. Jeez.
What the hell is going on here? What? How is he called up like that?
5 seconds apart. So.
And now Kaya's ahead.
So, what's happening here is, we get off slow and curse. The slow is to stop Calavinka Striker from really hitting us more, and curse means that we get to interrupt a lot more, which is going to make the fight a lot safer and faster, because Calavinka does a lot of damage. Other than that, it's mostly just stagger and kill. Calavinka 2 becomes a lot more interesting. So, Calavinka has an ability called Hellstorm Bolt, which will kill anybody that targets that isn't Fang. So there's 2 ways that you could approach the fight. The first is by having Fang and Sentinel, so that the Hellstorm Bolt will always target her, and we don't have to worry about Lightning or Hope dying. Specifically Lightning dying, we don't want that to happen, because then we have to redo these fights. And the second way is by taking advantage of the fact that Hellstorm Bolt will always target the character with the lowest amount of HP. This means that as long as we make sure that Hope has the least amount of HP, Hellstorm Bolt will always target him, and he will always die, and we just immediately throw a Phoenix down and we can continue on. The really nice thing about this is that it means we get to spend more time with Fang and Saboteur or Fang and Commando dealing damage, which is a lot better than her just standing there waiting to get hit. So it ends up saving a lot of time at the cost of a Phoenix down. Luckily, we're always guaranteed to have at least one Phoenix down from the chest before the Thermodon dodge, so it ends up working out really well. It's kind of the only point that we intentionally have a character die in this run. But if you want to see more of characters intentionally dying, you should tune in for when 13-2 happens, because there's a lot of that there.
Yeah, we just saw a lot of syncing going on there. Calivinka 1 finished at the same time, the Hellstorm Bolt at the same time.
Yep, but Kaya is pulling off ahead.
Yeah.
So now Team Mog's in the lead.
But Kaya does have part of that menu still to do. He had to actually do the short menu.
Okay, then that's probably why he managed to pull ahead like that. And Aussie just finished up with Ushu 2, seemed like a good fight there. So we finally get to actually make changes now. From all the points from now, from the beginning until now, we've always had a fixed party. We finally have the ability to change our party with a couple of restrictions. Lightning still has to be the lead. But other than that, we can change it to whoever we want. This is good for a few reasons. One is we want to bring in Snow and Saz because they're just the best characters for this point in the game. Especially because we only want to be spending time leveling up characters that we're going to be using a lot of. Our final endgame team is going to be Saz, Snow, and Vanille. So the fact that we can just put more experience on levels into Saz and Snow, use them here, and keep on using that later saves a lot of time overall. They are both going down the ramp at the same time.
This is so crazy.
Wow. So...
And starting to fight at about the same point, although Olsen got a little farther in.
So, we're still locked to having Lightning as lead, but we've given Lightning some amount of levels already, so it's not actually a bad thing that that's happening. And this fight... This is probably a good time to start talking about Quake, which we got in the previous menu. So... Wait, is Aussie's stream dead? Oh, no, it was just a very long load for the save. Okay. Worried me there a bit. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so we just picked up the ability Quake. Quake is another technique, similar to Summon and Libra, that costs 1 TP, and it has the effect of doing a tiny bit of damage and increasing the chain duration of every character that it hits, any enemy that it hits. This is really powerful. For one thing, when there's a lot of enemies, it would take a lot of time in order to like blitz or attack each of them so that we get chain duration. It also means that when we might not necessarily need max duration at the start, or when we have or when we did a preempt, so it would start by default 10 seconds, we can Quake and just instantly get a lot more duration while all the characters are just in Ravager, increasing the chain amount by a lot more. So it kind of becomes a best of both worlds scenario. We see that a lot in this fight right here, because there's a lot of enemies. They're kind of scary enemies. We want to stagger them and as soon as we can. And the fastest way to do so is just to Quake and then start in Try Disaster and Summon Odin and keep on doing things like that. It makes it a lot faster. We're also about to see... let me just explain the bridge skips and then you can go, Wally, sorry. We're about to see the bridge skips. So, something that something that the games. Oh no! Wait, Aussie crashed.
Yeah, that was what I
Yeah, it
was just
seems like
mentioning.
Aussie crashed at some point. I
Yeah,
didn't catch
he
it.
crashed in Hope's House 1.
Oh, that's super
So
rough.
he's got to do all of Chapter 7.
Yeah,
again.
that's. This is rather unlucky for Tonberry so far. I believe though. I believe they can catch back up. So
13 crashes very rarely, but
Yeah,
it has
that is-
happened.
yeah, that's super unlucky. So Decep can so bridge skips. So the enemies in the game have load and deload, like spawn and despawn load lines on them. That primarily is there to save on memory. The game, this is a very large area and there's a lot of enemies. And by the game when it first came out wouldn't be able to have processed them all, so it only loads enemies when you cross the trigger line to load them, and it will despawn them when you cross the other way. We can take advantage of this in this area only, really. So one of the things that we get from retrying fights is we respawn outside of the battle zone, and it just so happens that for bridges 3 and 4, the load line for those bridges is inside of the battle zone of the previous bridge. So by running down a bit to respawn the fight that we already had, running back up, decep canceling, and retrying the fight, spawning us past the load line for the next bridge, we despawn that bridge and that fight, and we can just keep on going right past it. It is a very, I mean, it's a powerful glitch that we can only use at this point because there aren't any other spots in the game that things line up in such a way we can take advantage of it, and it saves quite a bit of time. It does make routing the Crystarium a bit tighter, but we managed to do a reroute of that so that everything was fine. And it was actually discovered by a casual in Lude's chat one day, which is cool.
So it looks like that because of the crash, in order for it to be fair, Kaya and Olsen are going to pause before the Bart 1 fight to let Aussie catch up to where he was before the crash happened.
Okay. Yep, that's very noble of them.
They're going to be waiting until Ozzy does the summon on Hope's House 1. That's where that happened.
Sounds like a good plan. Good point for them to stretch their legs, take a bit of a break.
Yeah, we're about halfway through the run now, so it's a decent point to have a little pause.
Yep. And actually, this is slightly beneficial for them. This run has no downtime in it.
It has an elevator.
Yeah, it has a 27-second elevator that happens 4 hours into the run. Is your really only break that you have. We skip all the cutscenes. There aren't really many points where you're not actively doing something. So the game is just kind of all action all the time. You don't usually get a chance to take any breaks or do anything like that. You know, grab water, stretch your legs. It's a very, if in 10, the run right before it, you had a lot of chances to, you know, relax, de-stress and stuff. 13 is like, nope, you're always doing something.
Ironically, the fight that Aussie just did is what used to be Sharky's P break. Because on PS3 you could mash auto gestalt and finish the fight. You can't do it on PC anymore because PC has some weird issue with that fight. But on PS3 you could mash auto gestalt and finish the fight. So Sharky kind of Pavlov responsed his bladder so that whenever he starts that fight, he goes to the bathroom. So like no matter what, that's when he has to go. So he mashes auto gestalt and yeah. The only other opportunity really for a P break is during an elevator, but most elevators are like 20 seconds at most, so they're also not good.
You know what? I'm also going to take a break. I'm going to get a drink, and hey, I'm also going to have a pee break.
good time for it. Yeah.
So welcome to the Fang section.
Welcome to the Fang section of the run. I hope you enjoy it.
Thanks for visiting the Fang section.
Yep. So long. Yeah. So for those of you just wondering, Team Tonberry crashed unfortunately in a very rare thing that happened. So the other two teams are pausing to let Tonberry catch up to where he was before the crash, so that we have a nice fair race going on. High level of sportsmanship. That I don't actually remember the last time I've seen a game crash, honestly.
This game usually doesn't crash. Or not.
Oh, hi Kaya.
Hello.
I know that at one point my PS3 couldn't handle the end of Chapter 7 at all. Or at least it was the disc maybe that stopped loading after the Sky Tank fight, and I had to get a new disc for it to actually continue runs. But that's a different thing.
I've had, I think, like one crash total, and that was during practice, like not in an actual run, so...
Yeah, same for me. I had like one crash since I started running.
So like over 2 years, right, at this point?
Yeah. But that's why we did the saves, I guess.
I like
You
how
didn't want to do
Kaya's
the same.
13... Oh, she just switched hands. I was gonna say, Kaya's 13 has her left arm bent, and Olsen's Lightning has her right arm bent. And now Olsen's left arm bent, yeah.
On PS3 it crashed.
They're so synced! They're so synced!
Wait, am I behind? Let me fix that. There we go.
I mean... At least no one will get a sub 5 this year in this game, right?
No. So this is only about 20 to 25 minutes of time loss from this.
But it's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, and want to emphasize again, it's super uncommon. Like a literal handful of times that I've seen it in the past several years. So other than that, do you two want to say anything about how the run's been going? While Asi does a bunch of dodges?
Do you want to start, Kaya?
Wait a sec, I have splits. So I'm kinda happy with how it went, to be honest. Like, Chapter 1 and 2 were a bit rough, but afterwards I got some really good RNG and brought it back a lot. Weakest part was probably Chapter 7, where I was stuck on the flan dodge for a bit. But apart from that, I'm pretty happy so far.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely lost like a minute or two to my own mistakes, and then there was some RNG in Chapter 4 with Arangator. I got stuck there for like 45 seconds or something, like that was ridiculous.
That was not great.
And then the final dodge of Chapter 4 also.
So also, I feel I should say this. In-game timer for this game is all sorts of messed up. Not only does it count the time that you start on the like loading splash screen before you even start the game, but whenever you retry a fight, it sort of rolls the clock back from where you were before. So it is incredibly inaccurate. You can't you can't use it at all, basically. It's kind of funny in that aspect. I wonder what like the other enemies in the bridges are thinking, just seeing you like standing here. Right? They're like, oh, well, they're on a different bridge. Not my job to deal with.
I return.
Welcome back. You missed a bunch of dodges.
Alright.
So they're waiting because we had a hardware issue. So to make the race fair, responding to someone in chat. To make the race fair, again we are pausing until Team Tonberry reaches the point that they crashed at. So
Unfortunately, since Olsen ran around a bit, he screwed up his step count, so he has to refix it. Oh wait, no, this isn't 12. Never mind.
This is actually an RNG money for Vanilla landing Imperial later on, so...
Hey.
Oh, it would be so nice if we could actually manipulate that to work more often.
I mean, it always works for me in Dodgeless. Maybe there's someone to do that.
Yeah,
The annoying thing about that crash is he crashed at Hope Source 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Skytank was our next save point. Like, we agreed on 11 save points, like 25-ish minutes apart.
Yeah, it was like the literal worst point that a crash could have happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's like one of our longer splits, right? As far as our side.
Yeah, the whole chapter 7. Like, after chapter 6 is the last one, and then
yeah, that
after
is a lot.
chapter 7.
Yeah. So just going through the upgrade menu again. It's not worth it at this point to it's not worth it at this point to try to fully max the weapons. It would cost more gil than we have easily access to. So we just kind of get them as high as we reasonably can. Every little bit of stats like this can matter. It's a massive increase, and yeah, good job doing more safety saves just in case. Yeah, everyone, let's give Aussie our energy. Yep, punching things once more, somehow still not breaking our hands or feet.
I'll give Ozzy a red Leicester mini cheddar.
So is there anything that we didn't cover that we can cover now?
Apparently summoned as 2 characters in Japanese. I don't know any Japanese, so I just found it interesting.
Yeah, there's like a lot in the game. I'm sure that there's mechanics and stuff that we've skipped over, just because there's a lot sort of going on. The run, if you're interested in learning the run, it is one of the hardest Final Fantasies to learn. It's right up there with Final Fantasy XII, but it is an incredibly fun and rewarding run to do when you learn it. The battles are really interesting. They're a lot of fun to do. Dodges are kind of always negative, honestly. There's nothing fun about dodges. But it's an incredibly fun run to do. We've got a Discord that everyone in the community is more than willing to help anybody new learn how to do the run. Very welcoming community. We've got several sets of notes that you can learn the game from, as well as a bunch of video tutorials. It's well worth, if you have like 5-6 hour chunks of time to do speedruns in and you want something that is challenging, fun, and entertaining, it's well worth trying to pick the game up.
It is a difficult run, but I do have some good news. I just saved a bunch of money in my car insurance by switching to Geico.
Thanks, sponsored.
But yeah, the notes are all professionally written by somebody who doesn't make typos whatsoever.
Nope, absolutely no typos whatsoever. Nope, not what you see here.
Not somebody who I have literally bombarded with pictures upon pictures of typos.
Nope, definitely didn't happen.
Not the same person who wrote the FF10 notes.
Also, 12 notes are first passes done of those. So.
How many typos are in that?
I don't know, you want to tell me?
I don't know 12.
Neither do I!
That's a problem.
Zero has been fantastic with helping iterate on those.
So we have about 5 more minutes, I think.
Roughly about
4 more
5
minutes?
before we resume.
3, 4, 5.
Where is he right now? After Ushu 1?
He's running to Ushu 2.
Okay,
in
yeah.
the hallway
Like
before it.
4 minutes.
He's in the sad music place.
Yeah, so
I guess if he like wants, maybe like if Ossie wants to take a break or something, maybe we could like give him some time. Since like we had a break and he didn't, so that's kind of unfair.
Alright, then also...
Then it will just be a
running
slippery
around.
slope of breaks at that point, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Because then it's like you had a 40-minute break while Aussie had a 20-minute break, so you got to give Aussie 20 more minutes. But now you have a 60-minute break while Aussie has a 40-minute break.
What you're saying is the relay is postponed.
The relay is postponed to April.
Oh, not this again.
2054.
Alright, so Hope died again.
You said not this again, and I was really worried that like my stream was behind yours and he crashed here.
No.
Wow.
I'm here to worry you every day.
My life is worried.
Was that like 2 seconds of slow mode there on the chat? No, wait, no, that was me cutting in slashes. Never mind.
Yeah, so we're almost got back up. Hope unfortunately still was not able to defeat Ushu 2. That's a very, very surprising, very surprising thing.
It actually doesn't take that much for Hope to win the fight, because the thing is, the fight will auto-progress to the real part of the fight if either Hope dies or if you do 1% of his max HP damage, which is rather low, so...
Yeah.
Generally, the way to make it happen is to have Hope cast Quake and spam Thunders.
Yeah. Oh, so also, this is the last time that we're going to be giving Hope any sort of Crystarium development. We only use him for one more fight after this chapter, which is going to be Hope's Eidolon fight, and it's just wasted time to try to level him anymore when we don't need to. Also, if maybe you don't want to do the speedrun, there's a randomizer for this game, which is a lot of fun, and we definitely don't have somebody in here that develops plandos for it at all. So not something that anyone here does.
How's the June plando going, Wally?
I was supposed to have it done 2 days ago.
It's okay, you only have 2 days left.
It's fine. I'll start playtesting it in June. It'll work still.
It's almost June? Oh my god.
Titan doesn't go outside, guys.
I really don't. The chair that I'm in right now is the chair that I spend, like, literally my whole weekend.
He sleeps in it.
So for those of you who might be wondering what a randomizer of 13 does, it changes the Crystarium nodes around, and also the stat progression for the characters. It makes the item balls have different items, with some sort of logic for it to be somewhat close in value to its original contents, although you can change the variance for it to be higher or lower, however you want it to be. It changes the character's running speeds so that Hope is no longer necessarily the slowest character.
It's funny things to the camera. If you increase the speed too much.
And recently it now changes weapon stats and costs. Oh, it also changes shop contents.
It changes pretty much everything you can think about. Just, if you think about it, it's probably changed. And if you think of something that's not changed, Bart's will definitely change it, because I will give him the order to.
Music is also randoed as well.
Yeah.
Music's rando, enemy stats are rando, enemy resistance is rando. The actual enemies themselves aren't randoed. But we've almost caught up, so Ossie's finishing up Ushu 2 right now. I'm expecting he'll save right after this fight, just in case.
Alright, Ushu 2 is down!
No, wait, that wasn't a Shroud drop. No, never mind, okay.
No. Ushu 2 does not have a Shroud drop, because its Shroud drop is 8 abominable wings.
Yeah.
So I think this is where the crash was going into this cutscene.
No, it was summoning on the Hope's S1.
Oh, the summon killed it? Oh.
Yeah, we probably start like midway through Hope Source 2, I guess.
Alright, and there's the backup
There's
save.
a backup save.
The crash paranoia.
I mean, valid.
Yeah.
So.
Alright, so this is about where the crash happened, but we're gonna wait a little bit since the runners continued a little bit farther.
Yep. We are almost back in full progression.
We have successfully summoned! Yay!
Woo! We will soon be talking about ignorances of one's face.
Yep.
So this is a really good Hope's House 1.
Yeah. I mean, he's got to make up for it somehow, right? The game's apologizing for...
No, what happened to that sniper? No.
Oh, never mind. It's not a very good Hope's House 1 anymore.
At that point, isn't it better just to raise again?
I don't actually know.
Can
It
somebody-
depends. I think it depends on like who's left alive.
Kaya Olsen, you're still on a break. Test it.
But everyone there died. Alright, so, we're... Are you gonna start midway through Hope's House 2, or are you just gonna start when Hope's House 2 starts?
We'll wait.
I mean, we can start whenever you tell us to start.
We'll wait. We'll wait until the bombardiers.
Okay, alright, I'll count down. 54! 53!
No.
Yeah. Alright, so we'll give you the go ahead in a moment. So,
You can go. You can go now.
you can go now. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can start. Okay, so we're back to normal.
Alright.
So let's
and
talk about
Here we go,
ignorance.
and now for the epic Bart 1 fight. The
Yep,
moment
alright.
you've been waiting for like 23 minutes.
Yep. So Barthandelus 1. We're gonna be fighting him a bunch, honestly. This is a massive difficulty spike compared to most of the other bosses. He's got 5 heads on him, and each of them has a different elemental resistance. So we start off by throwing a Libra scope so that Saz knows who to buff with the end spells so that we can do more damage. The fight's primarily going to be split into 2 different phases. The first part is the head phase, where we have to try to kill all the 4 heads on the side of Bart's head, main head. You know what I'm trying to say. And the second is going to be after we manage to kill all the heads. This fight makes a usage of heavy usage of the commando's AI prioritization, targeting prioritization. So if you have multiple commandos in a fight, and they will all try to target a different enemy from who the party leader is targeting. That's not fantastic for parts of it. Like, it's really good here, but then when there's only one of the heads left, we want to make sure that both Snow and Lightning are targeting the same head. So by hovering over the main Barthandelus head, we managed to get Snow to attack the other one before continuing. Now that the rest of the heads are gone, we're going to try to stagger and kill from here on out. He gains access to a few new attacks, such as Thanatos Smile, which does a lot of damage. We're going to Quake for some more additional duration and then start to stagger up. Once we've staggered, as Kaya has done, we're going to try to amp up the chain to about 600 to 700%, and then start a stun lock. Barthandelus has an ability called Destrudo, which will do a lot of things. It does a lot of damage, and can pretty kill you. But the important thing about it is that it resets chain. And if we reset chain, suddenly we're not doing 700 to 800% damage, we're just doing 100% damage of normal, which is not great, right? Like, we worked hard for the chain, we want to keep it. Luckily, and that was a perfect Destrudo skip right there by Kaya, luckily we can keep Bart interrupted once the chain is high enough by weaving together Snow's attacks, Saz's attacks, and Lightning's attacks. So that we keep on... So that Bart doesn't get the chance to do Destrudo. And it saves like 40 seconds over letting him do Destrudo. There is a chance that he either breaks out of the interruption if you don't time things correctly, or if the Runiga manages to launch lightning, then you might not be able to get the attacks to even properly. In which case, like, either you can just lose 30 or 40 seconds immediately, or you just straight up die, because Destroyer does a lot of damage. But that was very good by both of them. Very well executed fight. And yeah, it's honestly a very hard fight to learn because the timing of getting Destroyer skip can be really finicky. But yeah. So now we're in chapter 10.
Welcome to the menu with a lot of Rav.
Yeah. Blah 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 blah. So we're again going to be seeing slightly different paradigms from and setup from Olsen, Kaya, and Asi here, because Olsen has a bonus Aegis-All, which is going to affect the fights. After this Pulsework Knight X2 fight is when the game sort of fully opens up. We gain the ability to fully change our party members however we want. And we also unlock every single role for every single character. So instead of each character being limited to only the 3 roles, they can learn any role. Unfortunately, the secondary roles, the three that aren't their primary, are extremely expensive to learn any abilities. So much so that it's basically not worth it at all in the any % route to do so. We only ever develop secondary roles twice, and they're both very late in the run. But we have the ability to now, and we also have the chance to fully select our battle team however we want. We will still be staying with Lightning, Snow, and Saz for the meanwhile instead of going to Vanille, simply because Lightning still has good stats at this point, and Vanille is still stuck on just 3 ATB instead of 4. So it's overall just faster to keep with Lightning for the rest of the chapter, but soon afterwards we're going to be sending her off to the distance. And yeah, other than that, this chapter is mostly dodges until we get to the next boss fight.
This chapter I like a lot because it's a lot of dodging with not very many cutscene skips.
Yeah, there's a lot to do. Some of the dodges are really obnoxious though. Like one of the hardest dodges in the game is coming up.
Yeah, and whilst we mentioned about the bonus Aegis-All, I don't think we actually ever explained what the Aegis-All does. So the Aegis-All is the complementary Shroud to the Fortisol. And the Aegis-All will grant you the Protect and Shell buffs, which increase your resistance to physical and magical abilities. It will give you Vigilance, which increases your cut and keep, so it makes it easier for you to interrupt others and harder to be interrupted. As well as, and then Veil, which is a buff that reduces debuff chances on your party. However, we like to think that it doesn't actually work because of Part 2.
Yeah. Part 2 is a whole other story. Oh, yeah. The Aegis-All is really nice just because typically it's not so Saz doesn't really have access to a lot of the defensive buffs, which means that there are some fights that we need to have Sentinel for in order to survive. It also, and the Aegis-All just giving us the defensive buffs can give us just enough survivability or interrupt resistance, stuff like that. That makes a lot of the fights a lot easier. That's especially true in the upcoming fight, which is going to be Cid, which unlike a lot of other Final Fantasy games, he doesn't have an airship. He's just a boss that we kind of fight once and defeat. He's turning into a l'Cie, or he is a l'Cie and he's turning into a Seath because he's not doing his focus properly. And the Aegis-All improves our survivability by so much and increases our likelihood of interrupting Cid that it makes the fight faster, but yet a bit riskier because of a damage gate that we'll get to later during the fight. Aussie just fighting the Zwerg to get the chest located behind, which is, surprise, surprise, more Gil. And yep, there we go. Olsen got the snow falling on Lightning's head glitch, which can happen. Is also very fun, really funny when it does.
Yeah, Snow was trying to mount Lightning. We'll ignore that.
Oh wait, yeah, Kai is gonna be doing the new Sid strat, so there's no Mystic Tower there either. Which is there's actually a new strat that's only less than a month old.
They're on the same dodge, and Olsen's ahead.
Oh. So yeah, there's a new strat that's like roughly a month old. That but he got caught by the dog.
Wow.
Yep. So Aussie's doing the mid light reaper. Got an early deprotect, which is good. Makes things a lot faster.
Well, Olsen got a preempt, but it's still a dodge.
Some runners will also try to go for poison on mid light reaper. Poison has a very low chance of landing, but it can be nice because it's just additional damage. This behemoth is
Yeah, it's just been perfectly positioned.
This dodge is not supposed to be this hard, but
yeah.
Things happen.
One of the awkward things with dodges is that the dodge is usually different after you fail it once than the first time that you go through it. A lot of times the dodge will end up being easier because of this. Sometimes the dodge will be a lot harder.
Since really having a hard time here.
Yeah. This chapter has
left and right.
Yeah, like this chapter honestly has some really difficult dodges in it. It's got a few difficult fights. It's got several difficult dodges. So while it is usually a very short chapter, yeah. All right, so here we go. Kai is fighting against Sid now. So
now the thing to bear in mind about Sid is that when he goes down to about 60 to 70% HP, he does a metamorphosis into a much stronger form and does an attack that at our HP levels will kill us. So it is very important that we stagger him and get him launched before he hits 60 to 70% HP. So a lot of what happens here is to ensure that he doesn't hit that HP level. However, I know that recent strats involve doing damage to him so that, you know, we progress towards the victory while also chaining, but it's, you know, a very tight rope that people are walking right now.
Yeah. So the old strat for this, instead of doing these strikes, we would just be using spells. Because lightning is still physically spec, the strikes do a lot more damage. So it is faster time, but it is riskier because if you don't get the launch at the right time, then you will straight up die if metamorphosis happens, and we don't want to die. Dying is slow. This is one of the advantages that XIII has. It kind of makes everything a lot easier, and you end up chaining a bit faster. But
something else to note is that even outside of Stagger, if you have Vigilance and use the Elemental Strikes, you can interrupt Sid when he's not acting.
Yeah. So it delays things a lot more. So yeah, right here, Sid is staggered and well past the threshold for transforming because we kept him interrupted while he was on the ground, and then we shifted over to the aggression and immediately launched. It is, I'm not gonna say safe, but we were fine.
That was like perfect party positioning.
Yeah, that ended up working really well because everybody was very close to Sid, so nobody had to run. And so Olsen's going to be doing much the same strat, only because of the Age Assault, he's going to have to potion a lot less. He had to do less paradigm setup, only got 4 instead of 5, and is more likely to delay Sid's actions because of the Vigilance, interrupting things. So here's the offensive shift. Sid has different shifts that determine his AI. got offensive shift, in which he'll do a bunch of damage. Defensive shift, where he'll guard, and recovery shift, where he'll heal up again. Sid also does a lot of damage, which we usually want to avoid getting hit by. But this fight looks like it is all good.
Something else that we really don't want to have happen after Stagger is for Sid to land. Sid is one of the only enemies with a very quick landing recovery, in that he will not fall to the floor. He will actually sort of roll out of it in midair and be immediately able to act.
Yep,
So
and if he acts, we're dead.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're not dead immediately, but it's very quick.
Yeah. As soon as Metamorphosis Seraphic Ray happens, we are out of there. So the marathon is not in numerical order. It's primarily in this order due to runner availability. And just scheduling things. So the schedule is in the chat now. I highly recommend watching as many as you want, as many as you can, because these runs are all going to be very cool. And all of the runs will also be uploaded to the RPG Limit Break YouTube channel at some point soon after.
Yeah, there are some really good games in this marathon, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8.
We also just had the ring around the Rosy dodge. There's going to be a few elevators in this chapter with enemies on them, and we would prefer to not fight the enemies because it's slow. The bombs we can dodge just by circling around and around. If we do get caught by them, it's still fine because we have a very quick kill just by summoning and instantly using Zantetsuken. Which is faster than trying to retry, because if you retry, then it spawns you at the very top of the elevator before calling it, so you have to go through the whole thing again. And we're also about to see our favorite enemies show up again. Aren't you excited for the birds again?
The secret to this dodge is there are no birds, there are no birds, there are no birds, there are no birds, there are no birds. Okay, that dodge was easy. I don't know why anyone ever struggles with it.
See? No birds. Except there were birds, but there's no birds. What are
That
birds?
is exactly what I say every time, by the way.
Yeah.
Chapter 10 is a lot of running and a lot of elevator and some fight.
Yep. Honestly, like, for as short as Chapter 10 is, the fights are really hard.
Yeah, Sid's just a very long start with quite a bit of micromanagement, and then Bahamut
Is so much RNG. So much RNG. We'll be getting to that soon.
I mean, honestly, it wouldn't. I feel like we could just start explaining Bahamut right now, because I feel like we wouldn't be done until Chapter 11.
Is that a challenge? Is that a challenge?
No, do not rap god it.
I
I know you're kind, Titan.
There are no birds. There are no birds.
Yeah,
Nice. Got the fancy feet.
birds.
So this is also the bird bridge here, which there's 5 of them. So usually you just decept past it, but you can technically do this without using a Deceptisol. You just have to be really lucky.
No. Sometimes the birds actually make it impossible to dodge them even with the Decept. So.
Yeah, they're not very nice. But that's the last of our bird dodges for a bit.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's there's only 2 more dodges in Chapter 10, and they don't really count as dodges.
Yeah.
Like, the Berserkers are not very fast. They take a very long time to track to you, and then...
There are no birds in Ba Sing Se.
Nice. But yeah, so now Kaya is coming up to Bahamut. This
Bahamut.
is Fang's Eidolon, the 4th of 6 Eidolon fights.
Yep. And
this one
this
is probably
so much
the most
RNG.
chaotic. We're going to be starting off with an immediate shift to get rid of the first animation. We're going to be starting off with a string in Saboteur Land, Slow, and Curse.
We're gonna try it at least.
Oh my god, she survived.
Jeez.
Slow is definitely more useful. And then depending
slow
on
is almost
Bahamut's
mandatory.
targeting, you will be switching either into Combat Clinic or Diversity. If Bahamut is targeting Lightning, but it's not going to hit Fang or Vanille, then you can just go into Diversity or Relentless. If it's targeting Fang, you want to be going into Combat Clinic and then doing a mixture of Potion and Provoke in order to not get launched or interrupted. And Kaya just made that fight look way too easy.
Yeah, that was an insane fight. The primary thing with Bahamut is that it's RNG which string Bahamut leads with, and it's also RNG when slow lands. If slow doesn't land early, you don't really have time between Bahamut strings in order to actually do any attacks and get any more gestalt increases. And Bahamut does a lot of damage, more than we reasonably can be expected to tank if we're not in the Sentinel medic paradigm.
Awesome.
Bahamut can also lead with either a physical attack or with doing whirlwinds. And if the whirlwind happens, then lightning's dead. If the whirlwind happens, then we have then it's really not great because Fang will likely get launched. And the longer that Bahamut goes without getting slowed, the more likely it is that he's going to attack, and the more likely it is that we're just going to straight up die. It's really not great. Basically, no matter what happens, it's not uncommon. The time ranges for this fight can go anywhere from 40 seconds to a minute 10, and it's not unlikely.
Yeah. Now, party members dying in Eidolon fights isn't the worst thing in the world. If a party member dies, it actually affects the amount of gestalt that you generate. It actually increases the amount of gestalt that your abilities will actually put into the gestalt bar. So, sacrificing party members is a legitimate strat. Just don't sacrifice the party leader.
Yeah. Olsen's fight was worse than Kaya's fight through absolutely no fault of his own. And it was just 15 seconds slower.
So, we go from one of the chaotic fights to something a little bit more reasonable.
Or consistent,
so,
Alex.
This is the 5th of 6 Eidolon fights. This is Alexander, Hope's Eidolon. Our paradigm deck is extremely defensive oriented. We only have one really aggressive paradigm, which is Relentless. We're going to be spending a lot of time switching between Entourage and Relentless as and when Alexander attacks.
So one of the
carry on.
Sorry. So one of the things with Alex's fight is that he's got two different attack strings, and if any of them target Hope, Hope is going to instantly die. There's nothing you can do if Hope gets targeted. So the primary thing that we're trying to do is make sure that Fang is the one that's targeted, and that Fang is away from Hope so that Alex's AoEs don't hit. Because of that, all of the shifts that are occurring are done to manipulate Fang's position and to manipulate Fang's AI, so that Hope is all good. There's going to be a few ATB refreshes, like Wally was mentioning. Relentless Assault is kind of the only way that we can reasonably do damage. And while we could retry the fight to set up our own paradigm deck, that's really slow when we can just do it like this. The reason that it's considered to be consistent is that theoretically, if you do the exact same thing every time, you should get the same result. If you mess anything up, it can be really bad.
Yeah, Alex is very simple in terms of his script. He does 2 attacks, then there's a slight pause, does 2 attacks, and then Lofty Challenge. And it's just literally playing that fight just in sync with that pattern, and it ends up being just it's just a reasonably consistent fight.
Yep. If Provoke doesn't land, you're, 33% dead. And if Provoke lands too late, you're also 33% dead. So you'll see when Olsen is doing it right now. He's shifting such that Fang has run up but hasn't jumped. Because if Fang jumps, then she doesn't provoke in time and Alex can decide to hit somebody else, which isn't good. Meanwhile, Asi is doing the Thermodon and Vespid Soldier fight. Seems being okay, although the Vespid Soldier took a bit longer to die than because Deep Protect didn't land. So, seems to all be going good so far.
O'Neill landed the shell very early on the Thermodon, so that didn't help towards keeping chain.
Yeah. So, also, now that Alexander's been beaten, we're on the Comlands. I mean, Grampulse. This is kind of where the game is expecting you to start doing all the side missions and explore things around, but we don't do any of that.
Yeah, so this is where a lot of the content opens up. You've got a lot of there's a lot of different ways that you can go from here now. The last 3 chapters of the game, they were in chapter 11 of 13. They all sort of connect to each other, so this is where you can just freely travel between the 3 chapter locales. But yeah, we're just sort of skipping everything. We're just going to run through the step, which, if you remember the speedrun very, very long time ago, this used to be done with Hope. And we said earlier that Hope's slower than other characters. But they didn't know that back then. They still did this with Hope.
Well, do you know who figured that out, or...?
Dude?
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What were you saying?
do you know who figured out that Hope runs slower?
No.
Okay.
It might have been Shirasu, but I honestly don't
Realize when
remember.
Shirasu's Snow Route happened? Maybe. So this is the Behemoth King and Megid Sto Thing of the fight. That fight. This is the only fight that we do in the run that is not required to do. For a reason that is something other than just getting some Crystarium points.
Only fight in very big quotation marks, because there kind of is another fight that we could skip, except it's like a 5-minute dodge.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, so this is an instant preempt. It's a freeway fight with no enemies that can detect you, and their stag points are really high, which allows us to actually deal with this fight.
Yep. A lot of the fights kind of from now on are going to be harder than they reasonably should be, because again, the game is expecting that you've been doing other side quests, and by the next sort of boss rush that we're encountering, they're expecting us to be a lot stronger than we actually are going to be. Yeah, but the BK&M fight gives us 6,000 experience, which is going to be just enough to bring us over some really nice thresholds. That's going to be useful. Primarily, it's going to give us Vanille's 4th ATB segment before her Eidolon fight, which is going to make things faster. So Tomberry's not an hour behind. There was a hardware crash. The other 2 teams paused while resolving the hardware issue. The timers will be accurate at the next split for Tomberry. The battle stars the number of stars at the end of each battle is determined by the amount of time that it takes relative to some calculation that involves your character stats. I don't know what the actual calculation for it is, but So we've got.
Lou knows, I think.
I am falling asleep over here. I am so sorry.
That's fine. If you need to, hop out, it's okay. You don't have to force
What were you asking about?
the battle star.
Battle score calculation.
Like target time?
Yeah.
Or the score itself?
But like, yeah, just battle score calculation, really.
Okay, so it kind of ties with target time in that if you hit the target time, you get 10,000 points. And for each second you go under target time, you get extra points based on the points per second. And the points per second is a stat that is kind of calculated as if 0 seconds would give you 20,000 points, but then it rounds down. So actually, if you get 0 seconds, you don't really get 20,000 points. You get, like, because of rounding, and then they don't unround it. It's complicated, but it's tied to the target time and points per second stats. Alright, I am going to be more awake now, I'm sorry.
I mean, all good. Don't worry
This is
about
bad.
It's all good. Don't worry about it.
So we've currently got Kaya for Team Mog doing the big Mahabara menu. This is the biggest menu in the entire run. We're going to be upgrading the Wild Bear and Vegas to their max, as well as picking up some very good strength and magic accessories. And upgrading.
He's got 60 gil left over. Wait, did he have to do the short menu?
This is the longest menu, right? Or is it the next one that's longest?
This is the longest. Yeah.
I think he's doing is this the entire Mahabara menu? I know it was short for chapter 9, but I think he got good bridge drops.
Yeah, so he's 60 gil left over. It looked like he did both I think he did both weapons, but
yeah,
we'll see soon. Okay, then he's good on it. That one there is kind of the first, not really the first time, but it's the menu that if you are short, it's okay, it's just a bit of time loss, and then the next shop menu would resolve everything. We're gonna have an excess amount of gil in the next shop.
If you're short for that menu, like it gets resolved later on in the chapter, but it will mean that you can't get the extra stuff in the final chapter.
Yeah, and you need 112,000 gil for this one, so Olsen on Choco is all good. And yeah, we're going to be getting a lot of different things in the Crystarium. Some additional stats here and there. Benil's going to be getting almost to the ATB.
Yeah.
And then just a bunch of other good stuff, really.
Yeah, so we're in stage 8 of the Crystarium. This is where the Crystarium rapidly expands. Stage 8, 9, and 10 are all massive Crystarian stages. We're also going to be getting a lot of very good stats. So whilst we may look like we're very low in terms of power and HP, those numbers are going to increase very quickly.
Yeah. The equipment really does a large amount of it.
Yeah.
These Warrior Wristband stars giving 180 strength is so much.
Yeah. We just did
and we will eventually have 3 of them equipped.
Yeah.
And 3 of them give 540, which, as everyone knows, is 10 times 54!
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, we also just did the last Fang equipment menu. We will not be seeing Fang at all in it in the run after after the fight she's involved in.
Yeah, I mean, we do go to her equipment one more time, but that's just remove stuff.
Yeah. Lightning is just completely gone at this point. Hope's completely gone.
Oh, no one's doing lightning colored?
Well, maybe.
Olsen might, but I know Kaya's not gonna do it. We see lightning for at least one more fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there is one fight that she's forced leader in.
Oh, so Aussie actually has a bonus Decept. So he's going to be using it on this Bridge 2 fight. It's going to go a bit differently than how the other ones went, because everyone starts preempted with a preempt, so we get much more stagger. We don't have to worry about all that jazz being annoying. We're gonna quake because again the preempts does not give very long stagger time. It's only 10 seconds, and the quake adds another 27, which is a lot. It's enough to almost max it out, and so we don't actually need to summon here, and summoning is slow. So this actually saves a good 30-ish seconds, but it's not worth farming a D-sub for it because the D-subs take a bit more than 30 seconds to farm. Yeah.
Box phalanx dodges. Wait
Yeah,
for
the phalanx dodges are so funny because you think you shouldn't be able to get past them, but you go to the side, the phalanx really wants to see you before running into you, so it just turns and it opens up the space on the side.
Yeah. Kai's going to be picking up the 2 Saints amulets for Gil. That is a nice. That's a 5,000 Gil chest. It's not picked up if your Gil is fine, but
He has 60 gil left over. So.
yeah, so he's definitely going to need it.
Yep. And now we're approaching the last of the Eidolon fights, Hecaton.
Yep. So
Chair, but like nobody ever says the last part.
So yeah, this is a very interesting Eidolon fight. You don't really have a good set of paradigms here. You only have 4, and we're only going to be using 2 of them really. It's going to be the bottom 2 here, Divide and Conquer and Stumbling Block. So Hecaton's going to do Looming Wrath. During Looming Wrath, you're able to get 2 whole strings of debuffs off, and that is all we will be doing during this fight is debuffing and using potions or renew for healing. After
kind of weird in this fight because Saboteur boosts Gestalt more than Ravager does, which seems counterintuitive because you would imagine Ravager should be better because it increases chain more, but Saboteur abilities have a higher multiplier to Gestalt than Ravager abilities do.
Yep. One of the we do a similar thing in this fight as we do with Alex, where we want to keep Fang split away from Vanille because Vanille will die. And this is also the first instance where we really start using the Silver Bangle again. So, equipment in 13 can synthesize abilities, which when you have different equipment and both accessories and weapons that are together, they can have additional effects rather than just what's on the individual equipment. And the Silver Bangle synthesizes Physical Wall 10, which means that every time that the character would take physical damage, it instead takes 10. They instead take 10 less damage. A lot of Hecaton's attacks are multi-hits, so that 10 damage actually gets multiplied by a lot more per attack, and it adds up to a lot of increased survivability. And while Fang did die here, it's late enough in the
sacrifice.
fight. Yeah, like it's late enough in the fight that Kaya should still be able to easily finish the fight out without any problem, and then he did.
Yeah,
So we've got Olsen starting Hecaton as well. Hopefully that goes well, and we've got Aussie doing Bart.
Yeah.
So let's focus on the Bart fight a bit because that's the much more dangerous fight.
So again, we're just starting off with Strike Team here, just getting Saz to do the end spells on us. It's a lot nicer to have the AI just handle these end spells. It's very good that we cannot have Saz as leader because managing these would be an absolute chore.
It'd be really annoying. Yeah.
But yeah, just
killing all the heads. We're actually gonna stay in Strike Team after. So we're in Cerberus, which is the triple commando for the beginning part of it. But afterwards, since the heads are gonna be dying really quickly, it's a lot better just to stay in Strike Team.
I just realized one of the fight is about heads and the other fight is about arms.
Yeah, maybe if you combine, they can create a really weird person.
Apparently, Olsen got a quake counter, by the way. Strain from Hecaton. That's one of the more dangerous strings that Hecaton can do. He's got, well, she's got a lot of different ones.
I think
Yeah,
it's
she
a
can do.
he.
Oh, yeah.
The Eidolons are generally of the opposite sex than the characters. The exception is Alex.
So, yeah, we're done with the head phase now. So it's just going to be a matter of staggering and trying to get to the Destrudo skip. There's the initial stagger. Using the Thundaras to ramp up the chain even more. No jumps to the air, and should be starting the skip relatively soon.
Yeah, hopefully it's not an annoy. No, Bart seems pretty happy doing baptism in Ruin. Ruinga
That's a lot better than Ruinga.
Yeah, Ruinga
is really dangerous.
Sometimes. Oh, he's broken out.
Oof, that's not good. So there's a smile.
There's the Shroud. Oh no, yeah, that's a smile, never mind.
So
Problem
actually,
is that he
this
generally
looks like it
goes.
should be fine.
Oh no, there's the
Oh,
Destrudo.
That was really close.
So when the Shroud happens, a lot of quite a lot of casuals usually end up doing is they go defensive. If the Shroud is charging, you actually want to be on the offensive, because you can actually make the Shroud become weaker like that.
Yeah, the more damage that you deal to Bart while Destrudo is happening, the less damage Destrudo will do.
No, if you're doing a lot of damage, then the Shroud will just like happen really quickly. But again, it's not going to be that strong.
Yeah, so it was a really good recovery. It did lose about 30 seconds or so.
But it was a 254, so it was all worth it.
Yeah. Yeah, so just re-staggering, and it was a very quick kill afterwards, because the Destrudo skip happened rather late in the stagger, so it was a lot better than what it could have been. And it's just like the timing is very precise on it. The timing is very, very precise on it, and it's not uncommon to just a slightly slow input or a character deciding to do a ready animation can completely mess up the rest of the fight. And with that, now all the timers are accurate. So yeah, no more like very, very long, weird timer gaps.
A massive section of running.
This area is the Celia Springs, and it is a really weird area because half of it just doesn't have any enemies.
Yeah.
And that's not Kaya moving the camera, that's the camera moving. Kidding. I don't know what Kaya was doing there.
I dare Kaya to pick up the Thief tier chest.
Which one is that?
It's the single chest we run by that is on the path and still not worth grabbing.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Like, the most underwhelming chest is here, and it's... I don't know why it's here. He ran past it.
This is like the kind of really chill section, because there are some dodges, but they're not too much, and it's just a lot of running. We're gonna be entering a boss rush pretty soon, so non-stop action. Non-stop action soon.
Hey, look at that.
Music is great though. We're also going to be seeing the next tier of organic dogs here, which don't ask me to pronounce their name, it's not happening.
Benagamer.
Benagama. Da 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 da.
Benagamer.
Da 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 da.
You too.
So they're very fast, and we want to dodge them. The way that it's typically going to happen is by waiting for them to charge and lunge, and then just quickly juking off to the left side is usually enough to get past them without worry. This dodge right here that Kaya used the Deceptisol on You actually can do without a decept, but the positioning just wasn't right for it.
The bird that, not the bird that we're retrying on, but the bird that we just passed is named Sereth. And actually, a lot of the enemies in Tajans are nicknamed after FF13 runners. And I think Sereth, I mean, I might be entirely misquoting this, but I believe that Sereth says something like, "Can I be an animal in 13? Wait. Or in Tajans? No, wait, Tajans is bad. Can I not be in Tajans?" And so we named it the Garuda outside.
Yeah, Terror just doesn't want to be in Tajans, so hey, he's outside of Tajans.
There's one called Zwanzig that comes right before Mission 21. And then there's two Monagamers that I believe are called Webster and Neph, even though they're not FF13 runners. And then there's a bird titled Is That Roosta?
Yeah, so the dogs just want to give us hugs. They just want to be pet, but we don't want them. Kaya's having some issue with the dogs outside of Tajans.
They can be terrible. Like, there is a technique to dodging their swipe, but sometimes they just run too far and it ends up sort of not being able to work.
Yeah, oh my, it went through the door!
Oh man.
Wow!
And Olsen getting caught by the first dog in outside of Tajans.
Have these ones ever been named?
I don't think so. But I shot not my name on them.
Kaya finally gets into Tajans Tower. Security on point.
Yep. So Tajans Tower is a bit of a maze. It's a circular tower with a lot of different levels. There's going to be a lot of elevators that are really just disguised loading screens that bring us between each level. But our main goal here is we're trying to free the Guardians and defeat the final boss of the tower. We do that by essentially starting missions, which are the game's version of side quests. But we need these missions in order to progress the main story. And they're gonna spawn strong enemies that we have to fight. The general rule of thumb for all of these fights is that we're going to be preempting them. Because it's just a lot faster to do, and the fights either have easy preempts, or we purposely farmed Deceptisol for use in preempt, because doing the fight without a preempt is very difficult. We're also going to be actually using a Vanille for a lot of these, because Hecaton is an extremely strong summon, but we'll get to that in the second mission.
Okay. Olsen did the Seraph dodge, Deceptus, and he used a technique that Lude sort of found by accident, where if you mess around with the battle team, you can actually make the enemy AI sort of reset itself in a way. So, like, the enemy will stop to then target you again before moving. So you can sort of use that to get past some dodges that usually cannot be done Deceptless without the Decept.
I don't think any team is doing manual Penangolin.
This Gelatitan is named Mark because if you look at him, right above his name is Mark. Or right above his head is Mark.
That's not where I thought you were going to go with that.
Fake
but
Mark,
I'll take
right
it.
there.
Yeah, so this is the Gelatitan, the giant pudding. It's the first of the missions. We're going to be doing a lot of a very typical buffing pattern that we're going to be seeing sort of from now on throughout the rest of the run is putting Bravery and an end spell on both Saz and Snow, and letting Vanille cast Imperil and Deprotect onto the enemies. So we've already gone through the great interaction between Bravery and Deprotect, but end spells have the effect of giving our attacks and abilities the elemental property. So if we cast End Thunder, our spells are like our Bliss is now considered to be Thunder. Imperil will change the resistances of the landed target to one stage down. So if they were resistant to something, they'll be now neutral. If they were neutral to something, they'll now be weak. If we get that neutral to weak, it's going to double our damage if we have our end spell on our attacks, and it just ends up being a really massive damage multiplier. It also has the added effect of letting us chain a lot better, because when you try to increase the chain of something that it's weak to, the chain increases by a lot more than it would otherwise. The instances that we're not going to be doing the end spells are when we're going from the resist to neutral, because the end spell doesn't add on any damage there. At that point, we're really only doing it to make sure that we can chain reasonably, chain effectively. So yeah, that's
that will be an important fact against Bart 2.
Yeah. Like, the landing of Deep Protect and Imperil is honestly going to be our two greatest damage multipliers that we get throughout the rest of the run. And a lot of fights are sort of conditional on when Vanille decides to land them. So over on Team Mog, Kaya is doing the Ambling Bellows fight, and it's going to be the first of our Hecaton fights. Hecaton is an incredibly powerful summon. Yeah, the ultimate abilities ignore resistances and immunities, and Hecaton scales really well with stats and just does an insane amount of damage. So a very common pattern that's going to happen whenever we're doing Vanille lead for these fights is going to be preempt, stagger, summon, do a bit more chaining, gestalt, and then explode. And it's a lot faster than trying to kill things normally.
Yeah.
It's especially important for that fight, because if you don't kill the Ambling Bellows, then it spawns more hoplites, and those are not great to deal with. So, yeah. Upcoming, we've also got the I'm gonna call it Gurgle Snatch, because I think it's like Gurrengatch, I think. Gurrengatch, yeah, but I can't pronounce things properly. It's an upgraded version of the Thermodon, but since we get to preempt this fight, it goes a lot faster than before.
Gurrengatch, go Gur.
Yeah. So, and yeah, this is pretty much the pattern for every fight. It's just we're preempting it. We then have either the buffing, or like the stagger and buffing technique, or we have the preempt, stagger, hecaton technique. Except for one fight in Tajans.
Yeah,
you might wonder why we used in water in that fight. It's so that we can make quite a splash in the fight.
Anybody else?
No, it's because he's weak to water. And same as the next time. But I know you guys were thinking, what are you doing, Lude? Water.
You're really letting me drown with all of these.
Oh my god. I hate both of you.
No, you don't.
No, I don't.
We just hate you.
Oof. Yeah. So, we got a few more oh, wow. The dog backed into Saz. Nice.
Matsky unmutes for 2 minutes.
You picked the perfect time to unmute, dude.
This is Tajin, okay? Tajin's tower is not the most exciting place.
Yeah, no time can be lost in Tajans.
No sleep can be lost in Tajans.
Yeah, so the run is usually about 5 hours for a good runner. World record's like a 4:41. Or no, 4:37. I have smashed it. I don't remember what it is though.
What?
What is the world record? Yeah, 4:37. I was right. Yeah. It was a 4:41, and then that got absolutely demolished.
I can assure you that we are not going to get a 4:37 today.
Oh yeah, no, that is well out the window.
Only one of these runners has a chance at sub 5 now.
If we ignore the 23-minute time pause, then yes.
No, we're
but
not.
otherwise- Yeah. Oh. Then I think
Also-
that's alright.
Also, I can't believe you guys are saying that 437 is the world record when somebody's beat it in 426.
Okay, easy mode doesn't count.
Any percent is any percent.
Yeah. Oh wait, no, you just.
I don't understand. The world record is 0 seconds because all you need to do is watch the credits, right? Just go to the menu and see the credits.
Timing ends when credits start.
Dogs are not being very kind to Olsen over here.
Aussie apparently had birds, so he just decept cancelled.
And he should just close his eyes. The birds can't see you if you can't see them.
It's only scary if you look down. You should close your eyes.
So, upcoming is Mushusu. This is where we kind of get to take revenge on the birds. Oh, wait, are those Aegisols?
No, what?
No, it's Decept and Fort, right?
Decept and Ephrasul.
Oh, does he have no... Oh, because he didn't dismantle them, right?
Yeah. So, we gotta take our revenge on the birds. The Mushusu Preempt's actually a slightly difficult one to learn. But it saves a lot of time being able to do so. You can farm a Deceptisol and it loses you like 10-ish seconds, but you can also just learn how to do it. And before you say anything, yes, I learned how to do it.
No, unfortunately, when it comes to this fight, Mushusu does get healed a little bit by snow.
Yeah. Snow's not
Mushusu
very smart
absorbs
about
a
these
lot of
things.
elements, so it ends up sort of not working out
Wait.
very well. But
You got
it's
3
still
drops
fun.
from that. I'm not sure if one of them was a Shroud.
No.
It could have been a common drop, a rare drop, and Mushu's drop.
Shattered Bone,
Sure.
Ancient Bone, Entrancing Tail.
I'm like being way too hypervigilant for like, wait, was there a bonus Shroud that dropped there? Because
No,
Olsen's already gotten a couple.
Olsen's gotten 3.
Yeah.
This sort of thing happens a lot in runs, because you just mash through the results screen, you get a split second of item drops, and you go, did I see a Shroud in there?
Yeah.
And I only know all of these component drops purely because of Plant.
So Olsen doing the Mushusu preempt here. The really awkward thing about this preempt is the battle zone is very large, and they can see you very quickly. So you have to kind of lure them out and then get them looking the other direction. But also managed to do it very effectively. And we've got Aussie on Tonberry about to start Bahamut. Let's hope that it goes well, because it is just a complete RNG fest. The worst pattern that Bahamut can start with is with just leading immediately with the Whirlwind, which is I should not have said anything.
Commentator's curse.
And it also comes with an Ignis.
Yeah, that's really not good, because the Whirlwind, I mean, he did get a first string slow land, and now he's got Curse, so that'll make things a lot easier. A lot better, because it just gives you more time between the strings. But Whirlwind first is the absolute worst, because it usually just immediately launches Fang up into the air, which means that you're not only at risk of dying, but you've got to do this standing up animation again. So looks like he's just playing it a bit safe, staying in the. Oh, there's another Whirlwind first.
Yeah, actually seeing a guard being used in Bahamut, something that you don't usually see.
Risking there a bit at the end. So Kaya and Olsen on Mog and Choco are both doing the sort of last very big menu of the run. This is the shop that all of the gil sort of comes together in the end. You always end up with an excess amount of gil, and depending on how much gil you have extra will affect the chest that you pick up for the last chapter of the game. We're also going to be finishing a bunch of upgrades. We're maxing out Snow and Saz's weapons. Oh wait, I thought he was in the shop already. Never mind. Okay, well, we will be maxing out Snow's and Saz's weapons. And upgrading a bunch more of the... Upgrading a bunch more of the Warrior's Wristbands to Star. And it's just a lot of stats.
It's also
really
where we're
stuff.
dismantling the Doctor's Code as well.
Yep. The Doctor's Codes have served their purpose. Yeah. The Shrouds and the Elixir are vastly more important than the potions at this point. Vanille is a pretty decent medic. And for the fights where we would have been needing to use potions to heal up, we're just gonna have Vanille in medic and rely on her not being stupid to make sure we don't die. Unfortunately, sometimes she can be kind of not very nice to us.
So yeah, Kaya only with 4.8 thousand gil, so...
Oh, and that's after picking up the two Saints Amulets.
Yeah.
Wow, so
he
it was super short.
He wouldn't have had the money for the Tajin's shop. He would have had to have skimped out on some items.
Or sold a Phoenix down.
So the Doctor.
Yeah.
Like a certain someone has.
I think there was one run where I accidentally sold a Doctor's Code.
Yeah.
Oh, there's been at least two where I've done the same. One in chapter 3 and I just reset.
Titan, haven't you also had a run where you pumped 37 superconductors into a Doctor's Code?
No. No, that was not me. So anyways, we've got Vitala here. Vitala's another barrier enemy, and unfortunately this is one that we can't preempt, so it makes the fight longer and scarier. Vitala can do a lot of damage that will kill us very dead. So the primary plan for the fight is to buff up our team, stagger, make sure that Vanille lands deprotected in peril so that we can actually deal damage, and then hope to kill Vitala before Vitala kills us. If Vitala targets Saz with too many of the multicasts, then it will just straight up kill him, which is not great. Ideally, just targets Vanille and then we just let Vanille die. So, it's a good fight. Aussie on Tonberry is now starting off starting off Hecaton. Looks like Hecaton's halfway over. Seems to be going pretty well. Did I say Hecaton? I did mean Alex. I think Lude gave his sleepiness to me, obviously.
I'm currently muted because there's grass cut.
I didn't even notice. I was reading chat.
Sharky
That's my problem right now. Is I'm trying to like multitask, but I'm inherently bad at multitasking, and waking up early is not helping things.
I only got like 3 hours of sleep because I was doing the 10 commentary.
Oh yeah.
For the first half.
That's on you, man. That's on you.
I had to wake up at 6:30 in the morning, which is 3 hours earlier than I normally do. So I don't have issues waking up early. The problem that my body has is actually a reverse effect, where it's like, all right, I have to wake up at 6:30, and my body's like, best I can do is 5.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely going to sleep after this run.
Titan has no regard for when he goes to sleep. Also,
So, unfortunately for
Manual
Olsen,
Penangle.
Vanille died before landing D-Protect. So that makes things very awkward, and there's a Vanille died again, but the
Vanille
D-Protect... Okay, but D-Protect landed this time. So, should be okay. Assuming this multicast is not a damaged one. Oh!
Also,
I was so
Kaya got
close.
manual Penangle.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
He tried it once and then used the decept.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I
Kaya,
was
you
watching.
fooled.
He was commenting in the chat, or I think actually in a private chat,
so-
that he was going to do that just once.
Sure. So Penangolin's a very, very difficult manual preempt, which is why most people farm a Deceptisol for it. It's another Vanille Hackathon fight where we, stagger, summon, chain, gestalt, ult, kill. And this second Vitala fight for Olsen's looking a lot better. A lot better. Yep, dead. Not even close that time.
Oh no, Saz got deprotected.
I have no idea why Vitala is capable of inflicting deprotect. Like, it does nothing.
Vitala has no physical abilities.
I know Vitala is in a fight with something that can do physical, but like inflicting deprotect on its own is not very smart.
So we're almost done with Tajin's Tower now.
I just want to take a moment to talk about the fact that missions 25 and 26 actually can be done in reverse order, because even though the game's direction with the exclamation point markers on the minimap indicates that you should do 25 first and then 26 second, you can actually do 26 first even though it's not marked. And I set up some sort of route to make that work, because it's not really that much more running. There's a little bit of a small detour to activate mission 25 stone. But the interesting thing is that you have a riskier Penangolan, but your Vitala will be much freer, because Vanille will have more HP and is less likely to die. But
yeah, missions in Tajins can be done in whatever order. Like, the only thing that's enforced are you have to do 21, 22, and 23 before you can do 24, 25, and 26. So if you're so inclined, you can do Gurungach and then do Gelatitan and then do Amblin Bellows. It'd be very terrible, but...
that running route would be much worse,
Yeah.
unfortunately. The only one that can really be done out of order is 25 and 26.
And if you're so inclined, you can do 26 and then do 24 and then do 25.
Olsen having a bit of issue with the targeting there. Camera was a bit messed up, unfortunately. So, Dahaka is a very interesting fight, truth be told. It's coming up very shortly on a Team Mog with Kaya. And the reason that it's interesting is that it's the first instance that we really see the multiple... Oh, and then he died.
Oh no!
Oh, that's super rough. So it's the first instance that we really see all of the mechanics that we've been training individually come together in such a way. We have the ally buffs of, End Spell, Bravery, Haste. We have the enemy debuffs of Deprotect and Peril. We have staggering to large amounts. We have Blitz, dealing insane amounts of damage. Snow punching things. Dahaka has 2.1...
Another death. Damn.
Oh, that's super rough. So, I do want to state, this is a very, very hard run, and it is not uncommon to die to literally any fight in the whole run. Like, you name a fight, somebody has died to it in a run.
Beta Behemoth.
Yeah, okay.
That's the chapter 1 fight where Godot throws, or Lebreau throws potions whenever you hit yellow, so no, you can't die in that fight.
Yeah, alright, fine. But like any other fight.
That's the only one, yeah.
Yeah, so like it is unfortunate that it is happening, but it's not necessarily unexpected. And all three of these runners are extremely good runners, who are dying way less than I would be dying if I was doing this. Yeah, so Dahaka has 2.1 million HP, and we chew through it all in about the span of 40 seconds. You know, with blitzing, all the debuffs, buffs, ATB refreshes, it gives a very good idea for how a lot of the fights and the rest of the game are gonna go. We're gonna be starting the way that our party is positioned in this fight is set up so that Snow is sort of in the front and off to the side, because it makes it less likely that Saz will be hit by Dahaka's swipes. Dahaka does a lot of damage, and if too many things hit Saz, he will die, and then that's an immediate game over. So we're actually going to be spending most of the fight with Snow being in Sentinel. Dahaka also has an attack called Foul Utterance that will remove any buffs from whoever it targets. We get around that by just saying, oh, hey, you know, Snow's a Sentinel. That means Foul Utterance is going to hit Snow, so we're just going to not buff Snow until after the Foul Utterance. The other... Oh, this is a late in peril, actually, so that's going to make it interesting. The other thing is specifically for Dahaka. Dahaka is one of the... Oh, and he got D-Protect already, alright, so... this fight's very different than usual.
Early D-Protect.
Yeah, late in peril, early D-Protect. So, what normally happens is Dahaka has only a 10% chance of being inflicted with D-Protect before Stagger. Once Dahaka fully falls to the ground, that resistance falls down to 0, so if you cast D-Protect, it will automatically land. The way that the fight usually goes, and what will likely happen when Olsen and Aussie get to it, is you imperil and you shift over to Matador for one string, just so that Vanille starts casting the D-Protect. It instantly lands, and you keep on going through the aggressions. As is, Kai was able to skip that Matador because the D-Protect had already landed. And yeah, you saw all that 2.1 million HP gone in the span of not even 40 seconds as soon as Stagger happened. Just the blitzes doing insane amounts of damage, Saz's punches hitting for extremely large numbers.
Saz's punches?
Snow's punches. Yeah, I mean, that's the best way to hit somebody with a gun, right? Is you hold it in your hand and you punch them with it. So, everything just does insane amounts of damage, like way more than you would reasonably expect us to be doing.
Yeah, let's just pistol whip Dahaka. How about that? I heard it's very good at making people unconscious. Has anybody ever tried it on a foul C?
Oh, what? Sorry about that.
He has 2 pistols, double the whipping. There you go.
Yeah, so Olsen's about to start up with Dahaka as well.
One small interesting thing to note is that even though we switched leader to Saz, Olsen also switched the order of Vanille and Snow in the party roster. And that is because ordering it so that the Sentinel appears to the left of Saz is a bit better than him being on the right of Saz, because if he's on the right of Saz, the slaps that Dahaka does will hit all the party members, but if he's on the left, then the slap only hits Snow.
Aussie completely KO'd in Rust Puddings.
Ooh. Rust Puddings is a really risky fight, honestly. The slaps can do AoE, and they hurt a lot. If too many of them hits Saz before Vanille gets to heal, then it's not great. So Olsen starting off Dahaka. We'll likely see a more how the strat usually goes here. Interestingly enough, because of that guaranteed deep protect land once he drops, this is actually a very easy fight to do blindfolded. So.
One of the only 2 fights that I think people have ever done blindfolded.
PC one in this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense.
We should have Kaya do blindfolded PC1. Entertainment.
How will we even know that he's blindfolded though? There's no face cams.
I did do all of Chapter 1 blindfolded once. That was good times.
You did, yeah.
How long did that take again?
30 minutes?
Yeah. So we got a early in peril, which means we get to chain a lot more. We're gonna stagger with the blitzes because it gives us a bit more duration. And as soon as the stagger happens, Dahaka's gonna fall. When we're done falling, we're gonna refresh with Neil into the Matador, cast the Deprotect, and it immediately lands, and now we just get to mow Dahaka down.
Oh, Kaya got a bit confused. He thought he was gonna do Magnum's route.
Oh
my god. Yeah, that schoolhouse has a Pleiades High Powers that, when upgraded, becomes the Hyades Magnums. Now, the Hyades Magnums is one of the best strength weapons in the game. Bear in mind that, like, Saz's strength is about, what, 600 right now? The Hyades Magnums gives 1,140 strength when maxed out.
It's really powerful. We are currently attempting to see if we can work them in. But he's gotten away.
Oh, no. They're in. We're just saying that they're in now.
Oh, where are we now?
Yeah. It's just
okay.
all these runners are too afraid.
It's not marathon safe.
Yeah. We've only been working on it for like a month, so not fully complete yet. We'll also get. There is a really cool dodge there that I don't think we're actually going to be able to cover until Aussie gets to it because of Bart 2. So, speaking of impossible bosses, Barthandelus 2 is the most RNG boss in the entire run.
Barthandelus 2, the Electric Boogaloo.
So, Bart 2 is difficult primarily because so many things can go wrong. There's a lot of what's the word I'm looking at? Adaptations that you have to make, improvising, just depending on everything that can happen. He's gotten a few upgrades from the last time that we fought him. His Thanatosian Smile is now Thanatosian Laughter and does like 100 more damage than Saz has max HP. Which can make things a bit awkward. We also have to stagger because he's got way too much health to deal otherwise. His normal attacks deal a lot of damage, and if he focuses down one character, that character is likely going to die. He also has propensity for debuffing our team. Can inflict curse, which makes it more likely that we get it. That we get interrupted. Can poison us, which just deals a bunch of damage. Can inflict stop or daze on one or more members of our team, which means that not only can they not do any actions, the next thing that they do will the next damage they take will be double damage. So it's kind of just bad news bears all around.
Saz's Fog!
And Saz's Fog, yeah, that's not great. So the purpose of the first stagger is solely to get him to about 60% HP, which is going to trigger the head split phase. Once head split happens, there's two things that he can do. The first is throw off a Thanatosian Laughter, which happens usually at about 12 million HP, or 1.2 million HP. The other thing that happens is Apoptosis, which is a very strong attack that does a bunch of damage and removes all buffs and debuffs. We don't really like that. We worked really hard for our buffs. Like we used an Aegis-Sol. We spent a bunch of time in a Saz Synergist. So we don't want to keep. We want to keep them. We do that by essentially summon canceling the apoptosis. By using the summon and gestalting as the apoptosis happens, it still goes off, but it misses all of our party members, so we don't have to rebuff everybody and we can still survive. Without this Aegis-Sol, we would be so dead. Like, not even close. Other than that, the rest of the fight is primarily just waiting for Venial to land, deprotect, and imperil, so that we can actually deal damage and chain. And making sure that we stay at a high enough life total, such that Laughter doesn't kill us. So here's the Laughter. We're gonna renew tank this by casting the renewed, like, during the animation. And once the Laughter happens, we're usually okay. But it's part 2. Anything can and will go wrong.
Yeah, he could still have the last laugh.
Yeah. Yeah, so Venial got dazed here, so she's not doing anything for that bit of time. He can daze your entire party, by the way. Like he shares it with everybody.
Curse.
Yep, looks like that's done. So it was a really good fight. 224 is an amazing time. Just in time to see Olsen do the secret bridge dodge on the bottom left. So by luring these seekers out a tiny bit, we can actually just squeeze right past them with the Decept, and I think it's the coolest dodge in the whole game. Yeah, part 2 is one of the hardest fights to learn, and it's one of the hardest fights to like consistently execute, because everything can go wrong. If you can imagine it, it has happened. Yeah. So we'll see what happens when Olsen gets to it, which will be very shortly.
Well,
Seeker Bridge dodge does sound a lot cooler, but yeah, it is Seeker Bridge.
So we have Kaya now on another type of War Mech. So this is another fight where you start off in Summon. Pretty much the only real important part is if you don't lose Chain at the beginning of the fight, then you can do this without needing to use Zanta.
Yep.
If you do, then you just Zanta after you stagger.
Yeah, this fight is another one where like FPS matters. So by slightly delaying when we use the abilities, we can actually get the attacks to hit more than they should, which just barely exactly kills. So Kai is now in chapter 12. We're reaching the sort of end game now. All of the fights from now on are going to be very, very difficult boss fights, more or less.
Yeah, we got 2 fights coming up, which are just sort of there.
Yeah. So, alright. Olsen on Team Choco starting part 2 now. So let's hope that it goes well.
Immediate deprotect.
Which actually isn't that great because it might wear off too soon. But we'll see.
Vanille Imperil, Vanille Imperil, Vanille Imperil. Oh, there it is.
Oh, there we go. Saz is almost dead.
Saz getting fighted, yeah.
Saz is almost dead, so it's, you know, typical.
Very typical.
Why does everyone do Thunder Aurora? Why does no one do Aurora Thunder?
Isn't it a bit faster to do Thunder Aurora? Input-wise?
Maybe, I don't know. But just have lewd menu speed, so it doesn't matter.
That menu wasn't okay out of lewd.
Orphan can be a giant troll, but we've got a plan for him. We got a plan for him. Shouldn't be an issue. So, alright, here's the head split. This might be Laughter Push. The HP is looking close. No, okay.
Right. So whilst that's happening, Kai is now doing the Bulwarker and Sanctum Seraph fight. This is a Hexaton fight. preempt it using a set soul, quake, summon. Oh yeah, quake, chain, summon, and then do the hackathon thing.
Yep. So one of the things that you can try to do in Bart 2 is go for a laughter push, which does more damage at the start. It means that before apoptosis, instead Bart 2 will just use laughter immediately. And it's both good and bad. It is slower than just getting apoptosis into laughter. Once he uses the laughter, he doesn't use it again for a really long time, so the rest of the fight becomes infinitely safer because you don't really have to worry so much about your HP being as high as it needs to be. So, yep, here's the laughter, renew tank it, and the rest of the fight should be good. Damage and stagger's looking okay.
Ozzy getting caught by Surf, trying to open, try to get his D set popped. Okay, doing the menu after the water. So during this menu we actually did get a secondary role. We got Vanille's Commando. She'll be helping out with damage for a couple of fights in this chapter. So we get her Commando just so she can actually do damage.
Yep. The Commando here is honestly one of the best parts about it is that we get the triple roll bonus. So Lude mentioned it a bit all the way back in chapter 4. But different roles give both a bonus to the the character in that role, as well as to all of the different party members. Commandos are damage boosts. Ravagers are increased chain. Sentinels are decreased damage, which is going to be very relevant later on. And the other three don't really matter too much. So the fact that we can now have this Cerberus, this triple commando, means that everyone's just going to be doing a bit more damage, and that's very, very helpful for some of these fights because they can get pretty precise.
So we now see Behemoth King. This fight's not necessarily difficult, it's just all based on when Vanille wants to get debuffs down. This is a very high percentage for chain. So there's the protect, and now we're just moving in parallel. And then we just completely destroy it. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
To be honest, that's probably about as good a
54
time
second
as a
fight.
hell.
Scripted.
Yep. So, we've also just picked up Cold Blood. Cold Blood is a very, very powerful ability. It's a unique type of ability that's a full ATB ability. Each character has a unique one to them. Cold Blood's a Saz, is located in Ravager, and it fires off 17 bullets. These bullets apply on hit effects, and they also manage to amp the chain gauge up on a staggered target by an insane amount. Like, you thought that using the Thundagas and stuff was a lot. Cold Blood does it even more. It also has a very high likelihood of interrupting enemies, which is going to be a very useful, what's the word I'm looking for? Feature of it later. And it's a very, very powerful ability that makes a lot of these fights a lot easier to do. We're going to be making heavy use of it for most of the boss fights from now until the end of the run. Yeah, PC1 is a very cool Cold Blood showcase that is going to be showing up rather soon.
But firstly, a big bridge. Wait, no, a highway.
Yep. Meanwhile, Aussie is going for the Gelatitan preempt.
Hey, look, it's Mark. Oh no, it's Mission in Japanese. Dang.
Who names their kid Mission?
We've also used the last of our D-steps for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've gotten all the use out of the ones that we got at the beginning of the game. It's not worth canceling them time-wise, because we're soon going to get the ability to buy them. But anyways, Shroud 1. If you think it looks familiar, I don't know what you're talking about. We definitely haven't fought this enemy twice before.
It's a reskin of a Shumgo Subjugator.
What?
So
anyways,
yeah.
so Shroud 1 is a bit different than a bunch of the other fights before. Most of the fights that we've had, boss fights that have a second stage unlock, happens at an HP threshold. Proud Cloud 1's instead happens at a stagger threshold. So after the first stagger finishes, he'll do this limiter is deactivated, and we will proceed to die. One issue with this fight is that we can't actually debuff. Proud Cloud is immune to all debuffs, so we kind of have to do things the fair way. The primary purpose of the first part of the stagger is going to be buffing everybody up, getting chain duration, getting close to stagger. Once we've staggered is when we're going to start using Cold Blood to just amp up the chain to like 800% in 2 abilities, which is a lot more than we would be able to do just by doing normal Tri-Disaster things. We're also timing our shifts in such the right way that we get an ATB refresh whenever we're done with the Cold Blood, which means that we can just output even more and more damage. And Saz is almost dead, but this is fine.
Not even close.
Not even close.
85 more than you need.
Yeah. So we, doing the 2 Cold Bloods took the chain from 250% to 900%. In 2 abilities, it's very fast, it's very quick. We also make heavy use of the Cerberus here, just by doing blitzes and refreshing snow. We can do a lot more damage than we would be able to otherwise. Just the fact that Vanille's doing a tiny bit more damage with the runes and gives us the damage boost helps a lot. That fight was actually a lot scarier than it usually is because Saz was getting hard targeted. But that fight it's a very hard one to learn how to do. At the same time, it's extremely consistent once you know how to do it. It just pretty much always follows the same script. Wally?
Hmm?
I thought you were going to say something.
About?
Something, I don't know. Whatever.
Something.
What,
Yeah,
Lightning Kelly?
okay.
Alright, I have something to say.
Yeah.
Something.
What?
Hey!
That is brand new information.
But, hey, we have Lightning Khaled.
Oh, we went Lightning Khaled!
I think
Lightning Bolt!
I think
Yes!
Kaya heard me earlier, he got challenged and decided, yeah, I'm just gonna show him what for.
Alright, Lou, do you want to take this one?
So, Lightning Khaled is when we fight Adamant Khaled with lightning. Alright, that's all I have to say.
Oh, rip. Alright.
So, alright, we haven't leveled Lightning since Chapter 10, by the way, but we gave her, or at least I assume Kaya gave her, a Diamond Bangle, and it looks like the Tetratic Tiara. So, we have to keep her alive, and we can generally do that by keeping her feet off the ground. Because every time Adamant Khaled stumps, it's going to do damage to anyone who's on the ground. But the nice thing about Lightning Khaled is that it's relatively easy to kill thanks to Zantetsuken. With this level 3 Zantet, it's actually super trivial to kill. All we need to do is spam Razor Gale, and we win. I think you have to start with Lightning Strike into the Razor Gale, but yeah, basically that.
Like, you might not think that a lot's being done by these Razor Gales just based on the visual, but there is so much going on with those Razor Gales that just allows this to work, and it ends up being so quick to do.
Yeah. It's a really cool strat that saves maybe 10 seconds, but
A lot of runners are very scared to run it. Yeah. I run it whenever I run the game.
Well, never know.
Yeah, so it's a very risky strat because we haven't touched Lightning in a very long, touched our Crystarium in a very long time. She...
It's only scary if you look down at Lightning's HP. You should close your eyes!
Yeah, and if you mess things up, like, it can be a bit RNG dependent on the turtle stomps. But it's really cool. Normally, if... Wow, that behemoth really wanted to get a pet.
Those are called Humbabas, and I just love their name.
Humbaba,
Humbaba.
So usually...
Can I quickly throw something in?
Go for it.
For Light Kill It. You can do it in two ways. I did the safer way, where you have an extra refresh post summon, where you use Relentless Assault and Try Disaster. So that way it's a bit safer in terms of chaining fast for fast storms. But apart from that, it's still riskier than Snow, so...
Yeah. The normal way of doing that is just with Snow, which has the advantages that he's already in our party, so it's a bit less menuing, and he's got much higher HP, so there's much less risk of dying. But if you're used to the menus and you do fine with the you're fine with the RNG, it can save you like 10-ish seconds, and it's also swag.
The secret to Kaya's dodge here is there are no birds. See, it's so easy. I don't know why anyone ever fails to dodge.
He already failed it once.
I know. That's the joke, Titan.
Titan, stop letting these things get over your head.
But that's where the birds are.
There are no birds.
What birds?
Oh no. Yeah.
It's all a simulation, Titan. They got you where you want them.
Olsen's doing PC1 right now, looking pretty good. HP is a bit low, which isn't great, but hopefully the Thaumaturgy tops us off very well. That is very low still. Way lower than the HP should be.
Yeah, this PC one's gonna be very questionable.
Should be fine now.
Just don't look down.
Asu's doing the Mashusu preempt right now.
And Kaya is going to be doing the Bulwarker Vernal Harvester and Tyrant dodge, which is very exciting because you get to see your party members push enemies out of the way.
Look, the enemies are in the way of the door. We need to go through the door. How are we getting to the door? Oh, I know. We can't touch the enemies, but they can.
Yeah. Essentially, the only time that a fight actually starts is when your party leader hits the enemy. Hits the enemies. So our party members can interact with them however they so please. By running back and forth
Not
like
really
this,
cooperating.
Yeah, they're not being nice. By running back and forth like this, the idea is that we get our party members behind the enemies, and then when they walk towards us, they kind of just push the models out of the way, and we can slip through. They're not cooperating very well right now, unfortunately. But oh, there we go.
Yeah,
yep,
you can walk through the tail without an issue. This one's actually one that's usually easier with lightning rather than having snow as the lead, because lightning's hitbox is smaller.
Meanwhile, we have Snow Caleb going on here, so another benefit is also that Snow has 5 ATB. So you don't have to shift as much.
He also has 3 times as much HP.
Yes.
Yeah, the HP is a real big part of it. A lot of the time with lightning is spent making sure that she's in the air, so that she doesn't get hit by the stomps. Snow can just tank right through them.
We have to wait a little bit here on the gestalt, because if we go immediately, there's actually a chance that Snow's bike is going to get pushed off to the side. And if it gets pushed off to the side, these spin freezes will not hit as much, and the chances of killing go way down. Also, shoutouts to Zwanzig who made the tutorial for this fight. because he was very adamant about waiting for the neck to drop. Or the head to drop, rather.
Oh, it didn't kill.
Oh.
How much
Might-
HP?
Should be able to kill. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's low enough. That a punch.
One punch.
Yeah, one punch. One punch.
No. Yeah, also you should have checked the Libra information.
It was less than 1,147 HP. You think any of them are gonna do Eden toys? Keck.
Dude, are you doing Eden toys?
Yeah, I can do Eden toys.
Who's the closest runner to you? Is it Ozzy?
I think it's Aussie, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't actually know the difference in time zones between me and Japan.
America to Japan or America to Germany?
Yeah. So there's a giant turtle that's sort of the big brother of the one that we just fought. Here, that you can actually kill. It requires leveling up Fang and doing some other things. The only advantage to it is that the Kaya picked up the chest on the left. You would also be able to pick up the chest on the right.
The chest on the right's not as useful. It's a plus chocobo. It sells for 35,000, but like we need the 6 particle accelerators in the run because
they're a lot
we are
better.
going to upgrade a piece of equipment called a power glove.
Yep. The game kind of stops you from getting both chests if you don't kill the Eden Toys by having the Eden Toys walk in and smash through the glass floor. And we trigger that cutscene sooner actually by trying to run backwards rather than running anywhere else. Shout out
to the people in the chat who actually did some calculations for America to Japan and America to Germany. They've given us the
but
answer.
if you but if you take the like there's a date line, right? So it loops around.
Yeah, let's go back into
We need
the past.
distances.
Just keep going left and you go into the past.
Wait, so you mean really if I change the future you could change the past?
Again, remold history as your heart desires.
Serena rooted Eden Toys out of play. That's like the first thing she did.
Kaya has picked up the Power Glove. This is an accessory you can use with the Nintendo Entertainment System.
That is true.
Are you sure we're not playing 13 Tune yet?
So Kaya just accidentally went into the Nimbo Toe boots there. He got that from Penangle.
Oh, so that was the... okay.
Yeah.
We're just doing a bunch more upgrading. Power Glove to make us swole. And we're about to come up against the another one of the hardest bosses in the entire game, Proudclad 2. Which you might think, oh, we beat him once before, there'll be no problem. It's like, no, he hadn't unleashed his full power.
Which is weird because it's actually more damaged here. It gets more powerful, but it's been attacked. Which it's a little bit off.
Yeah, just a bit. Just a bit.
But,
yeah, Olsen got the VH+C dodge very quickly.
Nice.
Which is nice. It can be a bit random.
Aussie got fogged before he finished nothing.
This is fine.
Should be fine though.
This is fine.
Yeah,
This
he's
is fine.
He's fine. Everything's good.
There is no sea. There is no sea.
Well, not anymore.
Alright, so Proudclad 2. Proudclad 2 is going to be another one of the two stagger bosses. Again, we're going to be trying to aim towards an HP threshold, as which is different than the first time, which is a stagger threshold. The first part is solely just going to be trying to get him to about 60% HP. We're going to be doing that primarily through using these Cold Bloods and keeping PC interrupted and launched, jungling him in the air. A very important thing to keep track of is how many attacks PC2 actually gets off. If PC2 gets off 7 attacks, he's going to move into aerial defense mode, which we really don't want because it deals us a lot of damage we can't really kill, and it's just like not great all around. So by keeping him juggled in the air like this, we're able to do enough damage while stopping the attack counter from keep on go up. After Limiter's deactivates happens, he's going to heal up to full, but he's also going to put on Deprotect and Deshell on himself. And we're honestly going to be doing much the same thing that we did the first time. Only now that we have this minus 89%, like this additional 89% damage boost on, instead of only dealing 40% damage, we're actually just going to deal the entirety of the HP. There's a few different patterns that PC2 can take. Led off with an Eric Maelstrom, which is fine, we just renew tank through it. And then past that, we're just going to keep on cold blooding 3 times, keep interrupted, keep launched, amp up the chain like crazy, and then this should kill. If it looks like the damage is being a bit low towards the end of it, we can actually make use of another property of the full ATB abilities, which is that if one is going off and the enemy is staggered and the stagger would run out, instead it doesn't run out, it extends out for the rest of the animation time that the full ATB ability is taking, and the enemy also can't die, but they will go down to 1 HP. So if it looks like we're not going to kill in time, which looks like Kai is going to kind of be doing this, we do the stagger extend by throwing off the Cold Blood, letting the Cold Blood and Vanille and Snow essentially kill while the animation's happening, and then he dies with the last bullet of Cold Blood. And there we go. It was a very good fight.
PC2 is probably one of the hardest fights to learn in the speedrun, but it's also one of the most consistent. Once you have it down, you just have to be able to react to various situations.
Yep. It is... Wow, that was an interesting respawn point. Pond with the soldier already hugging Snow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
These fights are not fun to retry the dodge on.
Yeah,
the soldiers in Chapter 12 do not care for boundaries.
Yeah. There's yeah, it's a very... Yeah, PC2 is extremely difficult to learn how to do, but once you get it, it just kind of clicks. Also with PC2 dying, we picked up Eden Pharmaceuticals, which means that we now have access to buying Shrouds. This is kind of where all the excess skill after the Tajan shop goes. Ideally, we would get 3 Deceptisols, 3 Fortisols, and 3 Aegisols. If we're short, we end up just getting 2 Deceps, 3 Aegisols, and 3 Forts. We're going to be using those Shrouds for basically all the rest of this boss rush that's upcoming, because it makes it all a lot easier. We don't have to spend time buffing. We can just keep on going. Looks like Ossie's almost at the Haka.
Yeah, he is going back down to the 4th tier to go back to the 6th, then to the Apex.
Yep. Alright, likelihood of AFV here.
About 1%.
Not happening.
AFV stands for Amazing Flying Vanille, not America's Funniest Videos, by the way. Yeah, there's this weird glitch where when you change the party leader while you're in the middle of a jump, the game sometimes kind of glitches your last position in its memory, and you can sometimes exploit that to jump back to where you had previously jumped to, which is only really useful here because we have to run forward, trigger a cutscene, and then run back. So being able to jump immediately back to where you had first jumped would save like a second, but it looks so cool when it happens that we call it Amazing Flying Vanille. But it didn't happen today, so it's sad. Well, I said today, but it didn't happen for Kaya. There's still 2 more chances. Don't disappoint me, 13 runners, whatever you do.
Well, they could take so long that it becomes tomorrow.
The organizers might have something to say about that.
Yeah, oh well. It's not our fault.
I feel like if we asked them to do that, it would be our fault.
Nah. This is me saying that I'm just not letting myself be held accountable. I'm just gonna throw you under the bus, Titan.
Why me? I'm the one saying that they shouldn't do it.
Yeah, that's why I'm throwing you under the bus.
Oh my god.
Welcome to society. It's not so kind.
Alright, Olsen's starting PC2.
Here we go.
Hope this goes well.
So Proudcloud did a physical there to Snow. Physicals are scary because they're fast but equally count towards the attack count to trigger the aerial phase.
And Aussie is now doing the haka. Pretty standard opening. Imperil's landed.
That's good.
Early
Imperil
Imperil's
landing
good.
is really, yeah. Imperil landing onto Haka early is always very good because it just means you get a chain more. And it looks like PC2 is going well so far. This should definitely hit the damage threshold. Limiter is deactivated, and let's see what happens. Muon Blaster.
Muon.
So if it's Muon into... There's a different thing that you have to do depending on what the order is. You basically always have to renew tank through Oneric Maelstrom. If it's Muon into Oneric, then you go renew.
Oh, last launch.
If it's renew into, or if it's Muon, you just kind of cold blood twice.
Also, Kaya has gotten to Bandersnatch and Jabberwocky and has had to reset.
Oof. All right, do you want to handle that one?
Yeah, so we're going to be starting this fight off. It's a Vanille lead fight. We're going to be beginning with Imperiling Bandersnatch. And then we will chain him, get him staggered, summon, do a little bit more chaining, and using Hecaton to kill. Well, this will kill Bandersnatch. After
wait, so Olsen didn't actually kill and stagger.
Oh,
so
right.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
Olsen. Very low,
close, so it's fine. We just have to whittle it down.
So now that Kai has done Guy and Salvo on Bandersnatch, all we have to deal with now is Jabberwocky. On Jabberwocky, we're going to be trying to land Deprotect and Poison, chaining until Stagger, do a little bit of chaining after.
Oh, so Snow apparently died the first time. Yeah, so this is a remix of the bosses from Chapter 6, Enki and Enlil. Unlike Enki and Enlil, who are both immune/weak to opposing elements, Bandersnatch and Jabberwocky are one of them is immune to magic and one of them is immune to physical. So we kind of have to deal with them both separately. And the nice thing about Hecaton and the other Eidolons is that they ignore these immunities. so we don't have to worry about him.
Yeah, that's one of the interesting mechanics about summons is that they all ignore resistances if it's not in their favor. So, like, if the enemy's weak to fire, they'll still do double damage, but if the enemy absorbs fire, then they still do normal damage.
Yeah, this chapter is just a massive boss rush. Honestly, there's gonna be 3 bosses, and then we get another sort of rest period, and then it's bang 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 3 more bosses all in a row.
One of the things that we did at the start of the chapter was we sold basically everything that's not buckled down and equipped, so that we could buy all the shrouds that we need. We're gonna go into each fight with Fortisol and Aegisol active, and we have Deceptisols to dodge the remaining enemies. So the dodging is no longer the concern, but we still have the fights to deal with, and they are not trivial.
Yep. So, just a bit more about it. Snow is very useful because he's got Commando for damage, Ravager for chaining, and then Sentinel for survivability. Vanille has the access to the offensive debuffs that are very important for us dealing damage, like Imperil and Deprotect primarily, as well as has the chaining from Ravager and also the slight healing from Medic. Saz we've gone over before, but Commando for damage, Ravager for chaining, and then the Synergist for our buffing. So now we're on Vladislas. This is going to be another Vanille lead fight, simply because we want to control the Deprotects a lot easier. Vlad is not a enemy that we can stagger. He's got 999 stagger point. It's just not happening. So we have to kind of do things the old-fashioned way and just deal damage. He is weak to Deprotect and is weak to an element. So by starting off with the Libra, we're able to tell Saz essentially like, hey, give everybody an end spell. And then the rest of the fight is a mixture of making sure that Deprotect's on so that Snow can punch and Saz can shoot. Reapplying it when Mounting Contempt would land, and making sure that whoever Vlad is targeting with his attacks, doesn't kill anybody. It's usually a pretty consistent fight, but things can go really wrong if like the damage rolls don't work out in your favor or if it keeps on targeting Vanille. But it was a good fight there.
This is now the last menu of the game, I believe.
Unless they do safety Christ before the last fight, yeah.
Maybe, yeah. We are unlocking Saz's Sentinel role, which you unlock a role by getting the first ability in that role, and the first ability in each Sentinel tree is Provoke. It's not a guard ability, but we're not going to use Provoke. We're just unlocking Sentinel to have Sentinel, because even if you're sitting in the Sentinel role, you get a passive 65% damage reduction. Or reduction to 65%, I guess is the better phrase. It's a pretty big damage reduction, especially at these HP levels. So
yeah,
you will need it to survive some of the upcoming attacks, and we partially do it so that we don't have to do extra Crystarium to get more HP on Saz, so it's also a time gain.
It makes things a lot safer, makes it all easier to do.
Is this another Prowclad?
Just maybe. So this is Tiamat Eliminator.
And for Tiamat, there is only victory.
Yeah, we're gonna be... So, the first phase of the fight, we can't actually put any debuffs on him. It just doesn't... He's immune to all of them. So, we're trying to get it to descend, and that happens after the first stagger. So we actually go for a very, very fast stagger. We were past Stagger. He descends, and now we can apply debuffs onto him. Unfortunately, he also unlocks the ability to remove our buffs. So we generally play the first half of the fight is like our buffs versus there are no debuffs, and the second half is our no buffs versus their debuffs. Generally, having debuffs on them is better than us having buffs, but any buffs that we manage to retain, which is completely RNG.
And it looks like we don't have any left. Yay!
Yeah, it's completely RNG. The more that we can keep, the better, but there's not much that we can really do about it. Aussie on Team Tonberry is also on Bart 2 right now. That's definitely got to be damage push. So this is likely to be, yep, there's a laughter. So this is going to be a bit slower of a fight, but it will be a lot safer because now he doesn't have to worry about his HP post apoptosis. And yeah, Team Meta Eliminator is almost gone. Getting the Deep Protect, and Deep Protect is good for damage, Imperil is good for the chaining. The Poison is just kind of nice to have because Poison deals 1% of damage every second. And it kills any enemy in like 600 seconds.
How's it going?
Those numbers are a little off. It's
they?
300 seconds to kill, which comes out
300.
to like 0.67% per second.
Oh, yeah, that. It's a lot of damage. And yeah, what Lud said. So it's a lot of damage, and it really adds up. It's especially going to add up on one of the final bosses that we're about to see. I am not a math major.
Actually, it's 0.33% per second. I'm dumb. But it does kill in 5 minutes, and that is, yeah, very important.
Yep. So, alright, we got the final bosses here. So, this is going to be three bosses in a row. The first one is Bart 3, surprise, surprise, we get to fight him again. He's changed a bit since the last time. We can't kill his side heads anymore, and Thanatosian Laughter can't actually kill us, it just does % damage. On the other hand, he's gained the ability to use Ultima, which is not great for us, because Ultima does, it hurts a lot.
Well,
it's it can, yeah. It has a very, very wide damage range on it. We obviously are hoping for low damage rolls, but the other... And it's one of the reasons why we have Consolidation, because we want the Ultima to target Snow, since Snow has an ability Fringe Ward, which reduces the damage of AoE attacks to anything that isn't that is targeting him. And the other thing is we want to get our typical debuffs onto him of the Deprotect and Imperil. Once that, the rest of the fight is mostly going to be chaining up, using Cold Blood. Switching between Aggression and Tireless Charge to get the ATB refreshes to kill Bart, basically. That's the fight. This fight actually has become a lot harder over the last year or so because we keep on cutting stats and stuff, which just makes this fight even more and more tight.
So the thing about this laughter, it looks scary. It looks like it's doing a lot of damage, but it's actually percentage-based damage. It will not kill. The lasers afterwards can kill, but the attack itself won't kill.
All right, and this is the coolest strat in the whole game.
Merciless Judgment is also percentage-based, but what are we gonna do instead?
So we start off by immediately summoning. This is going we're gonna summon a Shift to Malevolence. The Merciless Judgment will kill the Eidolon, but when the Eidolons leave, it brings our party back at full HP. We don't have to worry about healing up afterwards, so that's already a nice advantage. From here on out, the rest of the fight's got a really good rhythm to it. We have the time to do approximately 8 ATB worth of actions between each slap. So we're going to try to buff up Sads and Snow with Haste and Vigilance so we can do things faster and we don't get interrupted. Shift back to Consolidation to tank the slap so we don't take much damage. and just keep on repeating this until we get all the buffs that we need. We throw Libra scopes, we get information, and then we're gonna start chaining from now on. Unlike a lot of the other fights, we're specifically only putting a haste onto Vanille, because of something in the next phase. But okay. So the name of the game from here on out is, again, land debuffs. We need to get Deprotect, we need to get Imperil, and we need to get Poison, because Poison's actually going to be doing a significant amount of damage considering how much HP Orphan has. The really nice thing about this fight, especially the first phase, is just it has that really nice cadence between all the slaps for you to get your abilities into, and it does help set the sort of tone of the fight as everything goes.
One somewhat important thing to note is that another thing that the chain gauge does, in addition to multiplying damage, is also multiplies the duration of the debuff. So the poison that got inflicted there was at about 750-ish% chain. So it's going to last 7.5 times as long as its base duration. Its base duration is 1 minute, so that poison will last 7.5 minutes. Now, it takes 5 minutes to kill. Is that going to be a long enough poison?
So, one of the other reasons why we only put haste on Vanille and we were sitting in Tireless for that whole time is because of that attack Progenitorial Wrath. So Progenitorial Wrath has a chance to kill whoever it targets, but if you have a medic in the party, it will always target the medic. We don't want it to target Saz, because if Saz dies, then we have to retry the fight, and that's slow. So instead, we just have Vanille there as sort of a sacrificial lamb. After that, once we get to about 40% HP onto Orphan, it triggers the second phase of Merciless Judgment Opposite Extremes, where he starts doing a lot more damage, but we're kind of almost playing a waiting game. Like, we're going to get as much damage as we can through Blitz chips, but Poison's going to be doing a significant amount, like more than almost anything else. And yeah, that's Orphan 1. It's a really cool fight, honestly. It's a lot of fun to learn and to do.
Wait, Orphan 1?
Yeah. Orphan. Oh no, did I spoil the next boss? Oh.
What? One of how many?
So
54.
So Kaya didn't get a kill before having to gestalt, so we're just gonna be waiting whilst doing some caltrop bombs.
Yeah, that was a so. Wait, was that 319?
And now it's the true final boss.
319.
Yeah.
I know you're wondering who will be the final fight. Is it going to be Jill Nabat? Is it going to be Sid? Is it going to be LeBro?
No, I'm thinking it's Manasvin Warmech.
Manasvin Warmech 5!
It's a clock!
Yeah. So this is Orphan 2. It's really supposed to be a victory lap boss considering all of our stuff, but also it's not a real run unless you die to Orphan 2. So time is almost up for a Team Mog, by the way.
Shoutouts to a 13-hour clock.
Yeah.
All things considered, it's still a pretty close finish between
this is
two of the teams.
Yeah, there's like a 5-minute difference between them, if that. So the thing with Orphan, is the sort of final barrier enemy. We can't do any damage until after we stagger. It being staggered doesn't mean that it's going to stop hitting us, though. It really likes to still deal us damage. And sort of the same way that we do with everything else for the last half of the run, we need to protect, we need to imperil. After that, it's going to be juggling, making sure that we don't die, but leaving Vanille and Med, and timing our blitzes as they all hit.
And here he goes. He's just getting melted, and
that's time. GG Kaya.
Yeah.
GG.
So, Team Mog.
Yeah, Team Mog, go.
And that's Final Fantasy XIII done by Kaya Rune.
Yep. We still got a bit more here. So
So
Olsen's doing Bart 1 right now. Sorry, Bart 3. I really hope he's not doing Bart 1 at this point.
I'll see you on Behemoth King, but we will let the Crystal Chronicles guys introduce themselves.
Wait, was that actually a sub 5 run?
Yes.
Good job.
Hi,
All right.
what the?
Sub 5 while sitting around for 19 minutes.
Jeez. Anyways, so yeah, Olsen's Bart's looking pretty good. Got a nice high chain, dealing damage. Without the break, it would have been sub 440, which would have been at least a second place run on the leaderboard.
It would have been sub-lewd in any case.
But yeah, so now we have little Tombi for Team Hog doing Crystal Chronicles.
Alright. Well, hi, my name is Silly Pirate. And, other guys?
Hello, I'm Boss Hoger.
Kill the Orcas.
We're gonna be.
We all run this game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to be commentating for you for Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. Starting now in your upper left-hand corner is Little Tanbi. He will be our runner from Japan. And going to be following him in just a few minutes is going to be Manaclaw in the bottom left-hand corner for Team Chocobo. And then in a little while we'll have Fairy Sydney join us up in the top right-hand corner on Team Tonberry.
Yeah, the big news for this run this year is that it's the first year we're able to include the remastered version of this game, which came out within the past year on just about every system they could slap it on. It's on iOS and Android. Right, it's on Xbox, but you can play it on your iPhone. Yeah, it's on iOS and Android. It's on PS4 and PS5 and Switch. I think that's it, right?
Yes, and it's actually slower than the original version of this game due to load times. So y'all get even more Crystal Chronicles than you got last year. Yay!
Imagine not being able to run a GameCube game.
But also, this year, one big difference is that each of our runners will be running one of the different tribes. Every tribe has different starting stats, different weapons, different ways they do things. So each runner will be doing a marginally different route from the other one. The only race not represented is going to be Yuke, as they are the magic casters, and in an any percent run, by far slower than the other races.
I think you're losing like at least half an hour to 40 minutes by playing Yuke.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Yeah, somewhere around that.
We can, guys, for the Final Fantasy 13. If you all want to be talking about these fights, you can. We have plenty of time to hash it out later.
In the first here by Olsen.
Yep. So, yeah, Olsen got a rather early poison, which is nice. Vanille can kind of troll you here a lot by deciding to not land anything until you're at 999% chain, and then you just kind of run out of stagger, which can make things really awkward. And
also, we have Ozzy doing Malevolence PC1, so this one's a little bit.
That's an old one.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's got a different cadence to the fight. It's only a couple seconds slower because the end point of the fight is still the same. Once you stagger, nothing really changes at that point. You still have to kill within that one stagger. The setup is a bit different. It's got different chaining timings to it. Different refreshes that you hit. So this was the old default strat. I think it was changed about a year ago, I want to say.
Yeah, the PC one has gone through so many strat revisions that it's hard to keep up. I always like to say that there's 87 different PC one strategies. 84 of them are good, 2 of them are lost.
He didn't get the kill, and even though he was close, the problem is that PC1 was going to heal up like 60% of his hit points and then start an attack that would kill. So
yeah,
meanwhile, I think
we have to
got
kill
a
in that
sub-3
stagger.
on Orphan 1.
Yeah, Orphan 1 was fine.
Yeah.
It was I was knowing about.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if any of the people watching enjoyed these runs and want to see more of it, everyone streams pretty regularly. Check the command in chat. Kaya, I know, has been running this like almost every single day.
It's a job to him now.
Yeah, like it's a lot of fun, and if anybody wants to learn the route or run or just even some of the other categories, highly recommend you join the Discord. We're all, I mean, in my not so humble opinion, we're all great people.
Oh, what?
And, and you know, if anybody wants to learn, everyone's more than willing to help out. So Team Choco should get ready. It's going to be about like 20-30 seconds.
Yeah, Orphan 2 in Stagger here. Thunder Aurora in order to drive the chain up.
Just waiting for Vanille to land in peril. Come on, Vanille.
For sure, we do Thunder Aurora here, but not against
I mean, Kaya did Cold Blood.
Yeah.
Like, Cold Blood is technically a bit more damage, but it's a bit riskier because you're locked in to it, so if you need an emergency heal, you can't.
So a few more hits on Orphan 2.
Yep. And
results.
Team Choco go.
Yep. So that
GG Olsen. And there we go. Aussie beat PC1. Easy. First time, easy. Never didn't have it.
No, PC didn't win. PC lost.
It was first try, second try.
He said PC won. No, he lost. I'm kidding.
Yeah, now we.
So we got a bit of time for Crystal Chronicles.
Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of downtime. We'll hang around in case there's anything that needs to be said for Aussies, but feel free to go.
Sounds good.
All right.
You know, someone in chat asked if there's why we're playing all different tribes. It's actually preference. Little Tombi actually enjoys playing Clavet. Sydney plays Selkie, and Manaclaw actually enjoys playing Lilty the most. So it actually all works out. Works for the show, and everyone gets to play their favorite.
If you saw just a moment ago, little Tombi made a small detour to kill an extra goblin. Typically, only the Clavats will do that, as the Clavats have the lowest starting strength of these three races, so they need a little bit more meat to get over the next damage threshold. In Crystal Chronicles, how the stats work is they're all kind of divisible by 5, sort of. So, you know, a 20 strength does the exact same amount of damage as a 24 strength. You don't actually start dealing more damage until you hit 25, and then 30, and so on. So eating meat in the game increases your strength by 2 points. So it allows you to break those damage thresholds.
Sometimes it's relevant and sometimes it's not, and it's like one of those nuanced things you just need to always be aware of throughout the run. Like, what's my strength at? So that you know, is it worth quickly menuing to eat a meat in order to optimize my fight or whatever.
But because Lilty and Selkie are able to hit the 25 threshold at the beginning by eating meat, unfortunately Clavet does not. So you're going to see Tombi be casting Fire throughout, because he can't actually hit the 25 threshold. Fire actually does more damage until he hits the next dungeon, I think, when he can actually hit 25 damage.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, this is the only time in the entire run of any three of them that you will see them offensively using magic to do anything that's not just like, oh, you have to use fire to get through this obstacle sort of thing. The general gist of this game, like the speedrun that is, the overall goal that we pretty much aim for is we want to have a certain amount of strength by the time we're fighting the last boss in order to just be able to save a lot of time by getting faster cycles and whatnot. And that's, keeping in consideration the potential to be able to buff that strength stat by 2 with the meat. So all the routing, all the selections of which artifacts they keep and which dungeons they go to and stuff like that is pretty much built around optimizing getting as much strength as possible as quickly as possible.
Yes. Oh, and one other thing to note with Tombi's character selection, he chose a male Clavat, which is actually important because Melcovats actually have the fastest attack animation in the game by 4 frames. All the other races and genders are equal on their auto attack chain, except for the Melcovat. So, very, very small optimization there for that.
Yeah, I actually remember this little trivia from learning about the tasks that's been done on this. Tasks, I should say. I'm pretty sure, isn't casting magic actually a faster animation than attacking? It's just the fact that in this game, unlike, weapons or a general Final Fantasy game where you would typically just learn spells, like you hit level 6, you learned fire, and now you just know fire. Well, in Crystal Chronicles, you don't permanently learn spells. Every time you enter a dungeon, you have to find a item within that dungeon that allows you to cast that spell. And then once you leave that dungeon, you don't have that item that lets you cast the magic anymore. So the biggest hindrance to why using magic is not as fast is that you have to seek it out in every dungeon.
Right. That is true, with the small exception of there are artifacts to choose at the end of certain dungeons that will give you those spells permanently, but you don't even get access to that until close to the end of the second year. So,
we see an encounter from Lil Tomby. Encounters are going to be random encounters, I guess, through the game. Random cutscenes that show up whenever you're traveling through the mini-map. You want to see as the least of them as possible. They waste time. Some of them can range from, I think that one was around 30-ish seconds, maybe a bit less. Some of them are like 2 minutes long. So you don't want to see those.
Yeah. Crystal Chronicles, the game where you can randomly lose time just by walking.
Honestly. So if you see on Tommy's screen, he changed our chalice to water. That's one of the mechanics in the game. In order to pass to the next area, you're going to need to change your chalice element, as they call it in this game. Here he changes it to water, because this threshold, what we call the miasma stream, requires you to have a water element in order to pass to the next one. So he's going to go here and then be able to go to the next place, which is Mushroom Forest.
Yeah, and the barriers, these miasma streams that are different elements about them, they are on a set pattern from the time the game starts. Like every new file, it starts out the same. And after the end of each year, when I say they're on a set pattern, I mean like the first one is water, the second one is fire or whatever.
Too much right here, but Mena is doing some very, very careful button mashing right here, because you can accidentally send yourself into the tutorial right here and just ruin a lot of your time.
There he goes. He gets
and he skipped it. No tutorial.
Yeah. He's so good. It's frame perfect.
Woo! Can we get some GGs for Mena in chat for skipping that tutorial? Woo! Good job, Mena.
Thank you for pointing that out. That also draws my attention to something I wanted to mention.
Oh no,
Tomby was doing his.
Yeah, so this is one of the long cutscenes. This one's a minute, a bit longer. You see those two people from Luda.
Whenever you see this random encounter in year 1 is when you throw your controller on the ground and start over, because the game hates you.
Yeah, this is the third worst encounter you can get in the game.
All right. While Tommy sits here, we're going to see Mana Claw go into Riverbell Path. You're going to see a little bit different pathing here if you paid attention. More importantly,
now because of the amount of money they each need is also different. Mana needs all his money, or for the most part, near the beginning. So Mana will be killing a lot of just random mobs to get a lot of more money at the beginning, so he can get his weapon and go, because he doesn't have to get the second weapon that the other races are going to be getting. So he'll front load all his money now and then just rush to the end.
So I don't think Tomby actually killed this goblin. This goblin drops a strength artifact. Throughout every dungeon, you're gonna have drops that are artifacts that you can pick up at the end of the game. Mana goes through this one here because he doesn't want the base drop, which is a shuriken. Oh, well, we got it anyways. You can get some other things there, like a green beret or a double axe, both of which give strength +1. But you want to pick those up because you can't pick up the same artifact later on.
Yeah, the stats in this game are actually, a bit more random than, or more of an issue in general than the way most games work, because the way your stat increases are tied to these unique artifact items that you collect. Sometimes if you don't, if you get unlucky, when you get to the end of a dungeon and it's time to select your artifact reward, all that will be available to you are artifacts that you've already collected on that run, and so that reduces the overall strength you end up with because you can only have one of each type of artifact, and so you want a variety. You know, ideally in every single dungeon you go, you get more strength, but that doesn't always work out.
Did you guys catch what Tommy got on his first hedgehog drop? I know he didn't get anything on the second. He might be a little bit low on money entering the next place.
Oh, that's a good thing to talk about. Yeah, so Mushroom Forest, where Lil Tomby is right now, is the year 1 dungeon where that is just like chock full of money for us. There's 3 different hedgehog pies that can drop either a chunk of silver or a chunk of gold. Either one of those items sells for 125 gil, which is like 5 times as much gil as the next best item you can get. Well, except for chunk of bronze, right? As you see right there on the right side of the screen, that's the other good thing you can get to sell. But the main objective here is we're killing a bunch of stuff in Mushroom Forest with the goal of being able to immediately after this dungeon have enough gil to buy the materials and pay the crafting costs we need to get the warrior's weapon, which is going to be just way better than the starting weapon that all of our runners have.
Yep.
So if any of these runners don't get enough of the drops to get enough money they need, they will most likely immediately re-enter Mushroom Forest and just go kill 1 or 2 quick things to get the money they need and then dip back out, which loses you like a minute or so, but you need Warrior's Weapon.
That is a marathon strat only. Outside of marathon, you would not be doing that.
Yeah, if you're trying to go
resetting
for like for a top leaderboard time, you would probably just reset if you don't get the money in Mushroom Forest.
The major differences between Switch and PS4, someone asked that in chat, PS4 is going to be a little bit slower with a new patch coming out. The Switch lags in some dungeons, unlike the PS4 though. You'll see in Mushroom Forest, Mana's Claw's running on Switch, so his game might lag at one specific part if you look out for it. Otherwise, not big differences. They're pretty comparable. Unlike PS5, if you can somehow get your hands on one, PS5 is going to be a lot faster loads, no lag.
Yes,
it saves a whole bunch of time overall. And mobile, but mobile kind of fun.
Mobile's not really cool. Now the encounter right here is mandatory. You will always get that encounter that Mana just got. However, unfortunately for little Tonby, is he was unable to get a strength artifact just now because he already had the strength artifact that was rewarded at the end of the level, and he also already had the strength artifact that was picked up in the stage too. So
for that to happen, like every single thing has to go wrong.
Yeah, that was really bad luck for little Tomby there.
Is Aussie starting the boss for Final Fantasy 13?
No, not yet. He's
okay.
new menu.
Feel free to go whenever.
Yeah.
All right, so this is the main threshold. This is a reset point for Tomby right now. He needs to reach 850 gil in order to be able to buy everything and make his first warrior's weapon. So he's gonna sell 3 bronze, some other stuff, and then let's see, 8. So
he barely made it.
855. What a pro!
Yeah. So he's gonna buy 1 alloy, 1 warrior's weapon craft, and he's gonna craft his warrior's weapon, which is gonna get him to the next part of the game with more strength, so he can actually play the game faster.
Walking out of there with a nickel in his pocket feels good. And what's great about that is there is 1 item you get to pick up, just like a secret hidden item in that little village there, which he sells. I think it's like 25.
Mana Claw just got hit by the bandits. They might usually the first time they appear, they usually don't take something, but they could take an item from him. And hopefully it's not a big one he's trying to sell.
Yeah,
starting PC2 now. Aussie on Team Tomberry.
He's just lost a potato, so that's only about 10 gil down.
I wonder if Aussie is actually going to do Maelstrom Skip.
Oh, that would be really cool. Cause I mean, he's not doing magnums, right? So it's harder.
Yeah.
To do that. But so one thing that we haven't actually mentioned is there is additional RNG in this fight. Snow has a 50% chance to launch on each of the attacks that he does. If Snow doesn't launch, that's really bad. Which is, there is a chance for him to not launch. Really unlucky. However, one additional artifact of using Cold Blood is that enemies can't be launched while Cold Blood is happening. And so if you mistime your shifts, so that Snow's trying to launch while Cold Blood is still happening, it's actually going to eat into the launch chances, and you have a lesser likelihood of actually being able to launch and therefore, survive.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more of a timing thing.
Yeah.
I'll see you in immediate Maelstrom, so that's gonna work out nicely for him.
Yeah, this looks like it should be nice, assuming everything else goes as expected.
First launch.
There can also be
mana, that's good.
Yeah, there can also be some very awkward things where you want Snow to launch, but instead he just kind of jumps and punches instead of launching, so you've got downtime between the strings, and it can be... Oh, there's a failed launch. Alright, so if we can keep interrupted, and yep, there's Snow doing that. I should really stop saying everything that should go wrong.
Well, that's alright because a lot
Okay,
more
fine.
blitz
It's fine.
is
Everything's
happening.
fine.
Everything's good. Everything's good. Didn't even need the stagger extend.
Yeah, there's up and downs to not having a launch. If he's not launched, then a lot more blitz bullets will hit PC2, but you really do just want the launch just because it's peace. It's peace on mind, really.
It's so much safer. If the characters weren't lined up the way that they were there, then PC2 could have gotten an attack off, and I think the count was at 5 or 6 already. So then it got aerial defense mode, and it's just really bad from there on out. Alright, so we've got a bunch more time before we'll probably chime in next when part 3 is happening.
Sounds good.
Okay, yeah, Ozzy's not getting the third ESEP.
Luckily,
Okay.
Manipur got 2 gold drops, 1
Yes,
silver drop.
he
He
got-
is rich.
Yes, he is. He's probably good on gold for the rest of the run now.
Yes, sir.
With everything he also grabbed in River Bell. Yeah, that was, you almost couldn't ask for better RNG on that.
You really
for mana.
could.
I mean, 2 gold and 1 silver, you literally cannot ask for better RNG because they're equal in value. There's 3 opportunities and he got 3, so.
That's true, yeah.
Sure. So on Tombi's side, he picked up a fish earlier. That's gonna get him to 35 strength, I think, for him. So that's gonna get him to the next damage. You're gonna see that's the Orc King he's fighting up against. He's got one move that you really want him to spam, which is the orange one where he throws on an orange hitbox, charges up a little bit, and then he throws his axe down. That's the one you want to see, but you don't get to see it often when you're playing as Clavet or Lilty, because you're so in his face, he does the other 2 attacks instead. When Cindy's playing, you're going to see the Selkie has a strat where you just stand back, charge your focus attack, and you can just dodge everything. It's a super easy fight for Selkie, but really scary for Clavet and Lilty.
Now, right there, when the Orc King put that little bubble around him, that is a timed self-destruct. If you don't kill him fast enough, he will blow up and take you out. However, this is a speed run. If you don't kill him fast enough, are you really doing a speed run at this point?
You can run to the corner, but speed run.
Right.
Yeah, I actually learned that recently because I was just playing when I was playing the remaster for the first few times and just kind of messing around, learning stuff. When does the self-destruct, if you just go to the other side of the room, it won't kill you, and then he just turns into this totally charred black version of himself, and you go and just poke him and he dies. But if you're standing anywhere near him, you'll probably die.
Yep. Oh, and again, a no strength
Really
artifact
bad
available.
luck, I think, for Tombi.
Yeah.
Unless this is part of his master plan, which it could be. He is getting meat now.
He did grab a defensive artifact right there.
Yeah.
So that, I think for Clavet, that will push him 1 up on defense threshold because Clavets have the highest starting defense. And so now he'll take less damage, and he also has his 5th heart already. So he is super tanky and can probably brush off a lot more attacks and play more dangerously for the rest of the game. So there is that benefit, but he is going to be slower in the damage he does.
1170 gil in Mars Pass.
Well, the loyalty route actually needs a lot less money, so he's definitely chilling for the rest of the game. Every year, you can see Tombi now. He's talking to his father. We pick Rancher because the Rancher gives you meat. When you talk to your father, he gives you some money. He also gives you some meat. You know, like when you're heading off to college or something, they give you food and money. He's heading off to a new adventure. He gets the meat so he can get more strength, and the money also helps him be able to hit his money needs.
Right. Not to mention, I don't think we mentioned this, but the meat also heals you. That's how they heal themselves throughout the fight. Very important thing that we failed to mention.
Did we explain the Rancher family?
We just did.
Yeah. It's also closer. You're good.
I was reading chat. Sorry, you literally just said that. That's funny.
Oh,
you
yeah,
can
no,
also
okay.
pick Fisher, but Fisher is like on the other side of the port.
Yeah.
Or is on the other side of the village, so you just pick Rancher usually, unless you're funny.
Right. So yeah, the reason you pick Rancher is because Rancher drops meat. Meat gives you strength to make you stronger, kill things faster. Pick Rancher.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing. It's one of those things where you're like, you almost feel like they designed it with speedrunners in mind, because out of the 8 choices, the family we want is to meet immediately on our way out of the town and gives us infinite health. It's kind of like, well, that's infinite health.
I mean, and even in the glitched version on GameCube and for Uke runs, you pick Merchant, which is also right on your way out.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Ozzy now on Bandersnatch and Jabberwocky. He's got Imperil, he's got the Stagger, going into the Summon now. So, Bandersnatch is easily dealt with. We'll see if Jabberwock's playing nice though. There's a lot that Jabberwocky can do in order to sort of try and kill you. If he swipes Vanille, then things can immediately get very scary, because we do not have any TP for Renew. And in terms of medic, we only have Tireless, which doesn't get us that close. It doesn't get us closer to Stagger in any way.
Our HP is calculated so we just barely can survive 2 stomps if they're not both max rolls. So it can be kind of risky.
Snow's been taking all of the damage, so this is gonna go alright. This is gonna be perfectly fine.
Coming up for oh, sorry.
Just using poison at the end just to keep him interrupted.
I was gonna say, what you see Tombi in right here is one of the more difficult / tricky, frustrating parts of the game. We have to kill the biggest goblin here because he drops the key we need to open the door, but as you see, there's a huge throng of enemies trying to slow us down and be annoying. So if you're really, really, really awesome, you can just run in there and kill him and get it, open the door, and this was a really smooth fight. In this game, just the way the combat works and the way the enemies' attacks sync up with each other and they have their attack cycles or whatever, the worst thing that can happen to you is to be surrounded by enemies that are all attacking at different times. And sometimes that can happen in this room, and it can just get really bad. You can lose a minute.
Later on, you can also get stun locked just by the enemies hitting you at random times.
Those electric flying jellyfish enemies, I don't know what they're called, I'm sorry.
Jellyfish, actually.
Really annoying. Are they called jellyfish?
Yep.
Not the most creative with the naming schemes. You'll find an enemy later called Sphere, because it's a big sphere.
Yeah, and then this boss that Tombi is about to fight is one of the trollier bosses in the game. The Goblin King has a spell called Teleport, and it's his favorite one to cast. We'll see how many teleports Tombi has to put up with here. None so far. Why did I say that?
Here it is. Oh! So this is going to be the first split for Timo. We're going to have several different splits, but because the routes differ so greatly, you're going to see kind of a different, kind of a big gap between the different splits, despite being a shorter game.
Wow, 0 teleports. Yeah. Congrats, Tombi. Does he know something we don't? Is there... Is that manipulation?
I mean, I guess you just have to know how far to run away, and I guess it works out. If you stand far away, the Goblin King tends to cast a spell, one of the many spells he has. If you're close by, though, he likes to either teleport or hit you with his little staff. Even if you're far away, he can teleport as well. So, really annoying boss. Sometimes he teleports, you walk over there, and then he teleports to the other side.
Now loading. That's the actual name of this game.
Yeah, now loading. Mana's gonna finish his first year up, and he's gonna be following the same route. The routes are gonna tend to differ on year 3.
3, yes.
When you see everyone tend to go to just different places. The perks of a loyalty is that I guess you tend to stick on the warrior's weapon, so you actually don't need to pick up Mithril from 2 different dungeons that Lil Tombi and Berry City, the Clavet and the Selkie, are going to be picking.
Did anyone notice? Did Tombi get Master's Weapon, or is he gonna try to? Get
I
it
did
later?
not check, but either he got it first try or he skipped it because he did not reset. In that dungeon, Goblin Wall, there's an item that drops. It's a random drop, a 25% drop called a Master's Weapon, and usually you want to reset for it, or you can pick it up in different places.
Just to specify, it's a plan to craft a Master's Weapon, not you don't immediately
plan.
get the weapon.
But I have also heard Lil Tombi is testing out, or not testing out, but he's got some strats up his sleeve. I know that much. So either he didn't get it, or either he got it, or he's he knows his backups.
I see a thumbs up in chat from Little Tombi. Maybe that means
oh no.
Weapon.
Yeah, so in the OG version, the GameCube version, one of the fastest way to play the game is actually on Japanese. So when you're playing the original, any percent, you do need to learn some Japanese. There is a part at the end where you have to answer some questions that are entirely going to be in Japanese.
But
yeah,
in this
so here
version, the English
Oh,
players.
sorry, I want to point this out. Manaclaw is actually going out of the typical path in this dungeon to go unlock the gate and open this chest, which has a strength artifact in it. Green Beret, what up? So that was. I don't think he had a Green Beret already.
No,
so
he got Shuriken and something else, I think.
yeah, so that
Double axe. I think
Manaclaw is very happy about that. He took a little detour and it paid off. And it only had a 50 or 25% chance to pay off, but it did, so that's good.
I think that was Tombi's third encounter? Yeah, I think that was his third encounter. He got the thief one. Super unlucky so far.
So,
Tombi changing his element to water so he can make it past the next miasma stream. Go ahead, 13.
Yeah. The Aussies Tiamat fight getting a little bit risky there. Tiamat doing the focused lasers on Saz.
Oh yeah, that's really not good.
Yeah, it
But
went down to
it should be fine from here. Be fine. I got the poison rather early too, so that's gonna rack up a lot of damage.
Yeah,
Mana's gonna take
really
it death here.
decide to kill you if it really wishes to.
Yeah, and sometimes you can't do anything about it. It's like Tiamat just says no. So we're about to hit the final boss rush for Aussie.
Go Aussie!
Woo!
You got it.
Considering all that's happened in this run, this still isn't a bad run.
Yeah, honestly.
So the dungeon that Tanbi is entering here is called Tita Village, and this is a kind of the designer's way to show you a sad story about what happens to a village in this world where the caravan, which is what our heroes in this game are, the Crystal Caravan, each village has one, and those are the adventurers that go out into the world and do all these things to get the crystals that they need. Myrrh, thank you, to protect their village from the miasma and all that. So the village that Tombi is in right now is one where the caravan never came back. They went out on their great adventure and were just defeated or lost or whatever. And so eventually the village was overrun by monsters and creepy, crawly things. So that's where we're at here.
So I do want to highlight one of the thing with Mana's weapon, the warrior's weapon for Lilty. It actually has 2 hitboxes on it, and you want to get the one that's right in the center. So you're gonna see him when he's charging up his focus attack. He's gonna try to line up, well, not line up, but you're trying to get the whole monster within the entire circle. That way you do more damage.
Also getting all the debuffs on Bart free, Vanille being very fortunate.
Yeah,
for,
we've actually had like really good debuff luck kind of throughout the whole run so far, which is nice. Vanille can really decide to just ruin your whole day, and there's not a lot you can do.
That was a fairly tame Ultima too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is looking decent.
Ultima, by the way, is a super high variance attack. It can do very little damage, or it can do most of your HP damage.
Yeah, isn't it 94% variance?
I don't remember the number.
It's a large
Yeah,
amount.
It's at least 54.
It's over 90, I know that part.
As long as it targets Ultima, we have just enough HP that everybody should survive. As long as it targets Snow, we should always have just enough HP to be able to survive because of Fringe Ward, but it can be really close. This actually isn't going to kill in Stagger, because the debuffs were actually a bit too early. So we didn't.
Ultima.
Oh, and the Snow died. Ooh. All right. Well, this.
Wait. Did the Ultima canceled because it hit Snow and Snow died?
I think it was targeting Snow, but Snow had died to something, so it just didn't go off.
Didn't go off? What?
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Wow.
This is the new meta, and you're seeing it first, folks.
He doesn't have deep protect. There we go. Right.
So that happened.
Never worked.
Yeah.
That was.
That's never happened before.
Yeah, so literally, I don't think that's ever happened before.
So here's what happened. Ultima actually has 2 hits. The first is a pretty low hit, and the second is the pretty big hit. And it looks like the first pretty low hit killed Snow. It was targeting Snow, and it killed Snow. And because it killed Snow, the rest of the attack canceled?
Yeah, I guess.
Nevertheless, Ossie's on Orphan 1, so...
Yeah, Orphan 1! Now we gotta do more slap cadences stuff. And we gotta... To have this fantastic rhythm throughout. This strat is so satisfying, like, honestly. Oh, and he's going for end water strats.
Water strats!
I know Kaya did in Frost on Saz and then Thunder on Snow, and that annoyed me.
Yeah, I wondered how he did that too. What was even?
Yeah, the end spell that you choose here does not matter.
We did because... Thunder on Saz too. Oh my god, we had. Oh, I guess we didn't have in fire on someone.
Yeah.
Right.
The end spell that you do does not matter. Usually people do end thunder because it's the fastest inputs, but if your inputs are fast enough, you can pick whichever one you want.
I guess in a way, Ozzy is maxing out Rav damage by doing Thunder on Saz and Water on Earth.
Oh yeah. Although it doesn't really matter when your strength isn't set up.
Yeah.
Bird of magic.
And Ozzy just scrolling for all the paradigms throughout the cold blood.
Yeah. got a very early 3 debuffs on, so that's good. That's gonna equal a lot of damage. The earlier that you can switch over to the tireless charge here, the better, because you just trigger the next phase a lot easier. Oh, Vanille's dead. That was fast. Regeneratorial Wrath, everyone!
That's 2 Wraths that worked.
Yeah. Usually if you're in second phase, it's not worth reviving Vanille anymore. But in first phase, since that early, you really should in case of another one. And just like stuff happening. Yeah. We use the second elixir here, by the way.
And you saw it when I think it was Kaya doing Orphan 1. The elixir did not heal Vanille when she was dead.
Yep.
That is, again, the only downside of the elixir is that it will not revive dead party members. But it does full heal, it gives you all your TP back, it allows us to double summon Orphan.
Yeah, which is huge, honestly, the fact that we can use the summon twice.
Yeah.
The old strat didn't use a summon, it tanked the Merciless Judgment and then used a renew there to heal.
Yeah, it Libra scoped while shifting into consolidation or protection, and then you would do Quake Renew.
Yeah, but it's significantly slower than just doing this because you don't have to spend as much time healing. So that was a really good fight there. And we're almost done. It's going to be about minute 20 or so for Tonberry. Also, yes, if you die to Orphan 2, you have to skip all 6 cutscenes again.
Yeah. And I think you also have to close the menu.
Yep, you do. You do. It's not great. Don't die to Orphan 2 if you can avoid it.
Yeah. Also, you don't get any CP from Bart 3 or from 1, so you can't just do more development that way.
Yeah.
Pretty much, if you beat Bart 3, you're locked into the final boss rush unless you quit the
Reload
game.
a save. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the one thing that we didn't mention before is Orphan 2 has several different attacks, one of which is a slap. The slap will knock up your team, or launch your team up into the air. But we've managed to figure out a timing that's very precise that we can just stagger cancel the slap. So we don't get launched into the air. We don't have to worry about dying. It actually made this fight a lot safer than it used to be.
A lot of it came from switching up the beginning. Like we switched the blitz out for an attack, and not only does that just be faster in general, it also allows us to get the first haste off. Just ignoring.
And Tonberry go.
Yeah, it just allows to get the first haste off without being interrupted by the doom, and it just makes everything else a lot more nicer. But that is it for Final Fantasy XIII. Thank you for having us.
Thanks for having us. This was a lot of fun. I hope that everybody enjoyed this.
Good luck, everybody, in the Crystal Chronicles Remastered.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Yep. See ya.
See you guys.
GG's.
GG.